Chapter 47. After that, there was a page about a qilin, but there was a picture of a large qilin, which was very different from the one Lin Xian saw that night. The color was also different. Even now, Lin Xian wasn't sure whether it was a qilin or not. It was too cute. Lin Xian took the book and went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xiao Runing was busy cooking. Not to mention, this Xiao Runing was quite similar to Lin Ya. If he married this kind of girl, he would definitely be happy. Ningning, I have something to ask you, Lin Xian said from behind. Every time she heard Ningning, Xiao Runing wanted to kill someone. What? Xiao Runing turned around, and then Lin Xian handed her the picture of the qilin. Is this picture of a qilin real? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian had searched for qilins on the internet, but he couldn't find anything useful. Xiao Runing nodded, about 80 to 90% correct. A long time ago, a powerhouse inadvertently saw a qilin, and someone made this picture according to his description, so it's not too far off. Are there no pictures of qilins when they were young? Xiao Runing shook her head. Is there a kind of qilin called snow qilin? Snow qilin? Xiao Runing thought for a moment. Yes. It means that its entire body is as white as snow. Xiao Runing shook her head. I'm not sure. I don't have any impression of it, and I've never heard of the name snow qilin. Why do you ask? Lin Xian said with a smile. It's nothing. Continue with your work, my dear Ningning. Xiao Runing took a deep breath, and then ignored Lin Xian. Oh, by the way, I like to eat braised pork and chicken wings. Well, it's best to make pork ribs and corn soup. Lin Xian added in the back. Xiao Runing. She believed that she had a good personality and rarely had any emotional fluctuations. However, ever since she met Lin Xian, she realized that her emotions would often be stirred up by him. For example, this sentence, "Damn it, you're just a guest. You're still emphasizing what to eat?" This was too infuriating. It was no wonder that Yi, the daughter of a respectable family, could be angered by him, and Lu Yufan even went berserk. Please scram, thank you. I can't leave. Lin Xian shook his head and added, because you've already locked me in your heart? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hurry up and get out. Don't disturb me. Then you can cook my favorite dishes. All right, I'll do it. He love you, Mua. Xiao Runing secretly touched her forehead. Half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the room. The first dish was ready. It was Lin Xian's braised pork. It looked really delicious. What are you doing? Xiao Runing turned around and saw Lin Xian trying to steal a bite. She quickly covered it with a plate. Don't steal a bite. I can't wait to try your cooking. Lin Xian smiled. If I see you stealing a bite again, don't eat it. Xiao Runing threatened him and then went to cook the next dish. After about 2 hours, the 10 dishes on the table were ready. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xiao Runing hurried over and specifically reminded Lin Xian, don't let the cat out of the bag later. Lin Xian made an okay gesture, and then Xiao Runing opened the door. Brother Tianyu. Xiao Runing looked at the man in front of her and smiled. Zhang Tianyu smiled at Xiao Runing and said, Ning Ning, I haven't seen you in a while. You've gotten prettier. Brother Tianyu, you're too polite. Come in. Then, Zhang Tianyu changed into slippers and walked in. Only then did he see Lin Xian sitting on the sofa. He frowned. Zhang Tianyu was indeed handsome and talented. If he was in school, he would definitely be the school's most handsome guy. All right, Brother Tianyu, let me introduce you. This is Lin Xian. I told you before, he's my boyfriend. Lin Xian stood up and walked over. He reached out his hand and shook Zhang Tianyu's hand. Hello, I've heard about you from Ning Ning. Come, sit. Zhang Tianyu nodded slightly and then sat on the sofa to examine Lin Xian. This was Xiao Runing's boyfriend? He didn't believe it. From the beginning, he didn't believe that Xiao Runing had a boyfriend, because it was too sudden, and he knew Xiao Runing's taste. Who knew how many outstanding men had confessed to her, but she didn't even look at them. She only looked at Lin Xian. In terms of temperament and appearance, he couldn't compare to those men. How could Xiao Runing like him? Brother Tianyu, you and Lin Xian chat first. There's still a soup to be made. We can eat once it's done, Xiao Runing said, and then secretly gave Lin Xian a look before entering the kitchen. Zhang Tianyu then smiled at Lin Xian and said, I didn't think that Ning Ning would find a boyfriend after not seeing him for a while. I wonder where young Master Lin is working? Lin Xian smiled and looked at ease. Brother Tianyu, you don't need to be so polite. You're Ning Ning's cousin, so I naturally have to call you Big Brother. You can just call me Little Xian. And then Lin Xian said, as for working, I can't say that. In this era, strength is respected. That's just empty talk. Ha ha ha, you're right. Strength is respected. What realm are you at? Although Jiang Tianyu felt that the possibility of Lin Xian being Xiao Runing's boyfriend wasn't high, it was still possible. Therefore, he wanted to find out more about Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his spiritual eye to investigate. This Jiang Tianyu was indeed quite outstanding. He was actually at the arcane body third star realm. No wonder he dared to pursue Xiao Runing. He then said, my realm isn't high. I haven't reached the arcane body realm yet. I'm ashamed to say that I could have done so long ago, but I've been eating and playing with Ning Ning these past few days, so I didn't go to the beast domain. Since Lin Xian wanted to help Xiao Runing, then he couldn't make it too flashy. Otherwise, Lin Xian would kill this Jiang Tianyu. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Tianyu agreed. Then, Xiao Runing shouted, wash your hands. It's time to eat. Coming. Lin Xian then walked over. Wash your hands. Xiao Runing patted Lin Xian's shoulder and pouted. They really looked like a couple. Jiang Tianyu saw this scene and frowned. Wash your hands. After washing his hands, Jiang Tianyu walked over and sat on a chair. Why are there so many dishes? Just make 2 random dishes. Xiao Runing smiled. Brother Tianyu, it's not easy for you to come here. How can you just make some random dishes? These are all Lin Xian's favorite dishes. I think you'll like them too. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. Brother Tianyu, do you want some wine? Lin Xian brought a bottle of beer. Xiao Runing bought it especially for Lin Xian. She didn't drink, but she gave it to Lin Xian. Her goal was to make Jiang Tianyu think that she pampered Lin Xian and loved him. Drink some. Then, Lin Xian poured a glass for Jiang Tianyu. Ning Ning, what about you? Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, Xiao Runing knew that something bad was going to happen. Jiang Tianyu, on the other hand, smirked. Chapter 48. Xiao Runing didn't feel good because she didn't drink beer and only drank red wine. Jiang Tianyu knew this, but Lin Xian asked her if she wanted to drink, which meant that he didn't know Xiao Runing. Lin Xian didn't even know if Lin Xian drank beer or not, so how could they be a couple? Impossible. So Jiang Tianyu thought they were faking it. How many times do I have to tell you that I don't drink beer, but you still don't remember? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, trying to smooth things over. Lin Xian looked very calm and said, isn't it because Brother Tianyu is here? It's a special situation. How can we drink beer and you drink red wine, right? It had to be said that Lin Xian was quite good at smoothing things over. Jiang Tianyu said, it's not a big deal. We don't need to be so formal in our own house. Lin Xian smiled. Brother Tianyu is right. Come, let me toast you. After finishing a glass of wine and some food, Jiang Tianyu asked Lin Xian, Little Xian, how did you meet Ning Ning? From what I remember, Ning Ning rarely comes into contact with boys. Lin Xian had already made up this part. He then picked up a mouthful of food and said, then it must be fate. A while ago, Ning Ning was surrounded by a few strong beasts. I happened to pass by and helped her kill those beasts. That's how we got to know each other. Speaking of which, it's quite interesting. The first time I saw Ning Ning, I was stunned. After getting her phone number, I asked her out a few times, but she just wouldn't come out. In the end, I had to wait at the entrance of her school to eat with her for the first time. Xiao Runing smiled and said, then he shamelessly chased me. I thought, I'm not young anymore and it's time for me to find a partner. Although his realm isn't as high as mine, he has a good character and is ambitious. So I agreed. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, I still don't know what you like about me. Is it that I'm ambitious and have a good character? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No, you always make me laugh. That's the key. I like that feeling. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Jiang Tianyu. Brother Tianyu. That's why girls like guys who are humorous. That's true. Jiang Tianyu nodded. He had always been suspicious of their words, and his suspicions were getting stronger and stronger. The meal was over quickly. Xiao Runing cleaned up and the three sat on the sofa and chatted. I'm going to the washroom. Jiang Tianyu walked into the washroom. You idiot. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't happy. Damn, I didn't even rehearse with you. It's already pretty good that I can improvise like this, okay? But he's suspicious. What do you think we should do? Originally, I wanted to pretend to be your boyfriend so that he wouldn't bother me anymore. But now that he's suspicious, I'm sure he'll still bother me in the future. Xiao Runing frowned and whispered. Lin Xian thought for a bit and said, I have an idea. Tell me. Give me a kiss. Xiao Runing, you actually want to take advantage of me. Give me a reason. Lin Xian said calmly, think about it. Why doesn't he believe you? Because you spilled the beans. Lin Xian shook his head. No. The key is that even though we're a couple in name, he doesn't see us as a couple. You told him that we've been living together, but have we done anything intimate since the beginning? We didn't even hold hands. Do you think that's normal? Xiao Runing heard Lin Xian's words and fell into deep thought. Then, she looked up at Lin Xian and asked, so you're saying, later, when he comes out of the bathroom, you can take the opportunity to kiss me. When he sees us, he'll think that we're making out while he's in the bathroom. That's something that only happens when you're in love. He'll definitely think that we're really a couple. Don't you think what I said makes sense? Lin Xian acted as if he knew everything. That won't do. Xiao Runing quickly shook her head. I'm not asking you to kiss my lips. Just kiss my cheek. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hurry up. Men go to the washroom very quickly. Xiao Runing gritted her teeth. Wasn't it just a kiss on the cheek? That was nothing. Okay, remember, you have to seize the opportunity. When the doorknob turns, kiss it. Lin Xian sat there, and Xiao Runing's heart was beating very fast. The door of the washroom was facing the sofa where they were sitting, so Jiang Tianyu would definitely see them as soon as he came out. Click. The doorknob turned. Logically speaking, Xiao Runing should be kissing Lin Xian's cheek now. However, she was still hesitating and struggling. When the door was half open, she made up her mind. Then, she suddenly closed her eyes and leaned toward Lin Xian's cheek. At the same time, Lin Xian turned toward Xiao Runing. Then their lips touched. Wait, was this the feeling of kissing the cheek? Xiao Runing was stunned for a moment. Then, she felt that something was wrong. However, her mind went blank. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to not let the cat out of the bag. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Therefore, she did not move at all. When Jiang Tianyu came out and saw the two of them, he was stunned. Ding. Successfully kissed little sister. Scumbag points plus 700,000. Mission completed. Reward has been issued. Just by kissing 700,000 scumbag points, the mission was completed. Cough cough. Lin Xian first coughed, and then his lips left Xiao Runing. At this moment, Xiao Runing's face turned red, and she quickly turned her face away. Bastard! Bastard! Xiao Runing had already cursed Lin Xian 100 times in her heart. This bastard said that he would kiss her cheek. Why did he suddenly turn around and kiss her lips? On purpose. Lin Xian must have done it on purpose. At this moment, the one who felt the most despair was Jiang Tianyu. They were not faking it. Fuck. At that moment, he even had the urge to kill Lin Xian. Cough cough. Well, it's getting late. You guys should rest early. I'll go back first. Jiang Tianyu coughed, and then walked to the door with a gloomy face. Brother Tianyu, take care. Xiao Runing tried her best to calm down. Okay. Jiang Tianyu nodded and left. Lin Xian. As soon as Jiang Tianyu left, Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian looked at her innocently. Bastard. That was my first kiss. Xiao Runing gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Damn. That was Xiao Runing's first kiss. But not sticking out her tongue didn't count, right? Lin Xian quickly said, Damn. Your first kiss? That was my first kiss. I haven't complained to you that you took away my first kiss. Chapter 49. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Runing froze on the spot. His first kiss? Fuck. Was a man's first kiss important? Was it more important than a girl's? Also, Lin Xian was so flirtatious. How could it be his first kiss? Speaking of which, it really was Lin Xian's first kiss in this body. How are you going to explain this? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian, how am I going to explain this? We agreed to kiss once the doorknob was turned, but you didn't kiss. I was curious. Were you going to kiss me or not? Then I turned around to see what was going on. Who knew that you would kiss me when I turned around? Tell me, is this my fault? Xiao Runing stared blankly for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, what Lin Xian said was not unreasonable. They had agreed to kiss when the doorknob was turned, but she hesitated. Lin Xian turning around to see what was going on was reasonable. He made it sound like Xiao Runing was at fault for kissing Lin Xian. Don't you think I'm right? What do we do now? You took my first kiss away from me. You have to pay for it. Lin Xian looked aggrieved. Xiao Runing really wanted to beat him up? Fuck. But why couldn't she find a reason to beat him up? She had lost her first kiss just like that. Sob, sob, sob. Lin Xian sniffled and said aggrievedly, Miss Xiao, why don't you take responsibility for me? I'll reluctantly agree. Xiao Runing took a deep breath and exhaled. She stared at Lin Xian and said, if a third person finds out about this, you'll die a horrible death. There's already a third person who knows. Huh. Zhang Tianyu. Then it's the fourth. Lin Xian shrugged. That's enough. Sigh. I've gone through so much trouble to help you, but I still lost my first kiss. Hurry up and give me the spiritual tool. I want to go home. Lin Xian stretched out his hand towards Xiao Runing. Fuck. Why did it feel like Lin Xian was being wronged to death? Xiao Runing roared in her heart. After that, Xiao Runing stood up angrily and walked into her room. She took out a sword and threw it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian caught it and swung it a few times. Needless to say, it was quite impressive. He then used his spiritual eye to investigate. Grade 8-star yellow rank. A dragon range sword made from yellow dragon iron. It is very light and can cut through iron like mud. It is a rare spiritual weapon. Attribute: Strength plus 40. Xiao Runing then said to Lin Xian, the yellow-ranked 8-star dragon range sword can increase your battle prowess by about 20%. Thanks. After that, Lin Xian's mind moved and the dragon range sword disappeared from Lin Xian's hand. It was absorbed into the spiritual tool space of the God's Child system. This was also a very convenient thing. If he wanted to use it, he just had to move his mind and the spiritual tool would appear in his hand. This was why the system was very powerful. Of course, the God's Child system could also do this. Then I'll go home. It's getting late. Ning ning. Sleep early. Lin Xian smiled sweetly at Xiao Runing. Wait. Although Xiao Runing was very angry and felt that she had suffered a huge loss tonight, she still thought about the important things and became more rational. Is there anything else? Xiao Runing hesitated for a moment and said to Lin Xian, can you stay at my house tonight? Lin Xian, hey. I only kissed you once. You don't have to give me your body in return, right? Lin Xian was shocked. What are you thinking? Xiao Runing's temperament returned to a cold and calm state at this moment. Lin Xian didn't know how she could have so many personalities. Then, Xiao Runing lowered her head and thought for a moment before saying, my cousin is very suspicious. Even if he saw what happened just now, he might still find someone to spy on you. If you go home now and he sees you, wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain? Damn, what kind of monster is this? How could it be like this? Xiao Runing nodded slightly. If Zhang Tianyu really did that, and he found out that Lin Xian went home in the middle of the night, then their acting would be in vain. Her first kiss would be gone for nothing. But Lin Xian hesitated. He really felt that Lin Yu would be worried. Then he said, if I don't go home tonight, my sister will be worried. Xiao Runing said, I'll call your sister and explain to her. What do you think? Okay then. Tell her that I'm tutoring at your house, and I'll be sleeping at your house tonight. Xiao Runing, he was tutoring at a beautiful teacher's house in the middle of the night, and he was even sleeping at her house. Anyone would think the wrong thing, okay? I know what I'm doing. Give me the phone. Lin Xian then passed the phone to Xiao Runing. Little fairy? Xiao Runing was stunned when she saw the name Lin Xian gave to Lin Ya. What? Can't my sister be a little fairy in my eyes? Lin Xian said proudly. Okay, put it on speaker. The phone rang for about 2 seconds before it was picked up. Little Xian. Lin Ya's gentle voice came from the other end. Her gentle voice was only for Lin Xian. She was cold to everyone else, but sometimes she was cold to Lin Xian as well. Is this big sister Lin Xian? Xiao Runing paused for a moment and said. Lin Ya was clearly stunned. After a second, she said, Yes, I am. May I know who you are? I'm Lin Xian's Miss Xiao from the Sky Martial Court. It's like this. He's going to conduct a full-set combat simulation at the Academy tonight. It's quite important, so he won't be going home tonight. He asked me to inform you, Xiao Runing said. Lin Ya paused for a moment before asking softly, Can I hear little Xian's voice? Lin Xian was touched when he heard Lin Ya's words. She was worried about him. Little fairy, I'm here, Lin Xian called out. Lin Ya was relieved when she heard Lin Xian's voice. She quickly said to Xiao Runing, I'll have to trouble Miss Xiao then. It's no trouble. Big sister Lin Xian, you should rest early too. Xiao Runing hung up and tossed the phone to Lin Xian. She loves you very much. Xiao Runing then spoke such a sentence. Nonsense. How can she not love such a handsome, elegant, considerate, gentle, and charming little brother? Xiao Runing sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Xian. She asked, Did you do something that scared her in the past? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. Xiao Runing was certain of something when she saw Lin Xian's expression. Don't think too much about it. I'm quite knowledgeable about psychology and language. You're lucky that she's worried about you. Lin Xian sat beside Xiao Runing and said with a smile, Do you want such a considerate big sister too? What do you mean? Be my girlfriend. Then my big sister will be your big sister. She'll share her love with you too. Xiao Runing. 2 seconds later, she looked at Lin Xian coldly and said, We'll talk about it after you win the Sky Martial tournament. However, I'd like to get to know your big sister if there's a chance. Chapter 50. A person's charm was so great that it was possible to make another person fall in love with her through her words alone. That was the most amazing thing, and Lin Ya had done it without a doubt. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, What? You know my sister so you can talk bad about me? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Xiao Runing seemed to have forgotten that she had just kissed Lin Xian. Her lips curled into a mischievous smile as she looked at Lin Xian and said, I'm very curious. Does your sister know that you are flirting with girls in Tianhua Academy? If I tell her that you are flirting with even a teacher, how will your sister look at you in the future? Lin Xian did not fall for it and laughed. Then your wishful thinking will be for naught. My sister keeps asking me to find a girlfriend and get married. This is already my 3rd blind date this year. If you tell her, she will be happy. Blind date? Pfft. Xiao Runing could not help but laugh. She was 25 years old and had yet to go on a blind date. How old was this Lin Xian? He was only 21 years old and had already gone on 3 blind dates this year. Xiao Runing had to admit that she admired Lin Xian's sister's way of thinking. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. So now you understand why I keep flirting with girls in Tianhua Academy? I want to find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Then have you found one? Xiao Runing asked with a smile. I found one. Oh? Yi? No? Or is it Lu Yufan? Xiao Runing raised an eyebrow. Isn't she the one sitting beside me? She even asked me to stay the night at her house. Sigh, things are progressing a little fast. I can't help it. She is too handsome. Xiao Runing, ding, successfully teased Xiao Runing. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Xiao Runing secretly gritted her teeth. She clearly didn't mean it that way, but Lin Xian's words made her feel that something was wrong. Xiao Runing then pointed to the side and said, This is your room tonight. Rest early. Ning Ning, tonight, can I sleep with you? I'm scared of sleeping alone. Lin Xian looked aggrieved. Scram. No. Xiao Runing stood up, then glanced at Lin Xian and asked, Are you afraid? How do you sleep at home? My sister hugs me to sleep at home. Xiao Runing, are you serious? What the hell? You still don't believe me? What do you think we should do then? You tricked me into coming here and even let me stay here, but you have to let me sleep, right? I don't care. I can't sleep without someone hugging me. Xiao Runing, Lin Xian, you? Xiao Runing pointed at Lin Xian, but couldn't say anything. This person was too infuriating. Lin Xian then said, then forget it. I'll just go home. At home, my sister will hug me to sleep. I can't sleep at your place. I won't have any energy tomorrow. No, you can't leave. If Lin Xian left, what if Jiang Tianyu was really down there? Wouldn't they be exposed? But I want to sleep. Will you hug me? Xiao Runing took a deep breath and tried to control her impulse to kick him in the face. Then what do you want? Xiao Runing asked. Hug me to sleep. In your dreams. Letting a virgin like her sleep in the same bed as a man? Impossible. All right, then I won't force you. Lin Xian then looked at the room and asked, Has anyone stayed here before? This room. Xiao Runing nodded. Yes, a girl came to stay here for a day. But it's been a month. Doesn't that mean I've slept in the same bed as a girl? TSK, TSK, TSK. Then I'll sleep. Xiao Runing, dream on. The bed sheets and blankets are all new. Lin Xian laughed. That's fine. I can tell others that I've slept in the same bed as a girl. I'm not lying, right? Up to you. But if Xiao Chushue finds out, you'll be dead. Fuck. Xiao Chushue slept in this bed? Lin Xian's face was full of shock. This name was quite familiar. After all, she was the #1 beauty in Tianhua Academy. Although he hadn't seen her before, he was still looking forward to it. Xiao Runing nodded. Yes, so you'd better not tell others. If things go wrong, with the Xiao family's ability, it's too easy to kill you. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This is still an era where family background matters. Xiao Runing didn't continue on this topic and said, Rest early. I'll make breakfast for you tomorrow as a little compensation. After saying that, Xiao Runing walked into her room and closed the door with a pada. She didn't even give Lin Xian a chance to look inside. This house was pretty good. There was a bathroom in each room. Lin Xian's room even had new toiletries prepared for him. After washing up, Lin Xian closed the door, took off his clothes, and jumped onto the bed. He then looked at the reward for completing Xiao Runing's mission, which was the 5 element arts. Grade: Earth rank 5 stars. A martial arts technique that can increase the strength of 5 stars. Every time it is used, spiritual energy consumption. 100. Effect: metal, wood, water, fire, earth attributes. Effect is doubled. It was a very simple effect, which was to double the effect of the 5 stars. But seeing the grade of the Earth rank 5 stars, Lin Xian knew that it wasn't ordinary. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed extraordinary. For example, if Lin Xian released a fire attribute martial arts technique and used the 5 element arts at the same time, the power of the fire attribute martial arts technique would be doubled. If the fire attribute martial arts technique was already an Earth rank martial arts technique, what would be the extent of its power being doubled under the 5 element arts? It was unimaginable. For example, the Earth attribute martial arts technique Earth Flow Wall could normally block the power of 1 star of the Spirit Condensation Realm, but using the 5 element arts to double the power meant that the defensive power would be doubled. That way, it could not only block the power of 1 star of the Spirit Condensation Realm. Overall, the 5 element arts was very exaggerated. It could even have an unimaginable effect in the future, but right now, it was somewhat useless because Lin Xian didn't have any of the 5 element arts. Up until now, he only had the lightning attribute. Lin Xian rested his head on his pillow and stared at the ceiling in a daze. So, right now, my main task is to not only raise my cultivation level, but also to find all kinds of powerful heaven and earth spirit objects with strong attributes. Absorbing them can permanently activate my own attributes, and my battle power will also increase exponentially. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took out his phone. After about 10 seconds, the other side picked up. What? Xiao Runing's somewhat helpless voice came from the other side. I miss you, Ning Ning, Lin Xian said sweetly. Xiao Runing, I'll say it again. Don't call me Ning Ning. I was just acting before. Okay, Ning Ning. Xiao Runing, what's the matter? If not, I'm going to sleep. Yes, I want to ask if you know of any heaven and earth spirit objects with attributes that can be absorbed or refined. Chapter 51. Xiao Runing froze for a moment. Why did Lin Xian ask this? After a while, she said, spiritual objects of heaven and earth that can be absorbed and refined into one's own use are extremely rare. Those that have been discovered have long been obtained by others. This kind of thing can only be encountered by chance and not sought. You'd better wash up and sleep. As expected. Then, my dear Ning Ning, good night. Ding. Successfully ridiculed Xiao Runing. Scumman points plus 10,000. After hanging up, Lin Xian went asleep. He couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. That's right. There was nothing he could do if he relied on fate. The next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the smell of incense. There was a small gap under the door, and the smell came from it. Lin Xian opened his eyes and walked out of the room. Xiao Runing had already prepared breakfast. Wash up and eat after waking up. Then go to school. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian was too lazy to wash up. He sat down and ate a poached egg. Ning Ning, how about I stay here with you from now on? Let's live together. Can you clean up and pass away immediately? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. I think I like this kind of life. Anyway, you'll be my girlfriend when the time comes. It's just a matter of time. Are you so sure that you can get first place in the Tianwu tournament? Xiao Runing took a sip of porridge and looked at Lin Xian. Not for anything else, but for you as my girlfriend, I have to get first place. Xiao Runing shook her head. You still don't know the difference between you and those people. Let's talk about this after you reach the arcane body realm. Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, Lin Xian sat in Xiao Runing's car and went to school. Many students saw him get off Xiao Runing's car, and they were all dumbfounded. Fuck. Why did Lin Xian get off Miss Xiao's car? Wait a minute. Yesterday, Miss Xiao seemed to have left with Lin Xian after school, and now they were going to school together. Could it be that the two of them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A few hours later, this topic was actually fermented. It was pushed to the top of the Tianhua Academy's forum. Everyone was guessing what had happened during this period of time. No matter how they thought about it, it did not seem right. Older brother Xian, where are you going? After the virtual combat ended, Lin Xian walked out and happened to bump into Wang Fuguwei. Let's eat. Why don't we have lunch? Lin Xian asked. Didn't Miss Xiao say it before? We can't eat or go to the toilet for 7 days, and you still want to eat? If she finds out, she'll kill you. Or, is there really something going on between the two of you? Wang Fuguwei looked at Lin Xian with an ambiguous expression. What do you mean? Fuck. Yesterday, you took Miss Xiao's car home, and this morning, you took her car to go to school. This matter has gone viral on the internet. You don't know? Lin Xian. All right, since you guys know, I won't hide it anymore. That's right. We're living together. After speaking, Lin Xian swaggered off, leaving Wang Fuguwei standing there with a confused expression. Wait for my older brother Xian. Wang Fuguwei quickly chased after him and went to the cafeteria. He treated Lin Xian to a lot of good food. So attentive today? Lin Xian laughed as he ate a drumstick. Hee hee, as your younger brother, this is what I should do. That, older brother Xian. Can you teach your younger brother how to pick up girls? Wang Fuguwei scratched his head and said embarrassedly, why did you suddenly think of this? Lin Xian looked at Wang Fuguwei with a face of surprise. Wang Fuguwei said shyly, I've taken a fancy to a girl in my class, As he spoke, he laughed embarrassedly. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This Wang Fuguwei's family is rich, but his personality is weak. He only knows how to flirt with him, but he's the kind of person that a normal person can bully. He doesn't dare to talk back to others. This is the first time Lin Xian has heard him muster up the courage to say that he likes a girl. It must be true. To be honest, Lin Xian is quite happy for him. Older brother Xian, you have so many beautiful girls by your side. Yi Yi, Lu Yufan, and Wang Xintong. You even have a good relationship with Miss Xiao. I want to know how you did it. What's that girl's name? Lu Junjun. She's also at the Qi Building 5 stars. Lin Xian's heart was actually very flustered. Okay, he knows how to chase girls. Chase my ass. But he knows a little. First of all, you have to be as handsome as me. Wang Fuguwei, As he spoke, Wang Fuguwei weighed the fat on his stomach with an aggrieved expression. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. All right, or you have to be very strong for her to worship you. Wang Fuguwei, Lin Xian looked at Wang Fuguwei. It seems that he doesn't have either of those. Can I have money? Wang Fugue asked. This seems to be fine. The main thing is to see what kind of girl she is. Let's eat first. When I'm free, I'll take a look for you. Then I'll have to trouble you, older brother Xian. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Wang Fugue pushed a card to Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian quietly took it away. After eating, the two chatted as they walked towards the Sky Marshal Court. However, Lin Xian saw an acquaintance. Lin Xian. Zhao Mengyue immediately gritted her teeth when she saw Lin Xian. It was as though she had seen an irreconcilable enemy. Lin Xian was now considered a celebrity in Tianhua Academy. His appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. Zhao Mengyue was currently holding onto another man's arm. Lin Xian had never seen this man before. Oh, you've changed boyfriends again? Wasn't it someone from the advanced class yesterday? Changing boyfriends every day. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Xian admired Zhao Mengyue in his heart. She was too awesome. Zhao Mengyue's new boyfriend was not strong. It seemed like he was just a rich second generation. Lin Xian said something, yet he did not dare to refute. He probably knew about Lin Xian's recent reputation in the Sky Marshal Court. Lin Xian, don't be so arrogant. Don't think that I can't teach you a lesson. Zhao Mengyue pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily, I'm arrogant? May I ask who was the one who hired someone to beat me up? Lin Xian sneered as he walked over. Zhao Mengyue smiled disdainfully and pointed at Lin Xian. Beating you up is already an honor. Who do you think you are? Don't point your finger at me. Disgusting. What did you say? Zhao Mengyue gritted her teeth. Lin Xian sneered. This woman was really disgusting. Get lost. Lin Xian could not be bothered with her. He turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Xian, you're a piece of trash. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated a few people in the Sky Marshal Court. I really don't know how you had the face to confess to ye. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and a murderous intent was released. He did not want to bother with her, but this woman really disgusted him. Chapter 52. Seeing Lin Xian walk towards her, Zhao Mengyue didn't panic. What? You want to hit me because of what I said? You dare to hit a woman? Zhao Mengyue sneered at Lin Xian. A man hitting a woman has always been ridiculed. Lin Xian laughed. No, I'm a good citizen. I never hit a woman. With that, Lin Xian gave her a backhand slap. Pa. Ding. Successfully slapped a big sister. This is the behavior of a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 500,000. The crisp sound of the slap stunned everyone. Zhao Mengyue was slapped to the ground by Lin Xian. She covered her face and lay there in disbelief. But that was before. Lin Xian swaggered off after saying this. Everyone was flabbergasted. Fuck. This Lin Xian is amazing. He really hit a woman. But why did it feel so good? Lin Xian, I want you to die a horrible death. Zhao Mengyue clenched her teeth and her eyes shot out, killing intent and resentment. Fuck. Big brother Xian. You're awesome. Hitting a woman. You're fucking invincible. Wang Fugue followed behind Lin Xian and wanted to worship him. Woman? Lin Xian sneered. Don't disgust me. That person is simply an insult to the word woman. That's true. She changes boyfriends every day. Even the bus isn't this busy. I really don't understand how she can stand it down there. Lin Xian, okay, you go back to class first. When I have time, I'll help you find that Lu Junjun. Then I'll have to trouble big brother Xian. Then Wang Fugue happily ran away. He felt that with Lin Xian, he would definitely be able to help him deal with Lu Junjun. At that time, he, Wang Fugue, would no longer be a single dog. Wahahaha. Lin Xian then entered the virtual combat room. Out of the several hundred students in the beginner class, half of them were currently in the virtual combat room. Because there were only a few days left before the real battle with the demonic beasts, Lin Xian went out after a little more than an hour. Because he had gone to look for Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong wasn't done yet. She was at 70%, and there was still 30% left. Wang Xintong's reward was a spiritual equipment called Thousand Evils. Lin Xian did not know what Wanxie was. Was it a weapon? Defensive equipment? He wasn't sure, but from the name, it seemed very powerful. Moreover, Lin Xian only had one spiritual equipment on him, and it was the Dragon Rain Sword that Xiao Runing gave him. It was an 8-star yellow rank spiritual equipment. For now, he had a weapon, and its grade was passable. However, Lin Xian also wanted a defensive spiritual equipment. It was something that he could wear on his body. A powerful defensive spiritual equipment could even offset a lot of force damage until the spiritual equipment was damaged. For example, Lin Xian was currently at the 9-star spirit condensation realm. If he met a demonic beast of the same realm and the demonic beast clawed at Lin Xian's chest, it could injure him, or even seriously injure him. However, if he had a decent spiritual equipment on his body, it could reduce the damage by 10% or 20%. The most powerful defensive spirit tools were not armors or the like, but ordinary clothes, skirts, and so on. They looked no different from clothes, but they were high-grade spirit tools. This kind of thing was too rare, and only some very powerful martial artists could have them. Anyway, Lin Xian had never seen it before. Is that woman from before dead or not? Lin Xian walked on the road and recalled the netherworld flame lion he met in the demonic beast domain. There was a seriously injured woman whose face was covered in blood. At that time, a mission was triggered, and the mission reward was a sword move, which was a martial skill that Lin Xian released with his sword. It was even more powerful. He didn't know if she was dead or not. Even if she wasn't dead, Lin Xian didn't know who she was. Even if he wanted to find her, he couldn't. Fortunately, this mission didn't have any punishment, otherwise, Lin Xian would be embarrassed. Thinking about it, Lin Xian arrived at the intermediate class area. Now, Lin Xian was very famous in the intermediate class. He beat up a group of experts in the intermediate class. Although they didn't like Lin Xian, no one dared to make a move. This Lin Xian was too strong. Probably only the advanced class could deal with him. But the advanced class. They also received the news that Lin Xian beat up a 1-star spirit condensation expert in the advanced class. This was too exaggerated. Hello, Arabaldi. Good afternoon, everyone. Lin Xian waved his hand at the intermediate class people who were training. Lin Xian, what are you doing here? Someone asked in a bad mood. Don't worry, I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for my girlfriend, Xintong. You guys continue to train. After saying that, Lin Xian entered the first class. Some of the students in the first class were studying and learning some knowledge. When they looked up and saw Lin Xian standing at the door, they were stunned. Lin Xian. Chun Jie glared at Lin Xian. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything. This bastard is too fierce. What are you doing here again? Chun Jie frowned. I'm looking for my girlfriend. What does it have to do with you? Go to your class. After saying that, Lin Xian walked towards Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong was sitting next to a chubby girl, and Lin Xian was standing next to her. Pretty big sister, I want to sit with my girlfriend. So, can you move aside? That big sister was stunned for a moment, and then walked away with her book. Ding. Feeling dissatisfaction from big sister, scumbag value plus 10,000. Wow. That big sister was dissatisfied, but she didn't dare to say anything. She knew how fierce Lin Xian was, so she didn't dare to say anything. What are you doing here? Wang Xintong frowned and looked at Lin Xian. When Lin Xian pinched her butt, Wang Xintong was furious. I missed you and wanted to see you. Lin Xian smiled sweetly. Boring. Wang Xintong didn't buy Lin Xian's nonsense. She turned her head and ignored Lin Xian and continued reading her book. What are you reading? Lin Xian leaned over and smelled the faint fragrance on Wang Xintong's body. Wang Xintong ignored Lin Xian. Are you angry? Lin Xian asked. Wang Xintong, are you angry at me for pinching your butt that day? Ding. Feeling shyness from big sister, scumbag value plus 10,000. Mission progress, 80%. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. As expected, she cared a lot about this matter and became shy when it was brought up. Don't say it. Wang Xintong gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian. Okay, I won't say it. Then Lin Xian casually took a book in front of Wang Xintong and started reading. After reading for about 30 seconds, Lin Xian suddenly said, Actually, I could have pinched your butt at that time. Ding. Feeling shyness from big sister, scumbag value plus 10,000. Mission progress, 90%. You're still talking. I'm angry. Wang Xintong did look a little angry. Some girls can be flirted with, but some have to pay attention to their limits. Lin Xian quickly said, I didn't mean to tease you. I just wanted to explain it to you. Wang Xintong then looked at Lin Xian seriously and said, Okay, then explain. I'll listen to your explanation. Chapter 53. Lin Xian then met her gaze. Wang Xintong looked at him for a second, then turned her face to the side. She had never really looked into a man's eyes before. It was said that experts had conducted an experiment. If a man and a woman looked at each other for more than 17 seconds, they would easily develop feelings for each other. Lin Xian didn't know if it was true or not, but he knew that it was almost impossible. Usually, it was impossible for a man and a woman to look at each other for so long. If they could look at each other for so long, there must be a reason. Perhaps they liked each other. So Lin Xian felt that it was all nonsense. Then Lin Xian said, Actually, the reason why I pinched you that day was because it was an accident at the beginning. Accident? Wang Xintong sneered in her heart. Accidentally touching could be an accident, but pinching could be an accident? Impossible. It must have been intentional. Yeah, weren't we fighting at that time? I just happened to rush past you because you're also my opponent. My attack frequency was too fast. At that moment, I actually wanted to attack you because I didn't notice it was you. That's right. Wang Xintong frowned slightly. Lin Xian then continued to talk nonsense. You should remember my attack method at that time, right? Wang Xintong didn't say anything. At that time, I either punched my opponent down or kicked him off the stage. At that time, I just happened to rush behind you and subconsciously wanted to attack you, but I suddenly realized it was you. How could I attack you? But I had already thrown a punch. At the last 0.01 seconds, I reacted to my limit and pulled back, but my hand had already reached out. It was already too late, and that punch was going to hit you. I was worried that it would hurt if my fist hit you, so I quickly opened my fist and turned it into a palm. In the end, it was my palm that touched you. Otherwise, it would have been a punch. Then why did you pinch it? Lin Xian shrugged and said, Actually, it's not a pinch. Think about it. At that time, I had spiritual energy and was quite strong. I've already restrained a lot of it, but I'm still a bit strong. That's why it felt like I was pinching you with my strength. Actually, that's not the case. It's just because I'm strong. Really? Wang Xintong was skeptical. Actually, what Lin Xian said made some sense. During the battle, Lin Xian had punched her. At the last minute, he had changed the direction of his fist to his palm. This way, the damage would be much smaller. His palm had coincidentally touched her perky buttocks. Because the attack had been very forceful, even if he had held back, it was still too late. Therefore, there would still be some force. The force acting on her perky buttocks felt like a pinch, but it could also be real. No. Suddenly, Wang Xintong reacted. Then, she stared at Lin Xian and asked, Even if you wanted to attack, you would normally attack the back. But what you touched was my. You're still acting like a hooligan. Oh. Lin Xian didn't expect this girl to be so smart. AI, it's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, that's what I said. It's up to you to believe it or not. But right now, I still insist on my point. I want you to be my girlfriend. Lin Xian said with a serious face. Of course, Wang Xintong didn't believe him. Weren't you chasing after Yi? Wang Xintong said. Yeah, I didn't manage to catch up to her. So I spread the net wide. I can't just hang on one tree. I have to try a few more. Scumbag, Wang Xintong muttered. Then, she decisively ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. The last 10% was so difficult. There was only 10% left. Lin Xian didn't care what these girls thought of him. He met them and got to know them because of the scumbag system's mission. To put it bluntly, Lin Xian did use them. Calling him a scumbag seemed reasonable, but there was nothing wrong with it. This system was a scumbag system to begin with. To think that a good student like him would one day become a scumbag, it really didn't feel good. At this moment, a teacher walked in and said to everyone, We'll start class now. Today, we'll be teaching theory. At this moment, Chun Jie stood up and said, Teacher Chung, there's someone from the beginner class in our class. We should chase him out first. And? Cheng Cheng looked at Chen Jie and asked, Who? Chen Jie pointed at Lin Xian and said, It's him. Cheng Cheng looked at Lin Xian and recognized him. Lin Xian? Lin Xian was speechless. Was he so popular that all the teachers recognized him? Then, Lin Xian stood up and said, Teacher Cheng, students are supposed to study. I think it shouldn't be a problem for me to study in the intermediate class, right? Cheng Cheng adjusted his glasses and nodded. Of course it shouldn't be a problem. Although you're a beginner class student, your strength has reached the intermediate class standard. You should be able to study here. But have you reported to Miss Xiao? Lin Xian shook his head, Not yet. Then, Cheng Cheng nodded, Then you take a seat first. I'll talk to Miss Xiao about you. Everyone study by yourselves first. Then, Cheng Cheng walked out. Strange. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and sat down. This Cheng Cheng gave Lin Xian a feeling that he had an ulterior motive. At this moment, Cheng Cheng walked out, his heart filled with joy. Lin Xian, not bad. You've given me a topic to chat with Miss Xiao. That's right. Cheng Cheng was a teacher, but at the same time, he admired Xiao Runing. He was worried that he wouldn't have a reasonable reason to get close to Xiao Runing and chat with her. Now that Lin Xian had given him this opportunity, of course he had to seize it. This teacher Cheng is one of Miss Xiao's admirers. You've given him a topic to chat with Miss Xiao, Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. I knew it. A damn teacher actually abandoned a bunch of students to talk to Miss Xiao about me during his lesson. No matter how I think about it, I don't think I have that much face. So he's trying to get close to Miss Xiao. Wang Xintong said, That's why Miss Xiao hates you to death. In school, she doesn't dare to say that the students like her, but the teachers can. This teacher Cheng used to annoy Miss Xiao a lot. How do you know so much? Lin Xian looked at Wang Xintong in surprise. Wang Xintong said, Because I was Miss Xiao's student when I was in the beginner class. Of course I know a lot. You should think about how to explain it to Miss Xiao. Lin Xian shrugged. What's there to explain? Even if she knows that I did it, would she publicly mess with me? Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian and said, Miss Xiao really dares to publicly make things difficult for you. Lin Xian thought about it. Fuck, that's true. This Xiao Runing could not be looked at with the common sense of a teacher. However, he had something on Xiao Runing. He had kissed her before. He didn't believe that Xiao Runing would dare to do anything. Chapter 54. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly stood up. Xintong, I'll leave first. I'll find you tomorrow. With that, Lin Xian rushed out of the intermediate class. Bastard! Wang Xintong clenched her teeth. This Lin Xian was simply infuriating. At this moment, Lin Xian was rushing towards Xiao Runing's office. Damn, he had to settle this matter before that Cheng Cheng really harassed Xiao Runing. Otherwise, Xiao Runing would bear a grudge against him. Bang! Lin Xian pushed open the door to Xiao Runing's office. Sure enough, Cheng Cheng and Xiao Runing were sitting in front of each other, chatting about something. Xiao Runing definitely didn't want to chat with him, but out of politeness, he didn't want to chase her away. Lin Xian, why are you here? Cheng Cheng pushed up his glasses and looked at Lin Xian, cursing in his heart. Why is he here? Isn't he in class? Lin Xian coughed dryly, then said, Oh, I suddenly remembered that I had something to discuss with Miss Xiao, so I came. I didn't think that Teacher Cheng would be here too. Xiao Runing seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. She looked at Lin Xian and said seriously, Teacher Cheng and I were just talking about you. Since you have something to do, you should stay. Teacher Cheng, regarding this matter, I'll discuss it with Lin Xian in detail. Since Xiao Runing had already said this, Cheng Cheng naturally knew that he should leave. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay here. Then, he stood up and patted Lin Xian's shoulder, then said to Xiao Runing, Lin Xian's talent isn't bad. I also have high hopes for him. You guys chat. I'll leave first. Take care, Teacher Cheng. After Cheng Cheng left, Xiao Runing stared at Lin Xian. Tell me, what trouble have you caused me this time? Lin Xian said with an aggrieved face. How would I know that Teacher Cheng is also one of your admirers? I just got the news and rushed over to help you out. Xiao Runing helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, This Cheng Cheng has always been bothering me since I was in the beginner class. Later, He was assigned to the intermediate class by the academy. It wasn't easy for him to come over and strike up a conversation with me when there wasn't anything to talk about. You're good, sending the topic to his mouth. Lin Xian shrugged and said helplessly, I didn't do it on purpose, but there is a way for you to avoid being harassed by him, and even avoid being harassed by all of your pursuers. Oh? What? Xiao Runing was very curious. Being too beautiful was also a troublesome thing. Lin Xian chuckled and said, It's simple. Just announce to the public that you have a boyfriend, and your boyfriend is me. As for the rest of the suitors, I'll help you block them. Go to hell. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. What would happen if she announced to the public? A teacher-student relationship? He would be scolded to death by the people outside. Up to you. I'm going back. Wait a minute. Xiao Runing called out to Lin Xian, then said, There are 3 more days before we go out for training. You said you went to the beast territory alone, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, but it wasn't too far. Why? Xiao Runing said, Then you can do me a favor. I don't have much time in the academy these few days. Xiao Runing then took a letter from the table and threw it to Lin Xian, saying, Take this letter to the Bounty Hunter Guild's Li Tianshou. They will send a strong team to Deep Freeze Valley tonight. What you need to do is follow them. When you reach Deep Freeze Valley, help me keep an eye out for Deep Freeze Spirit Crystals. If you can find them, help me get a few pieces back. Lin Xian was stunned, then said, Since you know that they're going, and you know the members of that team, you can just ask them to help you. Why do you need me to go? Lin Xian said helplessly. Xiao Runing said, You don't understand. Asking them to help me means that I owe them a favor. They're the ones helping me. If you go, they'll just be taking care of you. I'll just treat them to a meal when the time comes. Oh, another one of your pursuers? Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Xiao Runing said, There's nothing I can do about it. This time, a high-grade demonic beast like the Nether Flame Lion Beast appeared outside Tianhua City. I'm even worried about some things. I can ask someone to rush out some active offensive spirit weapons for you, guys to equip in the next 2 days. It's safer. I don't want anything to happen to you. So it's for us. Lin Xian came to a realization, then nodded. Sure, but what's the benefit? Xiao Runing knew that Lin Xian would say this. She laughed and said, Benefits, if you do it well, I'll give you a profound rank sword skill. How about it? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Fuck. Profound rank sword skills should be sold for at least 10 million, right? This Xiao Runing was not simple. Lin Xian had long known that she was not simple. Ning Ning, so you're Miss Perfect. Lin Xian chuckled. Xiao Runing suddenly released a cold aura. Don't call me Ning Ning. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and pretended not to hear it. All right, but can I know who you are? An ordinary instructor can't casually take out these things. 8-star yellow rank spirit weapon, profound rank sword skill, TSK TSK TSK. Xiao Runing said, I've never said that I'm just an ordinary instructor. As for my identity, maybe you'll find out in the future. I won't tell you now. I'll give you a day off. You'd better help me settle this matter. No problem. However, I have read about the Deep Frost Spirit Crystal in books. Although it is not considered rare, the Deep Frost Valley is only 20 kilometers away from Tianhua City. It is not considered very far. I am afraid that even if there is a Deep Frost Spirit Crystal, it would have been taken away by someone else, let alone 10 pieces. Therefore, I can only try my luck. I know, but they want to go deep into Deep Freeze Valley. Keep an eye on them and don't force them. You have to be careful and obey their orders. Don't cause trouble for me, and don't go into the extreme cold. What Xiao Runing was most afraid of was Lin Xian causing all kinds of trouble. This guy was too good at causing trouble. I'll try my best. Xiao Runing, if you cause trouble for me, don't even think about getting the profound rank sword skill. Okay. I won't cause trouble. I won't cause trouble. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. For the sake of the profound rank sword skill, he couldn't cause trouble. For a profound rank sword skill, even a profound rank 1-star sword skill would definitely start at 10 million. Lin Xian was actually quite touched. Xiao Runing was really good to him. Most of the time, she wouldn't show it. Just like Linya, she was actually secretly concerned about him. They're leaving at 8 p.m. tonight. They're expected to arrive at 9 p.m. Go home and tell your sister. If not, I'll do it for you. There shouldn't be any danger. That team is quite strong. Furthermore, Deep Cold Valley isn't too dangerous for them. If there's an accident, what Xiao Runing feared the most was this kind of accident. This kind of thing was really hard to say. Chapter 55. Forget it. After thinking about it, Xiao Runing decided to give up. She then said to Lin Xian, "Don't go. I'm worried that something might happen. It's hard to say what happens in the beast domain." "Don't. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of?" "I'll go. Don't worry, it'll be fine." Xiao Runing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then remember, don't be separated from them no matter what. "I know. Can I go home now? I want to go home early." "All right, I'll give you a break." "My dear, bye-bye," Lin Xian said sweetly. Before Xiao Runing could go berserk, Lin Xian had already run out. Bastard! Xiao Runing was angry and amused at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xian was humming a song as he swaggered out of Tianhua Academy. He wanted to keep a low profile. Although he had a car at home, he did not drive to school. At this time, Xiao Runing was probably still in the office. Lin Xian wanted to give her a big surprise. On the way home, he bought a lot of ingredients. When he reached home, Lin Xian began to get busy. After 2.5 hours, he made a table full of delicious food. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was simply too sumptuous. The table's automatic heating function was turned on. The entire table was very hot, and the food would not turn cold. Looking at the time, there was still 1.5 hours before Lin Ye's usual time to go home. Lin Xian then put on his clothes and shoes and went to Lin Ye's office. Lin Ye's company wasn't considered big. Its main business was clothing. Of course, it wasn't ordinary clothing, but clothing that had some additional attributes. For example, clothes with fire attributes would make one feel especially warm in winter. It was common to see people wearing a t-shirt in the middle of winter, and that would be fire attributes. In summer, there were clothes with water attributes, and there were even clothes with wind attributes that could make one run a little faster. The effect wasn't too great, but it was a little. Of course, the price was also quite high. It was targeted at some of the wealthier groups. Of course, there were also ordinary clothes. The company's annual turnover wasn't too high. Linya had 60% of the shares, which meant that she had around 30 million yuan. Actually, it was already quite high. The company's annual net profit was close to 100 million yuan. This was also thanks to Lin Ye's hard work. During that period of time, Lin Xian often saw that she didn't sleep in the middle of the night. Sometimes, she didn't even go home in the middle of the night. The company had just started, and there was no money. She was practically supporting it alone. Thinking about that time, Lin Xian's heart ached. Why was he still degenerate at that time? How good would it be if he could share some of the burden with Lin Ye? Then, she wouldn't be so tired. Lin Ye's company had a dedicated building. This building had a total of 36 floors. From the first floor to the 12th floor, Lin Ye's company was occupied. The 24th floor was occupied by another company. Lin Xian hummed a little tune as he walked into the company. The receptionist immediately greeted him with a welcome. "Hi, Miss Hongye, you're so beautiful," Lin Xian said sweetly. "Oh, it's young Master Lin Xian." Lu Hongye smiled faintly as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had met Lu Hongye a few times before. He had a slight impression of her. She was quite pretty and young. She lived in a village in Tianhua City. However, a year ago, a demonic beast suddenly crossed the barrier and entered the city. Lu Hongye's village was massacred by the demonic beast. There weren't many survivors. Her family members also died there. She and her brother relied on each other for survival. The two siblings came to the city to find a job. Then, they came to Lin Ye's company. Lin Ye might seem cold on the surface, but she was very kind inside. She and Lin Xian had lived a hard life, so she specially gave Lu Hongye a high salary. Moreover, Lin Ye's company sold ordinary clothes below the market price. Otherwise, they would have earned more. "I'm here to look for my sister. Sister Yaya is in a meeting," Lu Hongye hurriedly said. "Okay, I'll go take a look." By Sister Hongye. After saying that, Lin Xian took the elevator to the 12th floor. That's strange. Young Master Lin is much more cheerful than before. Lu Hongye was slightly surprised. The 12th floor was a meeting building. At the same time, it was also a restaurant. This was one of the reasons why everyone liked to work here. Other office companies basically didn't provide meals. When it was time to eat, they either ordered takeout or went downstairs to eat. However, Linya specially set up a restaurant and hired a chef. In any case, she treated the employees very well. Lin Xian pushed open the door of the meeting room and walked in. Suddenly, more than 20 people's gazes fell on Lin Xian. At the front, Linya was talking to a large screen. When she saw Lin Xian, she was also surprised. Little Xian? I'm in a meeting. If there's anything, go outside and wait for me. Linya said to Lin Xian. Not many of these people had seen Lin Xian before. Only a few knew him. Most of them didn't know the relationship between Lin Xian and Linya. Lin Xian smiled. I'll sit at the back and listen. I'll learn. Linya nodded slightly and then nodded. Okay. After that, Lin Xian sat at the back and didn't say a word. He then watched Linya's speech. At this moment, Linya was cold and aloof. She revealed an aura that kept people away. Her face didn't have much expression. Those who didn't know her would think that she was an ice beauty who was difficult to get along with. Yes, Linya was indeed an ice beauty. However, those who knew her well knew that she wouldn't show her concern on her face. She would only show it through her actions. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at Linya, who was giving a speech in front of him. Linya was really beautiful at this moment. So, I want to know which factory produced the problematic clothes? Linya's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd. A man slowly raised his hand. It's the clothes from the factory in Tianhai County that I'm in charge of. Linya sat down as if in deep thought. After a while, she said, I'll give you 2 days to investigate this matter. Yes, Boss Lin. Okay, the meeting is over. After that, they all walked out. Linya organized the documents and then looked at Lin Xian and asked, Why are you here? I'm here to see my little fairy. Lin Xian smiled as he walked over. Then he said, Little fairy, you're really charming outside. Ding. Feeling the shyness from little sister, scum man value plus 20,000. Linya poured a cup of water for Lin Xian and placed it in front of him. How can you talk to your sister like that? School ended so early today? Lin Xian smiled. I didn't have anything to do so I came out early. After all, you know that I'm quite outstanding. I get along well with my classmates and teachers. Shameless. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Right, I heard you say that there's a problem with the clothes. What happened? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Linya had always focused on reputation. She wouldn't allow anyone to cut corners in order to make money. Even if she temporarily lost money, she would still do her best. She wouldn't let down her conscience and customers. Hearing Lin Xian's question, Linya sighed. Chapter 56. In the past few years, because of Lin Ya's sincerity, almost nothing happened to the company. Because she had never done anything evil, she wasn't afraid of any problems. If she didn't do anything wrong, she wouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. But she didn't expect that even so, there was still a problem. Linya took a sip of tea and said, There's a problem with the goods from a factory in Yunhai County. What problem? Lin Xian asked. He never paid attention to these things before, but now Lin Xian hoped that he had the ability to solve Lin Ya's problems because she was too tired these years. A batch of high-end clothes, but they don't have any attribute effects. The so-called high-end clothes Linya mentioned were clothes that could be worn to make one warmer or cooler in summer. Clothes with various attribute powers. The biggest highlight was this. However, these clothes didn't have the effect they should have and became ordinary clothes. The price was still so expensive, so naturally, people weren't happy. No effect? Didn't they put any attribute crystals? Linya said, They should have. It's impossible to make such a big mistake. There's probably a problem with that batch of crystals. Let them check it first. If it doesn't work, I'll go and take a look. In fact, if this kind of thing happened, Linya would definitely rush to Yunhai County and personally investigate it. The reason why she didn't go was because Lin Xian came to find her, so she chose Lin Xian between the two. It was enough to see what kind of position Lin Xian occupied in Lin Ya's heart. There shouldn't be too big of a problem. If it really doesn't work, I'll help you take a look. You. Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian smiled. What? I'm the person you love the most? Don't you believe me? Go, go, go. Lin Ya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Ding. Feeling the joy from the little sister's heart. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Poochie, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he heard the system notification. Then, he took out 3 experience fruits and handed them to Lin Ya, saying, Eat this. It can help you level up a little more. Lin Ya didn't know where Lin Xian got his hands on such a miraculous item, but since he didn't say anything, Lin Ya didn't continue to ask. Okay. She took it and gently nodded her little head. In the past few days, Lin Xian had obtained a lot of Scum Man points. He had more than 2 million Scum Man points. He had just exchanged all of them for experience fruits and gave 3 to Lin Ya. He could give more, but he wanted to give it to her slowly so that she could get used to it. The remaining Lin Xian had not eaten yet, but it was enough for him to advance to 10 stars of Spirit Condensation Realm. Lin Ya's aura dissipated slightly as she stared at Lin Xian and asked, What business do you have with me? Nothing, I just came to take you home. Lin Ya was slightly stunned, then slightly nodded. Okay, I'll pack up and go home. You can wait in my office first. After that, Lin Ya and Lin Xian walked away. Lin Ya packed her things in the office and took her bag with her. Lin Xian also stuffed all the experience fruits into his mouth. His mouth was wide open. Ding! Your level has increased to 10 stars of Spirit Condensation Realm. This was why Lin Xian was invincible. He didn't need to kill demon beasts to level up. Then, he looked at his status. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21 Realm, 10 stars of Spirit Condensation Realm level, 20 experience points, 1100411500 Scum Man points, 1800 Strength, 417 Vitality, 436 Agility, 395 Spirit, 395 Spiritual Energy, 1650 Talent, Imperial Medical Sacred Art Martial Skills, Spirit Eye, 5 Thunder Constellation, Star Fist, Chi Condensation Strike, Speed Shadow Spiritual Equipment, Dragon Rain Sword Attributes, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Thunder, Darkness, Light, Space, Time. His attributes had almost reached 400 points, which was already very exaggerated. But what was even more exaggerated was the experience points. More than 20,000 experience points, which meant that if he wanted to level up from 10 stars of Spirit Condensation Realm to Arcane Body Realm, he would need 40 experience fruits. 40 experience fruits would be 4 million. This, usually, when he flirted with girls, he would get 10 to 20,000 experience points. Only when he reached a higher level could he get a few 100,000 more experience points, such as pinching Wang Xintong's butt and kissing Xiao Runing. But those opportunities were too rare. This level was a huge leap, and it was the most difficult to cross a huge realm. Right now, it might take 41,500 experience points to advance to Shin Body Realm. However, after advancing to Shin Body Realm from 1-star to 2-star Shin Body Realm, it might only take 20 to 30,000 experience points. Because this was a huge leap, the amount of experience points required was exceptionally high. It was the same as the bottleneck in cultivation. Cultivating, a person might need 10 years to level up to a certain realm, but 5 of those years would be when they were stuck at a bottleneck. That was the most difficult time to break through. So this was the same logic. Okay. Lin Ya put on her bag and looked at Lin Xian. Okay, let's go. Then, Lin Xian and Lin Ya walked out one after another. What? Lin Ya, who had just walked out, saw Lin Xian stop and looked at him suspiciously. Lin Xian stretched out his arm towards Lin Ya and said, Hold my arm and walk. Lin Ya, no. Let's go home. No fun. Lin Xian shrugged. It wasn't only couples who would hold a guy's arm. There were plenty of siblings who would do this. On the day they went out to play, Lin Ya held Lin Xian's arm for the whole day, but she didn't hold his arm today. Lin Xian obviously knew the reason. It was because this was Lin Ya's company. She had a cold image in everyone's eyes, so Lin Ya wouldn't act like this in front of her colleagues. Of course, it wasn't an act. She just wasn't used to it. Lin Ya drove Lin Xian home quickly. It's so hot. Did you turn on the air conditioner? Linya was slightly stunned when she opened the door. But there was no need to turn on the air conditioner at this time. I turned on the thermostat on the table. Otherwise, the food would have turned cold. Lin Xian walked over from behind and said as he changed his shoes. At this time, Linya noticed that the table was filled with food. It looked very sumptuous and appetizing. You! Linya looked at Lin Xian. She opened her small mouth, but only one word came out. She didn't know what else to say. Hurry up and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and smiled. Lin Ya's small face blushed slightly. She hurriedly slapped Lin Xian's hand away and asked, You made this? Of course. I came back early today and bought some ingredients. Then I cooked this meal. Let me show you my cooking. When did you become so good at cooking? Linya looked at the food. Although she hadn't tasted it yet, the appearance was already perfect. Chapter 57. Lin Xian paused for a moment. In his memory, the owner of this body had never learned how to cook, and in the 3 years that he had been here, it was Linya who had served him. He had almost never cooked. Lin Xian's delicious noodles that morning had already shocked Linya. Now that there was a table full of delicious food, she was even more shocked. Then, Lin Xian started to bullshit. I've actually been learning for a long time, but you didn't know. Hurry up and try it, then evaluate it. Linya then washed her hands and sat at the dining table. She adjusted the temperature of the table, and the table cooled down in a minute. Then, Linya picked up a piece of food and put it into her mouth like a lady. How is it? Lin Xian looked at Linya expectantly. These were all dishes that he knew how to cook on Earth. He didn't know if they would suit Linya's taste. You really made this? Linya looked at Lin Xian in shock. Of course. Is it good? It's good. Linya nodded slightly. Lin Xian smiled. It's good that it's good. Eat more. Finish it all. I'm not a pig. How can I eat so much? Linya mumbled softly. Lin Xian smiled. Then I'll raise you until you're white and fat. I'll raise you into a pig. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Ding. Feeling the happiness from this big sister, scumbag man value plus 20,000. Lin Xian then said, in the future, if I come home a little earlier, I'll make the food. You just need to rest. Linya shook her head. No, I'll do it. You can do it occasionally. Actually, when Lin Xian said this, Linya felt very sweet. She was very touched, but she also felt a sense of loss. She felt that Lin Xian seemed to be getting more and more powerful, and it seemed like she was becoming more and more unable to help him. Lin Xian even knew how to cook. If she couldn't even cook for Lin Xian, then she really felt that she was useless. Ding. Feeling the disappointment from the little sister, scumbag man value plus 40,000. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard the system notification. Disappointed? Why would he be disappointed? Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something and said, I'm just teasing you. I'm so bored that I cook every day. Moreover, the food I cook isn't as good as the food you cook. I still like the food you cook, so you still have to cook for me. Let's see if the girlfriend you find in the future can stand you. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, but when she heard his words, she felt very happy. In fact, Lin Xian still needed her. When they were eating, Lin Xian said, I'm going out later. Going out again? Linya frowned as she looked at Lin Xian. It wasn't that she cared about Lin Xian, but that she was afraid that something would happen to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Where are you going this time? Is it still at that female teacher's house? Lin Xian, damn. What do you mean? Lin Xian was stunned. How did Linya know that he was at Xiao Runing's house? Didn't she say that she was at the school trial? Linya shook her phone and said softly, Did you forget that your phone is tied to mine? Lin Xian slapped his forehead. That night when he went to the beast territory, he made Linya worried. After that, their phones were tied to each other's location. Within a certain range, they could know each other's location. Fuck. How could he forget about this? So embarrassing. And Linya? After the call, she looked at the location. Where was the school? They were clearly in the same neighborhood. Moreover, they didn't change locations the entire night. That cough. Little fairy, I feel that I need to explain it to you. Lin Xian coughed awkwardly and continued, Actually, I was at her house that night, but it wasn't anything else. She just asked me for a favor and the reward was this spirit tool. I thought that since I was lacking a spirit tool, why not? I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so I made it up. As he spoke, the dragon rain sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Linya nodded slightly. Then what about this time? Lin Xian didn't know whether Linya believed him or not. In short, it was so fucking embarrassing. Linya obviously believed him, but not completely. He spent the night at a female teacher's house. Even if he wanted to help, what could he do? Warm the bed? But since Lin Xian said so, Linya chose to believe him. She was just slightly disappointed. If Lin Xian really found a girlfriend, how would she feel? Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, "This time, I have some matters to attend to in the demonic beast domain. But don't worry, I'm going with one of the stronger teams in the Bounty Hunter Guild, so there won't be any danger." "Won't you be going to a more dangerous place if you're going with a stronger team?" Linya looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Lin Xian said, "Deep Cold Valley isn't that dangerous. Don't worry, trust me." Linya nodded and asked, "When are you coming back?" Hearing Linya's words, Lin Xian thought for a moment. Deep Cold Valley was 20 kilometers away from here. A round trip would take 2 hours. Lin Xian didn't know what they were going to do, so he wasn't sure how long it would take. Maybe during the day. Linya thought for a moment and said, "But I heard that the beast territory outside Tianhua City isn't very peaceful recently." That was indeed the case. Recently, the number of powerful demonic beasts in the demonic beast domain outside Tianhua City had increased. Regarding this, the Divine Temple, the Magic Court, and even the Bounty Hunter Guild had sent out many experts to investigate. Something was not right, and they wanted to investigate it thoroughly. However, they had not found anything yet. Lin Xian nodded and said, "There is such a thing, but now that I have some strength, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Don't worry. Send me a message every hour." Linya said. Perhaps this was the only way she could feel more at ease. She couldn't stop Lin Xian from doing what he wanted to do. The only thing she could do was to hope that he would be safe. Okay. Lin Xian smiled. He was very touched. If you don't treat this kind of woman well, is there any justice in the world? After dinner, Lin Xian and Linya lay on the sofa and watched TV while chatting. Lin Xian was very comfortable lying on Lin Ya's long legs as a pillow. Looking at the time, it was already 7 o'clock. They left at 8 o'clock, so it was time for him to go. "I'll go first." Lin Xian stood up. Linya also stood up and helped him tidy his clothes. Finally, she said, "Be careful. Don't forget to send me a message every hour. Give me a kiss." Lin Xian then moved his lips closer. "Go." Linya rolled her eyes at him, but one could see the worry in her eyes. "Hee, I'm going." After that, Lin Xian left the house and directly took a taxi to Tianhua City's Bounty Hunter Guild. Chapter 58. Whether it was the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Holy Temple, or the Trial Union, they were the places that everyone paid attention to the most in every city. They might not know where the shopping malls and amusement parks were, but they definitely knew where the 3 organizations were located. The 3 organizations were located in the center of Tianhua City, and there were many counties around them. They were tens of kilometers apart, but they all had small branches. However, most people went to the Bounty Hunter Guild, and the other 2 organizations didn't have much interaction with each other. After taking a taxi, they arrived at the Bounty Hunter Guild in 10 minutes. How big was the Bounty Hunter Guild? It was a huge building with 23 floors, and it was all occupied by the Bounty Hunter Guild. But that wasn't all. There were many small branches in other counties, but this was the biggest organization in every city. Walking into the Bounty Hunter Guild, Lin Xian was shocked to see how many people there were. It could be regarded as a shopping mall with more than 20 floors. There were many rooms inside, and that was where every registered bounty hunter mercenary group was located. In other words, if you posted a mission here, they would be the first to accept the mission and complete it. However, the mission could only be posted through the Bounty Hunter Guild. Of course, you had to pay for it. Ning Ning said that Li Tianshou's guild is called the Wind Mercenary Group. Which floor is it on? Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at the time. There was only half an hour left. Then, he found a beautiful young lady in the Bounty Hunter Guild and asked sweetly, "Beautiful young lady, may I know which floor the Wind Mercenary Group is on?" Ding. Young lady has a favorable impression of you. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian was speechless. What? How could this create a favorable impression? According to research, there were many titles for girls, such as beauty, goddess, and so on. However, most of the beautiful young ladies liked boys to call them young ladies. Lin Xian didn't believe it before, but now he did. Wait a moment, let me check. Then, the young lady quickly typed on the computer, and after 10 seconds, she said, "It's on the 3rd floor." "Thank you, young lady." Lin Xian waved and ran to the 3rd floor. It was just the 3rd floor. It would be faster to run than to wait for the elevator. With so many people, who knew how long they would have to wait? Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, Lin Xian looked at the signboards of the various shops in search of the Gale Mercenary Group. These mercenary groups actually made a living in this line of work. They could spend money and qualify to register as a mercenary group in the Bounty Hunter Guild. Those with money would rent a shop as their base camp. Hence, these mercenary groups cared a lot about their reputation. If their reputation was good, there would definitely be people who would point out their names and ask them to complete this mission. Currently, they also needed to pay money at the Bounty Hunter Guild. At the same time, the mercenary group would be willing to accept this mission. However, there were also some capable mercenary groups that didn't care at all. They only needed to complete the missions on the public chat. Soon, Lin Xian found the Cyclone Mercenary Group. There was a brown signboard that gave off an antique vibe. Then, Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked in. After walking in, the whole place was decorated in an ancient style. It was quite beautiful, and there was a faint smell of coffee in the air. And this was a cafe. Of course, after work, they could open all kinds of small shops. Everyone would shop here to look for suitable mercenary groups. Occasionally, they would sit down and have a cup of coffee. There were only 3 people in the entire shop. One was an old man wearing glasses who was grinding coffee, one was a big-breasted girl in work clothes, and the other was a young girl sitting at a desk doing her homework. At that moment, Lin Xian had a feeling that he was too late, and that those people had already left. "Welcome to the Cyclone Mercenary Group." The big-breasted girl walked to Lin Xian with a sweet smile. Lin Xian glanced at her. She was considered pretty, but not at the level of Yi. However, she was still a beauty. Lin Xian then took out the envelope that Xiao Runing gave him and handed it over. "Hello. I'm here to go on a mission with the Cyclone Mercenary Group. I'm here to look for Li Tianxiu." He should have mentioned it before. The girl looked at the envelope and then handed it to the old man. The old man opened it and glanced at it before putting it aside. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. "You're the kid that Ning Ning was talking about. Have a seat. Qin Xian, pour him a cup of coffee." Okay. From what he said, Xiao Runing must have called him to tell him. Then, the old man looked at Lin Xian and said, "Tianxiu has something to do today, so he won't be going. However, the others are going. They should be gathering outside already." "Ah, then I'll go over now." Lin Xian quickly stood up. Then, the old man looked at the young girl doing her homework and said, "Xiao Miao, bring him along." The girl's back was facing Lin Xian. Lin Xian could only see her twin ponytails. She should be pretty. Then, Miao Xiao Miao stretched and stood up to look at Lin Xian. Only then did Lin Xian see her face clearly. She wasn't tall, probably less than 1.5 meters. However, she was very young, probably around 13 or 14 years old. However, she was very pretty. She had an oval face and her facial features were very delicate, like a little elf. The bangs in front of her forehead were very mischievous. Especially her eyes, they were very pretty and lively. However, there was a hint of maturity in her eyes. It felt like she shouldn't have the eyes of someone her age. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission penalty, -100 all attributes. Mission reward, Heaven Tier 10-star skill. Current favorability, -5. Mission duration, 1 month. Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's mind was filled with 10,000 alpacas. What's going on? Even a little lowly triggered a mission? Alright, if you triggered a mission, then so be it. If you triggered a mission to tease a young lady, then that would be enough. But this scumbag system triggered a mission to successfully confess to Meow Xiao Meow. What the hell? This was a 13 or 14-year-old little loli, asking him to confess to a little loli. Damn it. Moreover, this mission had a punishment, and the punishment was extremely severe. All attributes reduced by 100. Who could withstand that? Even Lin Xian didn't pay attention to what the reward was. Lin Xian felt the deep malice this scumbag system had towards him. You could have just gotten a 17 or 18-year-old lady to trigger this mission and have him confess to her, but you got a 13 or 14-year-old one. Who could withstand that? Moreover, Lin Xian looked at the first value that appeared. That was the girl's favorability towards him. Why? Why did this Meow Xiao Meow's favorability towards him turn into a negative number when he didn't do anything or say anything? Lin Xian roared in his heart. Chapter 59. He accepted his fate. Perhaps this was a scumbag, or perhaps this was the scumbag system. It was so scumbag that he had to chase after a 13 or 14-year-old loli. Lin Xian's mouth twitched as he looked at Meow Xiao Meow. Meow Xiao Meow also looked at Lin Xian. Then, she turned her head to the side and swung her twin ponytails. Then, she said in a sweet and childish voice with a tinge of arrogance and coldness, "No, let him go by himself." The old man smiled at Meow Xiao Meow and asked, "What's wrong? How did he offend you?" Lin Xian was also confused. That's right. How did he offend Meow Xiao Meow? From the moment they entered the room until now, they hadn't spoken a single word. They didn't even have any eye contact. So why was her favorable impression of him so inexplicably negative? Men are all bad. Lin Xian. If it wasn't for this mission, Lin Xian would have lifted her skirt and spanked her. Hey, little girl, you're hitting too many people. Lin Xian said helplessly. Who are you calling little girl? Meow Xiao Meow glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. If it wasn't for this mission, why would he be like this? The main point was that this mission wasn't to flirt with a little girl, but to confess successfully. Then he needed to increase her impression of him. Although it was a little scumbag for a 21-year-old to chase after a 13 or 14-year-old loli, Lin Xian was only doing this for the mission. That's right, only for the mission. But he couldn't spoil this little girl like this. Do you think I'll listen to you? Inexplicable. Isn't that right? Tell me, how are you old? Lin Xian looked at her and said, Meow Xiao Meow snorted and said, Don't think that no one saw you looking at Sister Qianqian's chest when you came in. Pervert. Lin Xian, damn. He finally understood why Meow Xiao Meow had a negative impression of him for no reason. So it was because of this. Wang Qianqian was stunned. She placed the coffee in front of Lin Xian without saying a word. Lin Xian hurriedly said, Hey, how did you know I was looking at her breasts? At that time, I was talking to this big sister, so of course I had to look at her. Could it be that you don't look at her when you're talking to her? That was impolite. What proof do you have that I was looking at her breasts? Seriously. Ding. Meow Xiao Meow's favorability towards you -5. Lin Xian, it was so uncomfortable. Damn it. Meow Xiao Meow was going crazy. The old man also smiled helplessly. He looked at Lin Xian and said, Young man, don't mind her. This girl usually thinks too much. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. How can I argue with a child? Ding. Meow Xiao Meow's favorability towards you -5. Ding. Sense the anger of this big sister. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian. Who are you calling a child? Meow Xiao Meow asked again. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead. All right, Xiao Meow, take him out. Stop messing around. Grandpa will get angry. Oh. Then Meow Xiao Meow lowered her little head, but she secretly glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. It was over. How could he complete this mission? This girl had such deep resentment towards him. Then Meow Xiao Meow walked out with a small laptop in her arms. Go. This girl has been spoiled since she was young. The old man smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you, Grandpa. He followed after. I say, Xiao Meow, how old are you this year? Lin Xian asked Miao Xiaomiao. Shut up. Miao Xiaomiao didn't even look at Lin Xian. She believed that Lin Xian was definitely sneaking glances at Wang Qianqian's chest. Definitely. Did Lin Xian look? That's right, he looked. Lin Xian was both angry and amused at the same time. He was angry because he was given the cold shoulder by this little girl, but he was amused because this little girl was actually quite interesting. Deep down, she was definitely more mature than she looked. Since that was the case, if she was more mature, then wouldn't he feel less guilty for flirting with her? It should be. You misunderstood me. I wasn't looking at her chest. I'm a gentleman. Who would believe you? Hooligan. Lin Xian smiled and said, all right, hooligan, hooligan. I'm a hooligan, all right? Whatever you say is right. Humph. At least the good thing was that this girl would talk to him. The worst thing was that she would ignore him no matter what he said. How should he put it? After all, she was just a little girl. He followed Miao Xiaomiao to the Bounty Hunter Guild. A few people were sitting on the steps eating instant noodles, looking quite shabby. Hey, wake up. Miao Xiaomiao walked over and stepped on the ground to make a sound. The youths looked up and quickly stood up. Hee, Sister Miao. Hello, Sister Miao. Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was filled with confusion. What the hell? You're all 17 or 18 years old, and you're calling a 13 or 14-year-old girl sister? Fuck. Where's your integrity? Give it to me. Miao Xiaomiao stretched out her hand to a handsome youth in front of her. The youth looked at the instant noodles in his hand, then looked at Miao Xiaomiao with a pleading expression. Don't, I haven't eaten it yet. Are you giving it to me or not? Yes. Then he passed the instant noodles to Miao Xiaomiao, who started slurping. Qin Lang seemed to have noticed something. The three youths were all 17 or 18 years old, but they were not afraid of Miao Xiaomiao. Instead, they doted on her. No wonder Miao Xiaomiao looked like she was spoiled. However, Lin Xian was quite surprised. The three youths were all one-star spirit focus. They were much stronger than most of the people in the Sky Martial Court. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. They spent all their time in the demonic beast domain, doing missions and killing demonic beasts. It would be strange if their cultivation level did not improve quickly. What about the people in the Sky Martial Court? Most of them were spoiled since childhood. Lin Xian admired these people even more. Hee, Sister Miao, Brother Tianshou isn't going today. Are you going to bring us there? One of the youths laughed. Of course, Miao Xiaomiao said matter-of-factly. Lin Xian could not help but laugh. When Miao Xiaomiao heard this, she stopped eating and turned to look at Lin Xian. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. What? Do you have a problem with that? It's not. Lin Xian thought he had misheard. She was going to lead the team? Was this for real? Lin Xian used his spiritual eye to look at Miao Xiaomiao. He was shocked. What? Miao Xiaomiao was 9-star spirit focus? Damn. That's right. Lin Xian had underestimated her. This is? The youth looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian extended his hand and said, I'm Lin Xian. I'm going to Deep Cold Valley with everyone. I'm a slacker. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian was speechless. What the hell? I said I was a slacker, and she increased her favorability towards me. It's good that you know. Miao Xiaomiao mumbled and continued eating. The youth smiled and said, Hello, I'm Zhang Bin. The other two youths came over. Wang Xian. Haha, we have one word in common. I'm Chu Ming. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian had a good impression of them. Chapter 60. Lin Xian shook hands with the three of them and smiled. Nice to meet you. What's there to talk about? If it wasn't for Grandpa, you wouldn't be able to follow us. Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian. She seemed to have a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and didn't say anything. Little brat, in. Let her have her way. Lin Xian then asked, Will it be just the few of us? He felt that it was impossible. The most powerful one was this little brat, but she couldn't be entrusted with such an important task. The other three had just reached the spirit focus realm. It would be dangerous for them to go to a place 20 kilometers away. How should they go to a place that far away? Normally, Cultivators above the spirit focus realm were qualified to go, but the safest way was to have an arcane body realm cultivator leading the way. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. Chu Ming smiled at Lin Xian and said, "Of course not. Sister Miao will lead the team, but a few of our friends went out to buy things. They'll be back soon." "Hey, they're here." Chu Ming pointed at a few figures not far away and waved his hand. Lin Xian also looked over. There were a total of 3 people, and one of them made Lin Xian stunned. Zhang Tianyu. Why was he here? He was Xiao Runing's cousin. They even put on a good show that night. Zhang Tianyu also saw Lin Xian and was stunned. Then, a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes, but he hid it well. Lin Xian, the name that made him angry. The person who took away the woman he loved the most. That night, he really did what Xiao Runing said. He quietly hid in the neighborhood and waited for Lin Xian to come out. If he came out, he would be sure that they were acting. However, he waited for the whole night. The next morning, he saw Lin Xian and Xiao Runing talking and laughing as they walked out. Xiao Runing even drove her car to send Lin Xian somewhere. From then on, Lin Xian became the name he hated the most. But he didn't expect to meet him here today. Lin Xian probed and found that the weakest of the 3 was a man who was about the same age as Zhang Tianyu. He was at 5-star spirit focus realm. The strongest was an uncle who was at 4-star arcane body realm, while Zhang Tianyu was only at 3-star arcane body realm. If it was a team like this, then it would be safe. Of course, that's if they didn't encounter any accidents. Like the Hell's Lion. "Let me introduce you." Chu Ming then said to Lin Xian, "This is the leader of our Gale mercenary group, Wang Ba. You can call him Brother Ba. Of course, Sister Cat should call him Uncle Ba." Chu Ming smiled and pointed at the uncle to Lin Xian. "This is one of our members, Li Zhigao. And this." Zhang Tianyu then smiled at Lin Xian and said, "Lin Xian, I didn't expect to meet you here." Lin Xian also nodded. "Yeah, I didn't expect to meet Brother Tianyu either. It's fate." Lin Xian then smiled. "Ah, you guys know each other?" The few of them were slightly stunned. Lin Xian nodded. "Yeah, we know each other. Brother Tianyu is my daughter." Before Lin Xian could finish, Zhang Tianyu smiled and interrupted him. "I'm friends with Lin Xian." Lin Xian then nodded. "Yeah, that's right. We're friends." However, Lin Xian held back his laughter. It seemed that Zhang Tianyu didn't want others to know about his relationship with Xiao Runing. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seemed that he still coveted Xiao Runing. Chu Ming said, "That's great. It's great that Lin Xian and Brother Tianyu know each other." Zhang Tianyu looked at Lin Xian and asked, "You're here for?" Lin Xian smiled. "To go to Deep Cold Valley with everyone. I haven't reached the arcane body realm yet, so it's safer to go with everyone." "I see. Yeah, it's a good opportunity to get to know everyone." Zhang Tianyu nodded slightly, but he was already planning something in his mind. Lin Xian had snatched away the woman he loved, and now she was going to the Deep Cold Valley with him. It was more than 20 kilometers away. What if he died outside? Then wouldn't Xiao Runing be his? That's right. He, Zhang Tianyu, was going to make sure that Lin Xian died in Deep Cold Valley and never came out again. Xiao Runing didn't tell Lin Xian that Zhang Tianyu was also a member of the Gale mercenary group. This was a relatively big deal. It seemed that Xiao Runing didn't know either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Lin Xian and Zhang Tianyu get together again. It would be too easy to expose them. Miao Xiaomiao didn't seem to be interested in this. She stood up and threw the instant noodles into the trash can. Then, she scanned the crowd like a little adult. "Yeah, everyone's here. Let's go." Okay. Their transportation was 2 specially made armored vehicles. They could be considered armored vehicles, but they definitely couldn't compare to a real armored vehicle. This was a means of transportation that a regular mercenary group would have. It was sturdier, faster, and had the ability to attack with firearms. It was also spacious. One vehicle could seat 6 people, and it even had some space for them to store things. What they went out to buy was none other than gene medicine. How should I put it? Gene medicine was equivalent to the elixirs used by cultivators on Earth. There were generally 2 types of gene medicine. One was for healing, and the other was for recovering spiritual energy value. If one was seriously injured, the genetic medicine could effectively heal the injury. However, it definitely couldn't compare to the healing methods of a powerful wood elemental martial artist. However, if one didn't have the wood elemental martial artist, or if it was inconvenient, they could make up for it. Then, there was some food, such as instant noodles and bread. You get into that vehicle. Miao Xiaomiao was unhappy when she saw that Lin Xian wanted to get into her vehicle. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly and got into the other vehicle. Zhang Tianyu was in the other vehicle. Lin Xian didn't want to be in the same vehicle as him. Moreover, Miao Xiaomiao was in this vehicle. He could try to improve their relationship, but if she wasn't willing, then so be it. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +1. Lin Xian was speechless. Favorability could be increased like this? But +1? Forget it. It was still negative. Then, the two vehicles sped towards the direction of Deep Cold Valley. The so-called 20 kilometers was 20 kilometers away from Tianhua City. They were in the city center. If they wanted to leave the city, they would have to drive for more than half an hour. So, the total distance was more than 60 kilometers. That was ridiculous. After all, a city was still very big. But it was still okay. The city center didn't mean that they were in the center of the city map. If they drove towards Deep Cold Valley, they could leave the city in half an hour. In the opposite direction, it would take more than an hour to leave the city. Lin Xian and Zhang Tianyu didn't have much to talk about. The whole journey was awkward, but he didn't think so. He didn't care. As for Zhang Tianyu, he was thinking about how to kill Lin Xian outside. However, Lin Xian would talk to Chu Ming. Little Ming, why do you all call Miao Xiaomiao Big Sister Miao? Lin Xian asked curiously. Chapter 61. Miao Xiaomiao was only 13, while they were 17. There must be a reason for that, right? Hearing Lin Xian's question, Chu Ming laughed and said, there are a few reasons for that. Firstly, this sister doesn't really mean sister. This girl is very arrogant. So it doesn't matter if we call her sister. We'll just spoil her. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, this girl was spoiled. Second, Sister Miao is very strong. Although she's only 14, she's already at 9 stars of the Spirit Focus Realm. She probably won't have any problem reaching the Arcane Body Realm this year. She's probably stronger than many so-called geniuses at her age. Lin Xian was sure of this. Qin Xiaotian, the so-called genius, was only at the Arcane Body Realm at 25 years old. What about Miao Xiaomiao? Close to the Arcane Body Realm at 14 years old. How exaggerated was that? Zhang Bin added with a smile. Actually, after you get to know Sister Miao better, you'll realize that although she's young, we can't compare to her in terms of ability. She's proficient in all kinds of calculations. I don't dare to compete with her in anything. Although she's young, we're all impressed by her. Really? Chu Ming laughed again. I can see that Sister Miao seems to have some opinions about you, but don't mind her. She's just like that. She'll be fine once you get to know her better. She's usually very arrogant, but once you get to know her better, she'll treat us very well. Yes, there's one more thing. Sister Miao is the registered boss of the Gale Mercenary Group, which means she's our boss, Zhang Bin added. Lin Xian was speechless. A 14-year-old girl was the boss of the Gale Mercenary Group. Most importantly, they were quite impressed by her. This really made Lin Xian see her in a new light. This was probably why the old man let Miao Xiaomiao lead the group out. However, Lin Xian felt that there must be something else about her that made her even more outstanding. The Bounty Hunter Guild was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zhang Tianyu leaned against the back and pondered. He did not listen to their conversation. He was thinking about how to kill Lin Xian outside. 40 minutes later, they drove out of Tianhua City. This was the first time that Lin Xian had left the city in such a manner. Tianhua City at night was still very lively and bright, but outside, it was pitch black. The only source of light was the moonlight and starlight in the sky. There was also another source of light, and that was the green and red light emitted from the eyes of the monsters in the forest. Of course, if one really wanted to count, there was also the martial arts released by the martial artists who were farming monsters, or the light from their flashlights. There were many people farming monsters in the surroundings. After all, Tianhua City was very close. This road was also a road from a few decades ago. Planet Aqua Blue was not like this from the beginning. A few decades ago, it was still human territory. At that time, there was no God's child system. One day, the monsters suddenly rose up, and the humans obtained the God's child system. Over time, the planet became like this. However, for now, the monsters still had the upper hand. The road was very rough, but it was still manageable. This kind of car was not afraid of rough roads. It was just a little bumpy. By the way, Lin Xian, why are you going to the deep cold valley? Chu Ming asked curiously. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, to look for deep cold spirit crystals. Deep cold spirit crystals? That might be a little difficult. The deep cold valley is rich in deep cold spirit crystals, but they have almost all been harvested by martial artists in recent years. Deep cold spirit crystals can only be found in extremely cold places. It would be fine if it was other places, but the overall temperature in Hua Nation is relatively high, so deep cold spirit crystals are very rare and can't be bought. Lin Xian suddenly realized something and asked, speaking of which, I suddenly thought of something. The deep cold valley should be a very cold place, right? Chu Ming nodded, yes, that's why we all brought thick clothes. Didn't you? 10 stars of the spirit focus realm was already very strong. For Lin Xian, it did not matter whether he wore thick clothes or not. Then Lin Xian said, no, but it doesn't matter. It should be fine. Zhang Tianyu said, that won't do. We are going to the depths of the deep cold valley. You have to be at least 7 stars of the spirit focus realm to withstand the cold there without thick clothes. Have you reached 7 stars? Although it seemed to be a question of concern, Lin Xian could feel a trace of contempt. Lin Xian smiled. It doesn't matter. It's my business when the time comes. I just need to wake up with everyone. Actually, I think it's enough to reach a certain level. It's best to be able to spend time with the person you love. What do you think, Brother Tianyu? Lin Xian's words were a critical hit. What he meant was, my level is not as high as yours, but I managed to take away the woman you love. Are you angry? Zhang Tianyu's eyes flashed with anger. Then, he pretended to be a gentleman and smiled. You're right. Then, he clenched his fist and snorted in his heart, trash. I'll make sure you don't come out today. Then, Lin Xian asked Chu Ming. The temperature in China is quite moderate. Logically speaking, a place like the deep cold valley shouldn't exist. Do you know why it's like this? It was because Lin Xian could now possess all attributes. However, to obtain one attribute, one had to absorb the corresponding attribute's spirit item. The existence of the deep cold valley was indeed against science. It was like a frozen river in the desert. Was it possible? Impossible. Although it was not that exaggerated, it was still the same thing. China had 4 distinct seasons, but even in winter, the temperature would be around 0 degrees Celsius. It was rare for it to drop below 0 degrees. Summer had just passed, but in such a place at such a time, it was covered in ice and snow. Lin Xian felt that there must be a special reason. Chu Ming thought for a moment and said, this is indeed a problem. I remember that people have investigated the place before, but could not find the reason for the appearance of the deep cold valley. Some people speculated that there was an ice-type treasure there, or that it was caused by an ice-type spirit item. It must be very powerful to cause such a phenomenon. Many people have tried to find it, but to no avail. Let's not worry about it. Lin Xian nodded slightly. However, he was deep in thought. There must be some kind of ice-type spirit item that caused such a phenomenon. Of course, some powerful spirit item could also cause such a phenomenon. However, it had to be very, very powerful. It had to be at least a heaven-grade spirit item. If that was the case, Lin Xian had to investigate it. The ice type was actually a water type. Such a large area of the deep cold valley should be enough for Lin Xian to absorb and permanently activate the water attribute. However, Chu Ming had also said that many experts had tried to search for it, but to no avail. Would he be able to find it? It was almost impossible. It was all up to fate. Chapter 62. Soon, Lin Xian saw the car in front of them stop. Then, they stopped as well. Are we here? Lin Xian looked around. He had never been so deep in the forest before. Looking around, there was nothing out of the ordinary. There were all kinds of trees and weeds. It was all natural. After all, there were no signs of human destruction. Nature had grown on its own. We're here. Let's get out. Then, the few of them got out of the car. Once they got out, Lin Xian felt a chill in his face. Of course, it didn't cause him any harm, but the temperature was obviously 10 degrees lower than in Tianhua City. This wasn't even Deep Cold Valley. It was a place tens of kilometers away. Just the difference in temperature was enough to show how different this place was. This was definitely not caused by normal weather. After getting out of the car, everyone gathered together. Everyone carried a backpack, except for Miao Xiaomiao. At this moment, Miao Xiaomiao was using a small computer to calculate something. The others stood guard around her. They cooperated well. Lin Xian went over. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice made Miao Xiaomiao tremble. She almost threw the computer away. Men, drag him out and throw him out," Miao Xiaomiao said frantically. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you -5. Lin Xian, damn. Was this girl so difficult to deal with? He was just asking a normal question. Why did it turn out like this? However, thinking about it, it was normal for a person to be startled when a voice suddenly rang in their ears while they were concentrating on something. The others smiled helplessly. Wang Xin said, "Sister Miao, hurry up and do it. It's not very peaceful outside. It's safer if we finish early and go back early." Then, Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian and continued working on the computer. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose and walked away. Difficult. How could he get his hands on this little loli? What did little loli like? Lollipops? Did he have lollipops? Nope. Moreover, Miao Xiaomiao was much more mature than other girls her age, so she might not like lollipops. Wang Ba walked towards Lin Xian and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Little Miao is scanning Deep Cold Valley to see if there is any special data. If there is, I'm afraid we'll have to return today. Special data? Wang Ba nodded. For example, some very strong demonic beasts can release special magnetic fields. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, tyrant brother. Lin Xian then looked ahead. They were now on a slightly higher hill. There was a huge mountain range in front of them. It was very high. It was so high that only a helicopter could reach it. It might not be possible to climb it. It was too steep. There was a very deep valley in the middle of the mountain range. This was the Deep Cold Valley, but there was more than one Deep Cold Valley. After entering it, there would be many branches. In short, the area was still very big. They were at the entrance, and also the closest one. The deeper they went, the lower the temperature. Fewer people had explored the area. However, there were people who had entered the deepest part of the Deep Cold Valley in search of treasures, but they did not find them. In Lin Xian's vision, the entire mountain range in the Deep Cold Valley was sealed in ice. It was like a world of ice and snow. This made it even more impossible to climb. Moreover, the Deep Cold Valley was mainly a valley. There was nothing above the mountain range. There might be some crystals, but the conditions for the Deep Cold Spirit Crystal to be produced were that it would not be exposed to sunlight. Therefore, it was impossible for the Deep Cold Spirit Crystal to appear above. The surroundings were very normal. Only this mountain range was covered in ice and snow. It was very out of place. Seeing this, Lin Xian was even more certain that there was something here. Some people might say that since the Deep Cold Valley was a crisscrossing valley between two mountain ranges, wouldn't it be easy to go to the deepest part of the valley? All they needed was a helicopter to fly to the deepest part of the valley and drop them off. In theory, this was true. However, there were a few important points. First, the mountain range in the deepest part of the Deep Cold Valley was at least 800 meters high. What did 800 meters mean? It was as high as 200 to 300 stories. Who would dare to fly a plane down there? The probability of collision was as high as 90%. But to drop someone on top of the mountain range and slowly climb down from 800 meters? Impossible. It was so steep and full of ice. It was better to slowly walk into the deepest part of the valley from the entrance. Second, the uncertainty of the demonic beasts. There might be a few powerful demonic beasts on top of the mountain range. If they spit out fire, the plane might crash. Third, if they could send a helicopter, they must be very wealthy. Why would they come here? These few factors added together made it so that no one had ever tried to do this before. Although they might encounter many demonic beasts and danger from the entrance, this was their job after all. High risk, high reward. Meow Xiao Meow put away her laptop and looked at the crowd. Scanning a total of 3,000 meters. Found 221 demonic beasts. There are no strong infrared signals. We can go in. All right, everyone, get ready to go. Lin Xian was speechless. 3,000 meters, more than 200 demonic beasts. What kind of place was the deep cold valley? Why would it attract so many demonic beasts? Then, Lin Xian seemed to understand something. Demonic beasts were the same as kittens and puppies. Their senses were much sharper than humans. Just like how dogs could smell things that were very small and far away, demonic beasts would definitely be able to sense spirit chi fluctuations that humans could not. The thicker the spiritual chi, the more demonic beasts liked it. Hence, if this place could attract so many demonic beasts, and there were so many of them even though it was so cold, there must be something releasing spiritual chi. Hence, Lin Xian had to investigate this place thoroughly. If the first time did not work, the second time would definitely work. Let's go. Then, all of them walked towards the deep cold valley. I was thinking, why don't we drive in? It's very wide. A car can drive in. Lin Xian asked in surprise. You think you're the only smart one? Meow Xiao Meow rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Really, if it were not for the fact that there were so many of Meow Xiao Meow's men here, Lin Xian would have spanked her. Pissed. Extremely pissed. What was Lin Xian hoping for now? That he could have a chance to be alone with Meow Xiao Meow. Let's see if I don't beat her until she cries. Chu Ming explained to Lin Xian, we can drive in, but the ground is very slippery and it's very slow. Also, it's not convenient to drive in. There are many demonic beasts. Although the car is sturdy, it's easy to be surrounded if we drive slowly. The car will be damaged and we'll have to get out of the car to fight. Chapter 63. Lin Xian nodded slightly. It was not that he had many questions, but he really did not know anything about these things. Lin Xian then said to Meow Xiao Meow, what? Is it not good for me to ask more questions if I don't know anything? It's a rare quality to not be ashamed of asking questions. Only weaklings keep asking questions, Meow Xiao Meow said as if she was being reasonable. Oh, you mean you're not weak? Of course. I'm stronger than you. Then you've never asked before? Lin Xian's question stumped Meow Xiao Meow. Of course she had asked before, and she would even ask now. But how could she admit it in front of Lin Xian? I asked before because I was weak before, but I'm not weak now. Lin Xian laughed. Then let's fight when we get back. I'll show you who's the weak one. No, no, no. Chu Ming quickly pulled Lin Xian aside and whispered, Sister Meow is a 9-star spirit focus cultivator. You can't beat her. However, to Chu Ming's surprise, Lin Xian was not surprised to hear that Meow Xiao Meow was a 9-star spirit focus cultivator. Anyone would be shocked to hear that she had reached this level at such a young age. Lin Xian was not shocked because he already knew it. His spiritual eye had already seen it. Don't. We've already agreed. Let's fight when we get back. Meow Xiao Meow looked as if she had gotten her way. Fight her? Did he think she was easy to bully because she was young? Since Lin Xian was pissed off, she would use this opportunity to beat him up. Who told him to peek at her sister Qianqian's breasts? Meow Xiao Meow, on the other hand, did not think that Lin Xian was that strong. If he was really that strong, why would he follow them to Deep Cold Valley? Besides, Lin Xian wasn't that old. Those who had reached the Xin body realm were generally around 25 years old. This was because most of them had reached a certain age before they truly went to the beast realm to kill. Therefore, Meow Xiao Meow was certain that Lin Xian was at most in the spirit condensation realm. She was at the spirit condensation realm, so even if she was at the spirit condensation realm, she might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, she couldn't lose. All right, let's fight, Lin Xian said with a smirk. Everyone, but let's make things clear. When the time comes, don't say that I'm bullying the weak, Lin Xian added. Normally, he would be too lazy to bother with her, but this was an excellent opportunity to improve his relationship with Meow Xiao Meow. As for whether her favorability would increase or decrease, that would depend on Lin Xian's ability. Miao Xiao Miao was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to agree so easily. He knew that she was at the spirit condensation realm, but he still agreed. What did that prove? It proved that he was confident. Therefore, he must also be at the spirit condensation realm. Or maybe Miao Xiao Miao thought that Lin Xian was looking down on her because she was too young to fight. She felt that the latter was more likely. I'm not going to say that. Miao Xiao Miao turned her head proudly. Then, Lin Xian moved closer to her and said, "But we have to add a bet." What? Miao Xiao Miao looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "If I win, you have to call me Big Brother 3 times. What if you lose? Then I'll call you Big Sister Miao like everyone else. You have to think about it. If you lose, you just have to call me Big Sister Miao 3 times. If I lose, I have to call you Big Sister Miao all the time, so you won't lose out." Okay. Miao Xiao Miao agreed without hesitation. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. No matter how proud she was, this girl was still a little girl. If he couldn't feel her pulse, then wouldn't Lin Xian be useless? When she agreed to the PK, she had already fallen for Lin Xian's trap. You guys. Big Brother Wang Ba shook his head but didn't say anything. Children, let them play. As they chatted, they walked into Deep Freeze Valley. They were now stepping on a layer of ice. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian felt an even more intense chill. With just one step, the temperature plummeted again. Why was it all ice? That was because the temperature was already below zero. Normal people wouldn't be able to withstand this temperature wearing only a sweater and a jacket. However, Lin Xian could because he was at the spirit condensation realm. Even if he stripped naked, he wouldn't have a problem. As soon as they walked in, they saw a valley with extremely high cliffs on both sides. After walking for about 100 meters, there were many forks in the road. Be careful. Just then, a few ice crystals shot towards them. Bang bang. Wang Ba was very strong. He rushed forward and smashed the ice crystals with his fist. In front of them, 2 transparent white beasts jumped down from the ice beside them. They were about 1 meter long and looked like giant rats. However, they carried a bulge on their back like a camel. The bulge was like a transparent crystal. Ice crystal blue rats. Be careful of the ice crystals they shoot. Although their cultivation level isn't high, the ice crystals have extremely strong penetrative power. Even if there's a difference in cultivation level, if you don't defend yourself, you'll still be injured, Wang Ba said. Then, he stretched out his hand and a shining golden broadsword appeared in his hand. He rushed forward. Lin Xian used his spiritual eye to investigate. These 2 beasts were at the spirit condensation realm. This made him secretly speechless. They had just entered 100 meters and didn't even see any chi-building realm beasts. They were already at the spirit condensation realm. This deep freeze valley was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils shrank and he said, "Be careful. It's not just these 2. Zhang Tianyu also noticed. What made him surprised was that he was at the arcane body realm. Why did Lin Xian notice it before him? Logically speaking, the higher one's cultivation level, the faster one would notice it. But why did Lin Xian notice it first? Lin Xian didn't think about this. He didn't know why the higher one's cultivation level, the faster one would notice it. That was because his spiritual force was higher, and a higher spiritual force corresponded to a stronger divine sense. Other than his physique being strengthened by the lightning spirit, Lin Xian's other attributes were similar to an ordinary person's. Of course, this was only what Lin Xian thought because he had checked Zhang Tianyu's spiritual force a long time ago. However, if he were to check Zhang Tianyu's spiritual force again, he would discover that his spiritual force of 395 was actually higher than Zhang Tianyu's, who was at the 3-star arcane body realm. It was almost the same as Wang Ba's, who was at the arcane body realm. Lin Xian had checked their attributes before. However, he only cared about their cultivation level and didn't pay attention to their attributes. Previously, he checked their spiritual power and found that they were about the same. But now, it was more or less the same. That was not right. This was a difference of 5 levels. There was even a gap of a whole realm. Why was it more or less the same? Lin Xian didn't know. He didn't even know about this. Maybe he would be even more shocked when he found out about this. The ice crystal blue rats were generally at Spirit Focus First Star. They posed no threat to Lin Xian, but to Chu Ming and the rest. If they were hit by the ice crystal, they would have to pay the price of having their bodies penetrated. Chapter 64. Whoosh, Lin Xian and Jiang Tianyu took out their spiritual weapons at the same time. When Lin Xian's dragon rain sword appeared in his hand, Jiang Tianyu's face instantly darkened. Of course, he recognized the dragon rain sword and knew that it belonged to Xiao Runing. But now that it appeared in Lin Xian's hand, he was even more convinced that the two of them were lovers. Therefore, he must kill Lin Xian today. He must. Even if Xiao Runing was already a pair of broken shoes, it wouldn't be a loss for him to play with her for a few years before throwing her away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures of several people rushed up. This was Lin Xian's first time using a spiritual weapon to fight a monster. But he had already gotten used to it because he had already mastered using a sword in a virtual battle. Bang! The sword stabbed the ice crystal blue rat. But just as it was about to hit, the ice crystal blue rat released ice crystals to attack Lin Xian's dragon rain sword. Because of that, the sword missed. Cosmic Fist. Lin Xian then decisively increased his speed and punched the ice crystal blue rat's head. Tisk, Miao Xiao Miao, who had been paying attention to Lin Xian, made a tisk sound. Why did she make a tisk sound? Because she sensed that Lin Xian's punch only had the strength of a 5-star Spirit Focus Realm warrior. She was a 9-star Spirit Focus Realm warrior. Only a 5-star Spirit Focus Realm warrior would dare to PK with her? Wasn't that seeking death? When Lin Xian heard that sound, his lips curled up slightly. Who didn't know how to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Of course, he wanted to make Miao Xiao Miao lower her guard, so he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, what if she returned and didn't want to PK? But even so, a punch to the head, coupled with a martial skill, killed the ice crystal blue rat instantly. Ding! You killed the ice crystal blue rat. Experience plus 900. The experience wasn't much, but it was almost equivalent to an experience fruit. Everyone, pay attention. Don't attack the crystal on the back of the ice crystal blue rat. If you attack, the crystal will explode and ice crystals will shoot everywhere. It's very dangerous. Miao Xiao Miao then shouted to everyone. All right. Lin Xian knew this as well. He had fought in a virtual battle before, and he had also suffered from this. Therefore, Lin Xian deliberately did not attack the crystal on the back of the crystallized blue rat. Soon, the group of ice crystal blue rats were taken care of. Lin Xian had killed 3 monsters. It wasn't a lot, but it showed that he had put in a lot of effort. After all, he still needed to level up. However, Lin Xian discovered a huge weakness, and that was that he still didn't have any sword moves. Using a sword was naturally more lethal, and the attack range was even further. But how should he put it? Lin Xian knew swordsmanship. He had learned it on Earth, but he was not proficient in it. Therefore, if he used a sword and did not have any sword moves, he would not be strong. In some ways, it was even worse than abandoning the spirit tool. However, if he had a sword technique, Lin Xian's lethality would at least double if he used a sword in battle. Maybe more than that. Everyone was like that. Using a sword, using a weapon, the most important thing was to match it with a martial technique. Wang Ba and the others took out beautiful blue crystal-like objects from the ice crystal blue rats and put them in their backpacks. This is? Lin Xian asked curiously. Jiang Tianyu replied to Lin Xian. Ice crystal. It's something unique to the ice crystal blue rats. It's similar to a crystal, and it contains a small amount of ice energy. It can be sold for a bit of money. I see. Thank you, Brother Tianyu. Jiang Tianyu nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He tried his best to show that he had a good relationship with Lin Xian. This way, if Lin Xian died here, no one would suspect their relationship. They relied on this to make a living. If they could sell it for money, why wouldn't they? After dealing with this, the group continued to walk deeper into the forest. Lin Xian shamelessly stuck to Miao Xiao Miao's side. Xiao Miao, do you watch cartoons? Happy Wolf and Ash Sheep. I recommend one to you. Wolf is not bad either. Lin Xian said to her. Are you a little brat? Meow Xiao Meow looked up at Lin Xian and said coldly. Lin Xian was speechless. Fuck. This little brat. I'm not a little brat, but you are. Lin Xian said straightforwardly. Humph. Just you wait. If you say another word, I'll beat you up more when we PK. Meow Xiao Meow hated Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Are you going to watch it or not? I stopped watching this kind of thing 4 years ago. Childish. Meow Xiao Meow said. Lin Xian was speechless. Chu Ming laughed. Lin Xian, don't look at our sister Meow like she's a child. She's a psycho. She may be young, but her IQ is above 200. She's proficient in all sorts of things that even geniuses in their 20s and 30s can't analyze. You can't compare to her. Lin Xian was indeed very surprised. This little brat was really not simple. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Why are you sighing? Meow Xiao Meow glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I'm sighing because you should be sitting at home on the sofa, eating snacks and watching cartoons. But you're missing out on the most beautiful things you should be doing. Don't you think it's a pity? Meow Xiao Meow snorted. That's something that only stupid normal humans like you would do. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Oh my god. He was able to face a woman like Xiao Ru Ning with ease. But now he had encountered a little girl that he couldn't even refute a single word of her treatment. What the hell was this? Was she saying that she was harder to deal with than Xiao Ru Ning? Of course not. After thinking about it, Lin Xian felt that the reason was because he felt guilty because she was a little brat, so he couldn't go all out on her. And they were all surrounded by her people. Oomph. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Meow Xiao Meow snorted proudly. Ding. Meow Xiao Meow's favorability towards you +1. Lin Xian. What the hell? Increase favorability? Lin Xian was stunned. She increased favorability towards him when he was beaten. Thinking about it, it was probably because she was happy to see him beaten. Naturally, she would be happier and her favorability would increase. But to use this method to make her happy and earn favorability, that wouldn't be Lin Xian. Let her be smug for a while. Wait until we get back. I'll take her down. So be it. 30 minutes passed. An hour passed. They had already traveled quite a distance. Meow Xiao Meow's main job wasn't to fight, but to scan. This device could scan a distance of 3,000 meters. It was also a guarantee of everyone's safety. If the scan detected a threat, then they would hesitate whether to continue forward. In this hour, they encountered no less than 50 monsters. But generally speaking, they weren't strong. The strongest one was a 7-star spirit focus realm monster, but it was killed by Wang Ba in 2 moves. After all, he was a 4-star arcane body realm cultivator. Chapter 65. Awkwardly, Lin Xian wanted to kill monsters too. He wanted to kill powerful beasts too. That way, he would gain a lot of experience points. However, he did not have the opportunity to do so. He could not possibly steal monsters from them, right? He would be scolded to death if he did so. Forget it. I came here for the deep freeze spirit crystals, not to farm. It's fine if I don't kill as many monsters as I can. Lin Xian muttered to himself. There's still 1,000 meters before the deep freeze valley. Meow Xiao Meow said after looking at the computer screen. So soon? I remember when we came here 3 months ago. It took us at least 2 hours to reach the deep freeze valley. Wang Ba was puzzled. Jiang Tianyu said, I've never been here before, so I'm not too sure. Meow Xiao Meow said, that's what you don't know. I'm just telling you to watch the news and understand more. Fighting is not just about brute force. Lin Xian agreed with Meow Xiao Meow's words. Meow Xiao Meow continued, the depth of Deep Cold Valley is not determined by distance, but by temperature. Generally speaking, Deep Cold Valley can be divided into 3 regions. The outer region is where we are now. The Deep Cold Valley is where we need to go. The last region is also the most dangerous. It's called the Extreme Cold Valley. It's difficult for us to enter with our abilities. The 3 regions are divided by temperature, but at the same time, temperature represents danger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before agreeing. It means that the 3 zones have different degrees of coldness. We might be able to withstand the cold of the Deep Freeze Valley, but not the Deep Freeze Valley. At the same time, due to the different degrees of coldness, The beasts in the three zones are very different. The beasts that can live in the deep freeze valley are very strong, but the beasts that can live in the deep freeze valley are even stronger. Therefore, not only do we have to withstand the temperature, but the beasts are also very strong. Is that right? Miao Xiaomiao nodded and glanced at Lin Xian. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Of course, my IQ is 290. Keep bragging. Miao Xiaomiao then ignored Lin Xian and continued, during this period of time, the area of the extreme cold zone and the deep cold zone is gradually increasing, while the area of the outer zone we are in is decreasing. This will cause us to enter the deep cold zone earlier and encounter stronger demonic beasts earlier. Increase in size? Why? Everyone was surprised. Miao Xiaomiao kept typing on the computer and then turned it around to show everyone. There were two comparison images on the screen. This is the comparison map of Deep Cold Valley from a year ago and now. The lightest color is the outer zone, and the darkest blue is the extreme cold region. In a year, the deep cold region and the extreme cold region have increased by 20%. Perhaps in 2 years, the entire deep cold valley will no longer have an outer zone. The lowest temperature will be the deep cold region, and the deep cold valley might even expand again. The hill where we parked our car might be covered in snow by then. As for the reason, I think it should be because some kind of spiritual treasure here is constantly releasing cold energy, which will gradually increase the area of the cold zone. Hearing Miao Xiaomiao's words, Lin Xian frowned slightly. If that was the case, then there was a possibility that the spiritual treasure could continue to improve, and its grade could be very exaggerated. The deep cold valley was currently more than 5 square kilometers. How big was 5 square kilometers? Some of the smaller counties were only 20 to 30 square kilometers in size. If a spiritual treasure could turn such a large area into a region of ice and snow, and it was even spreading, it was enough to show how terrifying its power was. It was normal for martial artists not to be able to obtain such a strong power. Forget about not being able to obtain it, they did not even know what it was. Someone suggested that they might be able to find it if they dug up the deep cold valley. Perhaps the spiritual treasure was inside one of the mountains in the deep cold valley, but this suggestion was rejected because it was too dangerous. This place was equivalent to the habitat of some ice-type demonic beasts. It was impossible to carry out a project in the territory of other demonic beasts. That would be suicide. That's difficult. We were originally going to the end of the deep cold valley. Now that the deep cold valley has expanded, we'll have to stay in there for a longer time. Wang Ba frowned. Miao Xiaomiao said, it's still manageable. I'll keep an eye on the map. If there's any danger, we can retreat in time. After all, there's a 3-kilometer detection range. Currently, there's nothing we can't handle within 2 kilometers of the deep cold valley. There are 33 living beings within 2 kilometers of us. Wait, that's 32. Why did it decrease? Are they dead? Are the demonic beasts fighting and killing each other? Lin Xian leaned over to take a look. Miao Xiaomiao frowned like an adult and said, based on my understanding of the deep cold valley, there are very few battles between demonic beasts here. They're here because they're living in their own area. There's another possibility, which is that there are other martial artists in front of us. That's good. They're basically helping us clear the danger. Zhang Tianyu said. No. Miao Xiaomiao looked ahead and said, they might have the same goal as us. If that's the case, what should we do? She looked at everyone and asked. Wang Ba waved his broadsword and said, it's simple. If we can beat them, then we'll see who has the ability to get it first. If we get it first, then they won't dare to fight with us. If we can't beat them, then we can only give up. In a place like this, even if you all died, as long as the news wasn't leaked, no one would know how you died. Was it killed by a demonic beast or by someone else? Even if you died by someone else's hand, who killed you? No one would know. This was also why martial artists were afraid of the demonic beast territory. There were no laws here. No one could restrict martial artists. Everyone was free outside. If you killed someone, no one would know. Therefore, killing and robbing was a common thing. Yes, we can only go ahead and take a look. Uncle Ba is a 4 stars arcane body realm cultivator. Brother Tianyu is a 3 stars arcane body realm cultivator, and I'm a 9 stars arcane body realm cultivator. This lineup isn't weak. We can go in and take a look. I'm just worried about what if they're from the Evil Fiend Hall? The Evil Fiend Hall was a human organization. Killing martial artists could also increase the divine subsystem's experience. This organization was born to kill. They often appeared in the demonic beast territory to hunt human martial artists who went out to hunt. Of course, they would also hunt demonic beasts. The scariest thing in the demonic beast territory was to meet this group of people. The key was that you didn't even know if the person in front of you was a normal martial artist or a member of the Evil Fiend Hall. Chapter 66. Then, all of them carefully walked forward. If they were really from the Evil Fiend Hall, then they would be in great danger. It was not easy to meet people from the Evil Fiend Hall outside, especially when they were already more than 20 kilometers away. The members of the Evil Fiend Hall were everywhere. Perhaps the people they often saw around them were members of the Evil Fiend Hall because it was impossible to determine if they were from the Evil Fiend Hall or not. Because there was a group of people in front of them and they were not far from them, they did not encounter many beasts along the way. They only encountered beasts that appeared after they passed by. They had cleared all the beasts from before. Perhaps after an hour, this place would be full of beasts again. Speaking of which, why did you guys come to Deep Cold Valley? Lin Xian asked. Wang Ba answered, in the depths of Deep Cold Valley, which is also the Deep Cold region, there is a mine. This mine was penetrated by a mercenary group 3 years ago because they found something extremely cold underground. They brought back some of it, and that was the first time they found this material. We called it the ice source, but after we obtained it, we found that it only contained the power of extreme cold. However, we could not find any use for it, so no one came back to look for it until now. After a pause, Wang Ba continued, yesterday, a mysterious person in Tianhua City issued a mission to find the ice source. The reward for the mission was very high, so we took the mission. However, before that, a few other mercenary groups accepted the mission. The person who issued the mission said that he would buy it no matter how much there was. We don't know how many ice source there are in the mine, so we are quite worried that others will beat us to it. This is also why I think there is a 99% chance that the people in front of us are other mercenary groups. So that's how it is. Miao Xiaomiao nodded slightly and said to everyone, people who come to Deep Cold Valley basically do 2 things. The first is to look for treasures, such as turning this place into the treasures of Deep Cold Valley. The second is to enter the depths, or even the extremely cold regions, to look for unique crystals. This is also the first reason. There are almost no warriors who come here to farm. After a pause, Miao Xiaomiao continued. Then there's a third possibility. It's a mercenary group that has accepted the same mission as us. Therefore, there's a 99% chance that it's the latter. But what I want to say is that other than demonic beasts, the most important thing to worry about is the Evil Fiend Temple. Therefore, we can't let our guard down. We will definitely meet them. When that time comes, I hope that everyone will be vigilant and pay attention to their every move. Even the strange look in their eyes might be proof that they are from the Evil Fiend Temple. As long as we are vigilant, we won't be afraid under normal circumstances as long as the other party doesn't succeed in their sneak attack. All right. After that, they walked towards the Deep Cold region. 5 minutes later, the Deep Cold region was 50 meters ahead. According to the device, the group of people had already entered the Deep Cold region. There were many demonic beast corpses on the ground. Mysterious Crystal Beast. This mysterious crystal beast probably has the strength of a 4-star arcane body realm cultivator. They might be stronger than us. Wang Ba frowned when he saw the corpse of a demonic beast. Zhang Tianyu snorted. It's only a 4-star arcane body realm cultivator. I'm a 3-star arcane body realm cultivator. They might have been injured after killing this mysterious crystal beast. Wang Ba pondered for a moment. That's possible. But we still have to be careful. Everyone, let's move forward. This was their style. Almost every mercenary group was like this. After all, their job was too dangerous. The rewards might be high, but if they weren't careful, they would lose their lives. After entering the Deep Cold region, Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Lin Xian and asked, "Aren't you cold?" Because they all wore thicker clothes, but Lin Xian didn't. "I'm not cold," Lin Xian said straightforwardly. It was a bit cold, but it didn't matter. but the extreme cold region might be a bit unbearable. TCH, keep pretending. Miao Xiaomiao didn't believe him, but looking at Lin Xian, he really didn't seem to be cold. Could it be that his cultivation wasn't low? Because the deep cold region should be able to withstand at least a 5-star spirit condensation realm cultivator. He seemed to be a 5-star spirit condensation realm cultivator. Wang Ba and Jiang Tianyu didn't wear thick clothes because they didn't need them. If they wore them, it would affect their movements. Xiaomiao, were you just worried about me? Lin Xian smiled at Miao Xiaomiao, who was acting like a little adult. TCH, don't think too much. I was just worried that you would be a burden to us if you froze here. Miao Xiaomiao wasn't polite at all. Then if something really happened to me, would you carry me out? Miao Xiaomiao said fiercely. I'll bury you in ice. 1,000 years later, you'll still be fresh. Lin Xian. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +5. Seeing the favorability increase again, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. She was a little girl after all. She would feel proud and happy when he didn't insult her. Under such circumstances, it was normal for her to have a favorable impression of him. Lin Xian shrugged. Even though he wasn't happy, it wasn't a loss to increase her favorability. He would try to get it to a positive number as soon as possible. Please help me look for the deep cold spirit crystal, Lin Xian said to everyone. Jiang Tianyu said, don't think about it here. The deep cold spirit crystal has a lot of uses. Finding it in the deep cold region depends on luck. It's easy to find it in the extreme cold region. Jiang Tianyu started to tempt Lin Xian. He wanted to trick him into going to the extreme cold region. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could survive in the extreme cold region. The extreme cold region? Then I'll have to think about it. Let's test the temperature first. Xiao Runing meant that he just had to go to the deep cold region to look for it. It would be good if he found it. If he couldn't find it, there was no need to force it. However, he shouldn't enter the extreme cold region. Lin Xian would definitely weigh his own abilities. He didn't have any life-saving methods. If he died, then he died. He didn't want to die. We'll help you look for it. Wang Ba said. Thank you, Brother Ba. But you have to pay. Miao Xiaomiao added. Can I give myself to you? Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao. Sure. I'll chop you up and sell you to you. Lin Xian. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +3. Seeing Lin Xian's defeated expression, Miao Xiaomiao suddenly felt very happy. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. Oh my God. Was this still him? In the past, it was always him who teased girls and made them suffer. Now that he met a little lowly, it was the other way around. Just wait. He was going to make Miao Xiaomiao pay him back double. Chapter 67. Lin Xian's group quickly caught up with the people in front of them. They had just finished off a group of beasts and turned to look at Lin Xian's group. There were 8 people in total. Including Lin Xian's group, there were 8 of them. Have you seen them before? Miao Xiaomiao whispered to the people beside her. No, I don't know them. But it's normal that we don't know them, Chu Ming replied. Lin Xian said, since we don't know them, let's be careful. Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Lin Xian and said, let's go. The people in front of them stopped as if they were waiting for them to come closer. This made them feel even more stressed. I didn't expect to meet human warriors in Deep Cold Valley. Nice to meet you. Wang Ba cupped his fists at them as the big brother. Lin Xian deliberately glanced at the 8 of them. There were 2 women and 6 men. Unlike them, these people were all estimated to be above 27 or 28 years old. Wang Ba was the only one in the Gale mercenary group who was slightly older. But there was nothing special about that. Nice to meet you. A burly man in his mid-30s cupped his fists at Wang Ba. Wang Ba took out the Gale mercenary group's badge and showed it to them. We're the Gale mercenary group from Tianhua City. I'm the vice leader, Wang Ba. May I know which mercenary group you're from? Wang Ba asked. He was already trying to get information out of them. The few people behind them were also cautiously sizing them up. The burly man said, Zhao Dazhu, leader of the bloodthirsty mercenary group. Nice to meet you. He took out a mercenary group's badge. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that they took out a mercenary group's badge proved that they were not members of the Evil Fiend Temple. But they could not rule out the possibility that members of the Evil Fiend Temple had registered a mercenary group. But the chances of that were so small that it was almost negligible. Why have you come to Deep Cold Valley? Zhao Dezhu laughed heartily. I'm afraid we're here for the same reason. Oh, is it also for the ice source body? That's right. Since we've all come here through untold hardships, I don't want to fight over the ice source body. Let's split the ice source body 50-50. What do you all think? Wang Ba nodded. If that's what you mean, then that's great. Under normal circumstances, two mercenary groups would fight over a mission. Situations like this were rare, but since there was more than one ice source core, and they wanted to reduce casualties, it was normal for them to be friendly with each other. Then, everyone walked forward together. After a while, a rhinoceros that was more than 5 meters long lay in the middle of the road. Sensing their presence, it stood up and breathed out hot air from its nostrils. With a stomp of its feet, ice crystals quickly rose from the ground and spread towards the group. Whoosh! Everyone quickly dodged. A 3-star arcane body realm glacial armor rhinoceros. Brother Ba, we have already killed our way here, and we have more or less suffered some injuries. How about we leave this 3-star glacial armor rhinoceros to you? Zhao Dezhu looked at Wang Ba and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for helping me. I alone am enough. Whoosh! Then, Wang Ba took out his spirit weapon saber and rushed forward like a whirlwind. Then, an intense battle could be heard ahead. Something's not right. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, no one would be willing to give up a demonic beast, let alone a 3-star arcane body realm glacial armor rhinoceros. To them, it was a treasure. It represented a large amount of experience points. Normally, they would fight to the death for this glacial armor rhinoceros, but Zhao Dezhu and the others actually gave it up. From the beginning, they had been too friendly, so friendly that something was wrong. Of course, they were injured, so it was normal that they didn't want to fight. However, the 8 of them together could easily kill the glacial armor rhinoceros. It would be better for the experience points to fall on one of them than to fall on others, right? But they didn't have such a choice. Or did they think that they wouldn't be able to win against the Win mercenary group because they were injured? Perhaps this was a possibility. Chu Ming and the others were relatively naive. They even forgot to pay attention to the bloodthirsty mercenary group. Lin Xian glanced at Zhang Tianyu again. Lin Xian saw that Zhang Tianyu was staring at him just now. When he looked at Zhang Tianyu quickly looked away. Then, Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao. Her pretty eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It was very small, but it was enough to see that she was also suspicious of something. The battle in front of them was getting more and more intense. At this moment, Wang Ba leaped up and raised his broadsword. It should be a martial skill that was not weak. He slashed towards the ice armor rhinoceros. The terrifying power made them, who were not far away, feel a chill. At this moment, a silver needle suddenly appeared in the palm of a woman beside Zhao Dezhu. The silver needle flew through the air with a whoosh. It was too fast. Although Lin Xian was paying attention to them, Zhao Dezhu happened to block half of the woman's body. Lin Xian couldn't see her move immediately. Wang Ba attacked with all his strength and leaped into the air. This was the moment when he was least prepared. They made their move. Careful! Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao shouted in unison. But it was too late. The silver needle sank into Wang Ba's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Zhao Dezhu rushed up and killed the glacial armor rhinoceros. The remaining 7 people instantly surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Wang Xian, Chu Ming, and Zhang Bin didn't even have time to react. They didn't understand what was going on. Then, they saw Wang Ba lying on the ground, injured. They were surrounded. Damn it! I was too careless. Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth and glared at them. Lin Xian was also annoyed. He was too careless. This shouldn't have happened. Ha ha ha. The woman who attacked Wang Ba let out a shrill laugh. It was disgusting. Who are you people? Miao Xiaomiao stared at them. Everyone's aura surged. But when they felt the aura of the 7 people around them, they fell into despair. 5 arcane body realm 1-star, 2 Arcane Body Realm 2 stars, and the strongest was Zhao Daju. He was at Arcane Body Realm 4 stars, the same as Wang Ba. But now, Wang Ba had almost lost his ability to fight. The rest were all Arcane Body Realm cultivators. How were they going to fight? Ha ha ha. Zhao Daju kicked the unconscious Wang Ba to the side. Then, he laughed and walked over. As he walked, he took out the bloodthirsty mercenary group's emblem and crushed it into powder. They are not the bloodthirsty mercenary group. Chapter 68. No mercenary group would crush their emblem so casually. This was because the emblem contained a lot of information. If it was crushed or destroyed, it meant that the mercenary group no longer existed. They would have to register and start all over again. Therefore, they were definitely not the bloodthirsty mercenary group. Of course, we're not the bloodthirsty mercenary group. Zhao Daju sneered as he walked over. So you guys have been hiding and pretending to be the bloodthirsty mercenary group just to ambush us. I should have known. You guys are from the evil shrine. Miao Xiaomiao pointed at him angrily. Oh, you can even tell that we're from the evil shrine. You're not simple. The seductive woman licked her lips and looked at Miao Xiaomiao. She should have known. Lin Xian was also a little annoyed. The two groups of people who did not know each other, the better they behaved towards their own side, the more abnormal it would be. I want to ask, did you guys also register as a mercenary group of the Bounty Hunter Guild? Lin Xian glanced at them and asked. No. We just happened to encounter the bloodthirsty mercenary group before you guys. We killed them and got some information from them. We also took their emblem. The seductive woman sneered. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. So there was already a mercenary group that had been ambushed before them. The reason why they had to pretend was that Wang Ba's strength was the same as Zhao Daju's, who was the strongest among them. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win. Therefore, they plotted against Wang Ba and revealed their ugly faces. Zhao Daju isn't your name either, Lin Xian said coldly as he looked at the burly arcane body 4 stars man. You don't need to know. The burly man revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Since Miao Xiaomiao could detect them through the device, they naturally had the ability to detect them as well. After they killed the bloodthirsty mercenary group, they also detected the people behind them. Then, they planned to pretend to be the bloodthirsty mercenary group's members and wait for Lin Xian's group to take the bait. If they were stronger, the evil shrine members would not reveal any flaws and would not attack them. If they were weaker, they would naturally attack. Obviously, they had succeeded. Damn it! Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth. It was indeed easy to meet people from the Evil Fiend Shrine outside, but the Evil Fiend Shrine usually didn't move in groups of 8, so they weren't too afraid. But who would have thought that their luck would be so bad? It was one thing to encounter people from the Evil Fiend Hall, but there were really 8 of them. Brother Tianyu, you are a 3-star arcane body stage cultivator, and the strongest among them is a 4-star cultivator. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Jiang Tianyu. Right now, Jiang Tianyu was their only hope. Wang Ba was severely injured and could no longer fight. The other 7 people from the Evil Fiend Hall were all at the arcane body stage 1 or 2 stars. Miao Xiaomiao could try her best to hold off 1 or 2 of them for a while. If Jiang Tianyu performed exceptionally and defeated the 4 stars arcane body stage 4 stars, Jiang Tianyu would be able to kill the remaining arcane body stage 4 stars easily. They might be able to get out alive. At this moment, Jiang Tianyu's lips curled up. Under everyone's gazes, he swaggered over to the Evil Fiend Hall members. Everyone's pupils shrank. What was going on? So, you are from the Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian came to his senses and stared at Jiang Tianyu with a dark expression. What? Everyone looked at Jiang Tianyu in shock and disbelief. You have been working with the Evil Fiend Hall to attack us from the very beginning, right? Lin Xian looked at him. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tianyu laughed and stared at Lin Xian with a dark expression. He said coldly, No. I didn't know that there were people from the Evil Fiend Hall here. I was just worrying about how to kill you. Ha ha ha. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your bad luck. You just happened to meet these people from the Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian, you are destined to die for snatching my woman. This was the scary thing about the Evil Fiend Hall. You never knew if the person beside you was from the evil fiend hall, but he really was. Tianxiang, I will kill Lin Xian personally. You guys take care of the rest. Zhang Tianyu looked at the burly man and said, Ha ha ha, good. You guys, don't hurt this little lowly. I like this kind of thing. Zhang Tianxiang looked at Miao Xiaomiao and licked his lips. Got it, got it. Damn Lilican. The seductive woman laughed. The swift wind mercenaries were filled with despair. It was one thing to meet the people from the evil fiend hall, but they didn't expect Zhang Tianyu to be from the evil fiend hall. This time, they had no chance of survival. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rushed toward them. Be careful. The battle was about to start. Lin Xian rushed toward a woman in front of him. When their fists collided, he quickly retreated and staggered dozens of steps before he could stop. This was the difference of a large realm. Chu Ming and the others were severely injured in an instant. Wind speech spell. Miao Xiaomiao released all her power and a terrifying wind force enveloped them, isolating them from the outside world. I am a wind type. I can block it for a while. You guys run as fast as you can. We can't all die here. Miao Xiaomiao said to Lin Xian and the others. Cough cough. Chu Ming, Wang Xian, and the others spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Chu Ming looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, Big Sister Miao, we'll hold them off. Big Sister Miao is a wind type and is very fast. She might be able to bring you out. When the wind dissipates, Big Sister Miao, you take Lin Xian and run. No, you guys run. Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth. Chu Ming laughed bitterly. Big Sister Miao, we're all injured. We can't run, but we can block them for a few seconds. You and Lin Xian run. As long as you get to the car, you'll be able to escape. Don't hesitate. Big Sister Miao, disperse the wind. Chu Ming and the others got up and released all their power, ready to fight to the death. Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes reddened. Maybe. I have a way. Lin Xian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Is there really a way? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian, but she didn't believe it. In such a desperate situation, even if they had a way, they didn't have the ability to use it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Their realms are too high. Especially one of them is a 4-star arcane body practitioner. Even if you're a wind-type practitioner, you won't be able to escape. Miao Xiaomiao also knew this. Chu Ming meant that there was a chance. After that, Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth that had flowed out from the collision of their fists and said, I'll do the rest. As for whether or not it'll work, I don't know. If it works, we'll be able to survive. If it doesn't, then we'll die together. Chapter 69. They were in despair now. The so-called solution was also a narrow escape. That was to use the death of others to block them for a few seconds, while Miao Xiaomiao used the wind element to escape. She might be able to escape, but it was still almost impossible. But Lin Xian said he had a way. Do you really have a way? Lin Xian didn't know if he could do it. He was also in despair, but this should be their last resort. If we die together, I'll accompany you on the road to the underworld. Will you be happy? Bastard! How can you say something like this at a time like this? Miao Xiaomiao was so anxious that tears fell. Lin Xian shrugged. Then his eyes focused and he said, There's not much spiritual energy left. Let's disperse the hurricane. Lin Xian said to Miao Xiaomiao. If the hurricane didn't disperse, they could still live for a few more seconds. If it dispersed, it meant that everyone's only hope was on Lin Xian. Miao Xiaomiao hesitated for a moment. She thought about it. Even if she didn't disperse the energy, they would still die in a few seconds. Why not choose to place her last hope on Lin Xian? Although she still felt that there was no hope. The hurricane dissipated and Lin Xian released a wave of energy. You can't hold on anymore. Then go to hell. Zhang Tianxiong and the others sneered and released a powerful force to charge at them. Zhang Tianyu stabbed his sword at Lin Xian. Ding. Release the power of time. Choose the effect of time attribute. Time stop. Ding. Choose effect strength. Consume all spiritual energy. Ding. Choose effect target. Ding. Effect target selected. Time attribute released. Whoosh. Then a terrifying force suddenly dispersed from Lin Xian's body. The attacks that were about to hit them, and even their figures and movements, all stopped in place. Miao Xiao Miao and the others were already waiting for death. But suddenly, they were stunned to find that the evil fiend temple people who were charging at them had stopped moving. It was as if time had stopped. Lin Xian's spiritual energy was depleted. He half knelt on the ground and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? Let's kill them now." Oh. Everyone came back to their senses and rushed towards the enemies with spirit weapons in hand. Their weapons were raised and their opponents were stopped in time. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Even if their cultivation levels were high, they could still easily kill them. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stood up. Holding the dragon rain sword in his hand, he stared at Jiang Tianyu with a sharp glint in his eyes. Shua! With a flash of sword light, Jiang Tianyu was beheaded. Ding! Killed a 3-star Mystic Body Realm martial artist. Experience plus 22,000. Lin Xian collapsed to the ground. In just a few seconds, everyone had killed all of them. This was the terrifying aspect of the time attribute. If he could stop time directly, his opponent wouldn't be able to move at all. However, if he could move, how could his opponent fight him? In the beginning, Lin Xian was worried that with his current strength, he might not be able to completely freeze his opponent's time by releasing the time attribute. If he could, they could live. If he couldn't, they had to die. Fate was on their side. Lin Xian did it with his full strength. Even Zhang Tianxiang, who was a 4-star Mystic Body Realm martial artist, would probably be stopped for 4 to 5 seconds by Lin Xian, who was a 10-star Spirit Focus Realm martial artist. However, it was enough for them to kill everyone. This one and only chance saved himself and everyone else's lives. Lin Xian didn't feel like he lost anything. Besides, after killing Jiang Tianyu, he was about to enter the Mystic Body Realm. Of course, if Lin Xian was lucky enough to permanently activate the time attribute in the future, he wouldn't be able to completely control his opponent. Time and space were the most difficult attributes to control. Even if you were a genius and had the time attribute, even if you cultivated for 10 years, you might not be able to completely stop time for someone in the same realm as you for a few seconds, let alone someone in a higher realm. It was strong, but there was no one who could truly control these two attributes. Lin Xian was only able to use the time attribute because of the system's special effects. After surviving a disaster, everyone felt that it was unreal. Chu Ming, if there's nothing else, hurry up and treat Uncle Ba. Miao Xiao Miao said to Chu Ming. Chu Ming had the wood attribute, so he had the ability to heal. Okay. Before he could thank Lin Xian, Chu Ming quickly ran to Wang Ba. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and hesitated for a few seconds before asking, "Is this the time attribute? Your attribute is the time attribute?" Lin Xian took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. He shook his head. "No, if I had the time attribute, I would have done it already. It's just a spiritual weapon, a one-time use item. I don't know how effective it is, but it obviously saved our lives." Miao Xiaomiao didn't care if she believed it or not. Since Lin Xian said so, she took it as if it was true. "Thank you for saving us." Miao Xiaomiao bowed to Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, thank you." Zhang Bin, Wang Xin, Li Zhigao, and the others all said gratefully. They weren't just exchanging pleasantries. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, all of them would have died here. But now, they were only injured. They were really thankful that they didn't die. They were thankful that before they came here, there was an unfamiliar person called Lin Xian who joined them. If it wasn't for him, they would have been separated by life and death. Ding! Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you plus 30. Current favorability, 25. Friendly. Lin Xian. Thinking about it, it was normal for favorability to increase by so much after saving their lives. "I'm sorry for what happened before. I looked down on you at first, but thank you very much." Miao Xiaomiao said again. Thinking back to her attitude towards Lin Xian, she felt a little guilty. He didn't blame her, and even saved them all. Lin Xian waved his hand. "It's okay. I was also saving myself." Ding! Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you plus 5. "Really, I can't repay you for saving my life. If you need any help in the future, I, Zhang Bin, will definitely repay you with my life. Zhang Bin said gratefully. Me too. Lin Xin smiled. Don't be so polite. Everyone, recover first. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. You guys rest for a while. I'll protect you. Then Lin Xin and Miao Xiaomiao went to Wang Ba's side. Wang Ba had also woken up. How is it? Lin Xin asked. Chu Ming said, the silver needles were taken out. The injury is quite serious, but it's not life-threatening. Wang Ba had just fainted, so he didn't know what had happened. But Chu Ming had told him when he was treating him. Then Wang Ba covered his wound and stood up to bow to Lin Xian. I can't thank you enough. In the future, Wang Ba, no, everyone in the Gale mercenary group will repay you with their lives. Lin Xian scratched his head. Don't, just call me Lin Xian. Don't be so polite. This made Lin Xian a little embarrassed, but he really liked everyone in the Gale mercenary group. They were all sincere, except for Jiang Tianyu. Chapter 70. While everyone was resting, Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao were chatting on the side. I felt your strength just now. You should be at 9 or 10 stars of the spirit focus realm, right? Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian just punched that girl. He couldn't have held back at that moment, right? He even exchanged that punch for double his strength. But he still couldn't beat her. After all, that girl was at 2 stars of the arcane body realm, while Lin Xian was at 10 stars of the spirit focus realm. Although it was only a difference of 2 levels, it was a difference of a whole realm. This difference was simply too big. Under normal circumstances, if Lin Xian exchanged for double his strength, an opponent 2 stars higher than him might not be able to beat him in terms of strength. But this difference was just too big. Lin Xian shrugged and said nonchalantly, yeah, so are you still going to PK with me? Humph. Miao Xiaomiao snorted and said, I'm not someone who goes back on her words. So what if you're at 10 stars of the spirit focus realm? Because I just advanced to 10 stars. I can easily beat 10 stars even though I'm at 9 stars, let alone 10 stars. Lin Xian. This Miao Xiaomiao was quite strong. Many people could easily beat 10 stars from 9 stars. The difference of 1 level wasn't that big. If the former was stronger, then they could make up for the difference of 1 level. But they had to be strong. Miao Xiaomiao, at 14 years old, was able to reach such a level. He really didn't know what her peers were doing. Were they training like crazy every day? Okay, don't forget our bet. Lin Xin knew that Miao Xiaomiao was of the wind element. The wind element was considered a strong element. It had attack, agility, and area of effect abilities. It was a rare element and was on the same level as the lightning element. But the lightning element mainly attacked, while the wind element was more versatile. Don't worry, I was worried that you'd go back on your words. But you can't use the time element to fight me. Otherwise, it'll be too unfair. Lin Xian, I already told you. My time stop is from a spiritual weapon. It's not my element. I'm of the lightning element. Miao Xiaomiao said this because she subconsciously thought that Lin Xian wasn't using the time's spiritual weapon, but his element. She was very smart. She could have asked him to take out the spirit tools that he had used up and take a look. However, she didn't ask because she knew that it would make them feel awkward. Oh, right, I forgot. Miao Xiaomiao said, You're of the lightning element? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Yes. Lin Xian then opened his hand and a bolt of lightning flashed in his palm. If it really is lightning attribute, then don't blame me for bullying you when the time comes. You bullying me? Ding. Successfully taunted Miao Xiaomiao. Scumbag points plus 20,000. Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth. If it was before, Lin Xian said this to her, she would definitely be angry. But Lin Xian saved them. Now, Miao Xiaomiao's attitude towards Lin Xian had changed greatly, so she wasn't angry. So, a person's impression of others was directly related to the same thing. The former's attitude towards several people was completely different. For example, if a girl liked a man named A and hated a man named B, and A accidentally touched her hand, the girl would be shy and her heart would race. Would she still think that he touched her hand on purpose? If B touched her hand, the girl would slap him. Bah, hooligan. That's right, this was the difference in impression. Before, Lin Xian was B, But now, even if he didn't reach the level of A, it was still much better. I didn't think that someone from the evil fiend hall would sneak into the Gale mercenaries. He almost killed everyone. Miao Xiao Miao gritted her teeth. Then, she thought of something and looked at Lin Xian, asking, "You know him too, right?" Lin Xian said, "You could say that, but I don't know him well. He's my girlfriend. He's a suitor of one of my female teachers. He's also her cousin. So, I pretended to be her boyfriend, and that's how I met him. Maybe that's why he hates me." Female teacher. Is that Sister Ning Ning? You know him too? Miao Xiao Miao nodded. Elder Sister Ning Ning used to stay in our Swift Wind mercenaries for a period of time. That Zhang Tianyu was also introduced by Elder Sister Ning Ning a few days ago. Elder Sister Ning Ning probably didn't expect her cousin to be from the Evil Fiend Temple. So, maybe we can send someone to investigate this Zhang family. Since he's from the Evil Fiend Hall, I don't believe that the entire Zhang family doesn't know. Lin Xian sneered. Yes, I'll tell Grandpa when I get back. Grandpa won't just sit around and wait for his death. Hearing Miao Xiao Miao's words, Lin Xian felt that Miao Xiao Miao's grandpa wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't say something like that. But he didn't ask. But Sister Ning Ning actually made you pretend to be her boyfriend. I don't know why Sister Ning Ning's taste is so bad now. Miao Xiao Miao suddenly said. Lin Xian, that's because your taste is bad. How is that possible? Then tell me, between you and Xiao Runing, who has better taste? Of course it's Sister Ning Ning. Lin Xian said honestly. That's right. Her taste is better than yours. She chose me, but your taste is worse than hers. So, you think she shouldn't have chosen me. In the end, it's your taste that's bad. Ding. Successfully taunted Miao Xiao Miao. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Humph. Miao Xiao Miao proudly turned her head to the side. After a while, Wang Ba and the others walked over. Lin Xian and Miao Xiao Miao quickly stood up. How are you? Lin Xian asked. Wang Ba said, my injuries are still okay. I'll be fine after a while. Miao Xiao Miao said, then let's go back. Go back? No, we're already here. The drilling site isn't far from here. If we go back now, wouldn't we be giving up halfway? We can't let these injuries fall on us for nothing. Wang Ba said. But your injuries, Chu Ming smiled and said, unless it's a monster stronger than Brother Ba. But that area should rarely appear. Arcane Body Realm 3 stars, 4 stars is the limit. Even if it's 4 stars, Brother Ba might be injured, but we won't panic if we work together. Also, we've healed a lot and the gene medicine has taken effect. We really can't go back now. Zhang Bin also said, that's right. Also, Brother Xian still needs to find the deep freeze spirit crystal. Everyone nodded. Miao Xiao Miao looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, anything is fine. It doesn't matter if you want the deep freeze spirit crystals or not. Because Xiao Runing said not to force it. Okay, then let's go. But safety first. This time, everyone should be prepared at all times. If we meet a strong monster, we'll retreat. Then everyone packed up and continued forward. Chapter 71. In front of them was an area that had not been explored before. It wasn't that it had not been explored before, but at least it wasn't today. Therefore, there were definitely demon beasts. This time, Lin Xian and Miao Xiao Miao were the vanguard. Although Miao Xiao Miao was young, Lin Xian really admired her. Other girls at her age ate lollipops and watched cartoons, but what about her? She was so young and had heaven-defying strength. She was also proficient in all kinds of equipment. Even when everyone was injured, Miao Xiao Miao was especially steady. Who would believe that this was something a 14-year-old loli could do? Why do you keep looking at me? Miao Xiao Miao suddenly looked at Lin Xian and muttered. Lin Xian did indeed keep looking at Miao Xiao Miao. It wasn't that he was perverted or interested in her, but Lin Xian wanted to see how this girl looked like when she was serious. He actually found that she was quite charming like this. Hearing Miao Xiao Miao's words, Lin Xian turned back and touched his nose before replying. I just want to see how a little girl looks like when she's serious. You're the little girl. Miao Xiao Miao gritted her teeth. This Lin Xian's words were so infuriating. If he didn't save her and the entire Wind mercenary group, Meow Xiao Meow would have already jumped up and bit him. No, how could she bite someone? Especially a man. Hey, you're lying through your teeth. I'm a man. No matter how much you talk, you can't talk about a little girl. Ding. Feeling the resentment from little big sister, Scumman value plus 1000000. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Turtle, this resentment directly increased by 100,000 Scumman value. Just how much resentment did this little girl have for him? The most amazing thing was that it didn't drop favorability. Lin Xian would probably only drop favorability if he did something that was too much or unacceptable. Normally, this kind of conversation wouldn't drop favorability, but if he said something like this before, it would definitely drop favorability by -5. Ha ha ha. Older brother Xian, I'm guessing that Sister Meow has already prepared a series of revenge against you. You have to be careful. Chu Meng laughed from the side. Shut up. Meow Xiao Meow glared at Chu Meng cutely, and Chu Meng held back his laughter. Revenge? Lin Xian looked at Meow Xiao Meow with a smile on his face. Meow Xiao Meow swung her ponytail. I'm not such a petty person. I remember the last time Chu Meng stole a bowl of instant noodles from Sister Meow. The next day, Sister Meow put a knockout drug in his instant noodles. Zhang Bin recalled. Lin Xian, big mouth. Meow Xiao Meow was about to go crazy. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about it anymore. From this, it could be seen that their relationship was very good. Zhang Bin and the others weren't afraid of Meow Xiao Meow, they just doted on her. Be careful, there are a lot of demonic beasts up ahead. Although Meow Xiao Meow was going crazy, she didn't forget what she was doing. She looked at the device and said, Are there any strong demonic beasts? Meow Xiao Meow shook her head. We're very lucky. The computer doesn't show any arcane body stage demonic beasts. Then there's no big problem. Let's go. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Along the way, they killed no less than 30 demonic beasts. One of them was a 2-star arcane body stage demonic beasts. Although Wang Ba was injured, he still managed to kill it with the help of Meow Xiao Meow's wind element. Lin Xian gained some experience from killing demonic beasts. It wouldn't take long for him to advance to the arcane body stage. It's this ice cave. Meow Xiao Meow put down the computer and pointed ahead. Lin Xian also looked over. On the side of the road, there was a hole about 3 to 4 meters in diameter. However, the surface was covered by ice. Is there an underground river below us? Lin Xian asked. Wang Ba nodded. That's right. There's an underground river below us. The ice source we're looking for is in the underground river. We can get it from the surface. Lin Xian thought for a moment and asked, I want to ask if any of the martial artists who came here to find the treasure have gone down there before? I know what you're guessing, but someone has already gone down there. It's just an underground river. It's about 20 meters underground. There's nothing special about it. Then why is there an ice source floating on the surface of the water? Shouldn't there be something in the water that caused the ice source to be born? Everyone looked at each other. What you said makes sense. Where did the ice origin body come from? This is something that no one has been able to explain since it was first discovered. No one has tried to find the source either. Wang Ba pondered. Meow Xiao Meow looked at Lin Xian and asked, Lin Xian, are you thinking that the ice source was formed by the release of the power of the treasure that caused this place to become the deep cold valley? What Lin Xian? Call him Brother Xian. Meow Xiao Meow was speechless. Ding. Feeling the resentment from Mississippi scumbag value, plus 50,000. Lin Xian chuckled in his heart. Uncle Ba, can we stuff him down and seal the hole? Meow Xiao Meow looked at Wang Ba and asked. Wang Ba smiled helplessly. Lin Xian shrugged and said, You'll have to call me that sooner or later. That'll have to wait until you beat me. The two of them bickered as the crowd gathered around the hole. The hole was about 3 meters underground and there was a thick layer of ice. In other words, 3 meters under their feet was the underground river. Then, Meow Xiao Meow took out a metal box from her backpack and placed it on the ground. Lin Xian looked at it curiously. Uncle Ba, break the hole. Wang Ba nodded and raised his right fist. A gust of golden energy gathered in his right fist, and he punched the hole. A golden gust of wind blasted in. Boom! There was a loud noise from below, and everyone felt the ground shake violently. Then, the thick layer of ice shattered. At this moment, they could hear the sound of water flowing from below. Lin Xian looked up and saw that the water was very clear. What was even more exaggerated was that there was a gust of cold air. The water was about to freeze again. Ka ka ka. Meow Xiao Meow's black box opened automatically, and a metal arm stretched out from it. Then, Meow Xiao Meow placed a large colander on the arm that was similar to dumplings. She dipped the colander into the water, and when it came out, it was filled with 2 fist-sized pieces of light blue ice elemental bodies. They were like jelly, elastic but very, very cold. What kind of advanced technology is this? Why hadn't he seen it before? Lin Xian roared in his heart. He felt so low. They didn't dare to touch the ice core because they knew how cold it was. They poured the ice core directly into a white metal bucket that Zhang Bin was carrying on his back. It seemed to be a high-tech metal bucket. They didn't stop until the bucket was full. Enough. These can be sold for a month's worth of our mission. Wang Ba looked at the bucket of ice cores with satisfaction. Chapter 72. They weren't greedy because this bucket was enough. They couldn't get much more. At first, they could get 2 pieces per scoop. If they were lucky, they could get 4 or 5 pieces. When the bucket was almost full, they could only get 1 piece per scoop. Therefore, they felt that it was enough. Let's sell this bucket and give half of the reward to Lin Xian, Wang Ba suggested. Okay. No one had any objections. However, Lin Xian shook his head. No need. I have no use for money. Besides, you guys rely on this to make a living. I don't need it. This is a token of our appreciation. Lin Xian, we don't know how to repay you for saving our lives. This is the only way to make us feel a little better, Wang Ba said. Li Zhigao nodded. Yes, we won't have to do missions for a month with this bucket. We are very satisfied. Therefore, you must accept our gratitude when the time comes. If there's anything we can do in the future, feel free to call us. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. Then, okay, I won't be pretentious with you guys. That's right. A few of them smiled. Ding. Meow Xiao Meow's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian felt that it wasn't easy for her favorability to reach 35. He didn't care about the money. Lin Xian really didn't want it. Everyone in the Wind mercenary group had families to feed, and they relied on this to make a living. Moreover, it was very dangerous. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want it. However, if he didn't want it, they would always feel that he didn't want to interact with them. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted it. Not only would it not make them unhappy, but it would also make them feel better and happier. After all, these people treated everyone sincerely. They didn't have any ulterior motives. Everyone's good is the best. Therefore, this was why Lin Xian liked the Wind mercenary group more. Right? I hope that everyone won't tell anyone about what happened today. Meow Xiao Meow looked at everyone and said, Don't worry, my wife will be even more worried if I tell her. I won't tell her. Wang Ba laughed. Although she said that, everyone knew what Meow Xiao Meow was referring to. She was referring to Lin Xian's time attribute power. Regardless of whether it was a spiritual weapon or the fact that he had the time attribute, it was best not to let others know about it, because he did not want to. That's why they wouldn't say anything. But I'll tell Grandpa, because you saved my life too. Meow Xiao Meow looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. In any case, he trusted these people. There shouldn't be anyone like Jiang Tianyu here. Oh, by the way, Lin Xian still needs to find the Deep Frost Spirit Crystal. Meow Xiao Meow thought of this. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Forget it. Everyone is injured, so let's not look for them. Let's go back. Actually, Lin Xian wanted to stay behind and search for Gushiju alone, but he really didn't know if that was a good idea. He had promised Linya and Xiao Runing, so he chose to retreat. He also didn't forget to send a message to Linya every hour. Our injuries aren't that big of a problem right now. This place is already quite deep. If we walk a bit deeper, we should be able to find the Deep Frost Spirit Crystal if we're lucky. If we don't find it before we reach the extreme cold area, then we'll leave. Okay? Wang Ba said. Lin Xian thought for a bit and then nodded. Then thank you everyone. I already said that you don't need to be polite with us. The more polite you are, the more distant we feel. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled. Okay, then I won't be polite. Let's go. I'll carry this. I'm basically not injured, but everyone is injured. Lin Xian looked at the bucket of ice source bodies. I'll do it. I'm not injured either. Miao Xiaomiao said. Go away, little girl. Lin Xian said to Miao Xiaomiao and took the initiative to carry the ice source body on his back. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +1. You're the little girl. Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian. You're still not convinced. Little girl. Phew. Miao Xiaomiao took a deep breath and proudly turned her head away, ignoring Lin Xian. The few of them looked at each other and smiled. It was rare to see this side of Miao Xiaomiao. The few of them then continued to walk deeper into the area. Let's go this way. Miao Xiaomiao looked at the computer and pointed to a path on the side. Why go this way? Miao Xiaomiao said. This path has been scanned and there are the least traces of people entering. So the possibility of the deep frost spirit crystal is higher. I'll go. You can even find that? You think too little of technology. As long as there are traces within a year, we can find it. Miao Xiaomiao said. Amazing. Then, they turned around and walked in. There were many beasts along the way and they killed many of them. There were also some beasts that ran away when they saw people coming. This was a normal scene. After about 10 minutes, Miao Xiaomiao stopped. There's a deep frost reaction 30 meters ahead. It should be the deep frost spirit crystal. Then everyone looked over. There. Oh, there seems to be a lot of them. Wang Ba pointed to the front and said. Lin Xian also saw the deep frost spirit crystal. At a height of about 10 meters, there were a few dark blue crystals that were particularly eye-catching. It's probably a newly formed deep frost spirit crystal. This place is already very eye-catching. If it existed long ago, it would have been taken by others. Wang Ba said. Lin Xian looked. There were about 10 of them. There were also 2 beasts beside them. The beasts probably liked the deep frost spirit crystal even more because of the deep frost spirit crystal's continuous cold and spiritual energy. I'll go and kill the beasts first, Lin Xian said and rushed forward. Hey, be careful, Wang Ba shouted. Miao Xiaomiao said, don't worry. He should be able to defeat 2 8-star spirit focus realm beasts. He doesn't use a sword? Seeing Lin Xian rushing forward with his bare hands, everyone looked at each other. Logically speaking, using a sword and spiritual weapon would be stronger. But in the next second, they understood why Lin Xian didn't use a sword. It was because he didn't need it. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Grade. Earth Rank 8-star Spiritual Energy Cost. 300 Thunder Attribute Martial Skill. Uses the power of thunder to destroy the enemy in an instant. The violent power of thunder is unstoppable. Maximum release range, 20 meters. Causes 300% of the user's thunder damage. The smaller the range, the more concentrated the thunder is. Maximum damage is 600%. Lin Xian slammed his palm on the ground. In the next moment, thunder burst out and spread rapidly. The 2 8-star spirit focus realm beasts were directly entangled in the air by the thunder. They screamed. Put a few seconds later, the 2 beasts were electrocuted and fell to the ground. They were no longer breathing. Good, Lin Xian exclaimed. This was an Earth Rank 8-star martial skill. It was too fierce. This was Lin Xian's first time using 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon in a battle. Chapter 73. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, an Earth Stage 8-star martial skill. Just this level alone was enough to make people crazy. Lin Xian was at the Spirit Condensation Realm, 2 stars higher than the Spirit Condensation Realm. However, the body of a demon beast was innately strong. In this case, 10 stars could kill 8 stars, but even if he released a martial skill, he couldn't instantly kill 8 stars of the Spirit Condensation Realm. The gap of 2 stars wasn't that big. Especially when a human faced a demon beast, the gap would be even bigger after reaching the Arcane Body Realm. But if the martial skill was very strong, then there was no need to worry, just like this 5 thunder celestial phenomenon. Instant kill. How strong was an Earth stage martial skill? Even if it was facing a demon beast of the same realm, if the demon beast didn't have time to defend, instant kill wasn't impossible. It could even seriously injure an opponent several levels higher than oneself. It could even seriously injure an opponent of a higher realm. Of course, this kind of situation was very rare because the difference in realm was too big. Once the opponent reacted and defended, they could still block it. For example, this 5 lightning celestial phenomenon was an Earth-class 8-star martial skill, and it was a lightning-attributed martial skill. If Lin Xian were to unleash it with his full strength at the spirit-focus realm, he would be able to severely injure even a 3rd-star arcane body realm cultivator. But the prerequisite was to attack. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths wide. What a strong power of thunder. Big Brother Xian is of the thunder attribute. Forget about the violent attribute. What the hell is this martial skill? Earth stage. Only an Earth stage martial skill can have this kind of power. Even from so far away, I, a 4-star arcane body realm cultivator, am afraid of the power that Lin Xian just released. Wang Ba said, flabbergasted. Earth stage martial skill, he had heard of it before. But after living for more than 30 years, he had never seen it. Earth stage martial skill. I really underestimated him. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian's beautiful eyes with a glimmer that shouldn't have appeared at her age. Then Miao Xiaomiao said to them, about this, other than my grandfather, don't tell anyone else. I'm worried that someone will hear the news and attack him. We naturally know this. But Sister Miao, do you know where Big Brother Xian came from? With that kind of abnormal time, attribute spirit weapon, and now an Earth stage martial skill, even our Tian City's 4 great families don't have it, right? Zhang Bin looked at Miao Xiaomao and asked, I also don't know where Lin Xian came from. He was introduced by Big Sister Ning Ning, and how could the 4 great clans not have an Earth tier martial skill? Lin Xian's surname is Lin, but there's no Lin surname in the 4 great families. Could he be from another big family in another city? Miao Xiaomiao pondered. Because what Lin Xian had displayed was simply too shocking. Even a powerful family would find it hard to take out such a treasure, especially that time attribute spirit weapon. No matter how strong the clan was, they had never heard of such an existence. As for whether Lin Xian was using a time attribute spiritual weapon, or if he had the time attribute himself, Miao Xiaomiao was still a little doubtful. Although everyone else thought that it was a spiritual weapon, Miao Xiaomiao's intuition told her that it wasn't that simple. Although one person already had the rare lightning attribute, it was even more impossible for him to have the time attribute which only appeared in hundreds of millions of people. But Miao Xiaomiao still felt that something wasn't right. But thinking about it, even if Lin Xian was so abnormal and really had dual attributes, and it was a rare dual attribute, he shouldn't be able to stop time for a few seconds with a martial artist several levels higher than him. Thinking of this, Miao Xiaomiao felt that it was a spiritual weapon, but she still felt a little doubtful. It had to be said that a woman's intuition was really scary. Even if Lin Xian had both the lightning and time attributes, at his age, it was impossible for him to use the time attribute so well. But Miao Xiaomiao still couldn't directly confirm that Lin Xian was using a spiritual weapon. The 2 Spirit Focus 8-star demonic beasts didn't allow Lin Xian to level up. In fact, Ning also said that the experience gained from killing 8-star demonic beasts wasn't that high. It was a far cry from the experience gained from killing 8-star demonic beasts. So, it wasn't easy to level up by killing 8-star demonic beasts. And Lin Xian was still 10,000 experience points away from 1-star demonic beasts. Miao Xiaomiao and the rest came to Lin Xian's side. They didn't ask about Lin Xian's martial arts skills. It's more than 10 meters, and it's all ice. There's no place to climb, and we can't fly. How are we going to get it? Lin Xian looked up at the deep freeze spirit crystals and fell into deep thought. Call me Sister Miao. I'll help you, Miao Xiaomiao said. Lin Xian glanced at Miao Xiaomiao. Seeing her smug look, he really wanted to spank her. No, I'll use lightning to blast them down. After saying that, Lin Xian gathered lightning in his palm. Don't. Wangba quickly stopped him. Don't worry, I'll just blast the ice down. But the deep freeze spirit crystals are very fragile. They're 15 times more fragile than glass. Just the impact of hitting the ground will shatter them. Lin Xian, humph. Seeing Lin Xian looking at her, Miao Xiao Miao let out a proud sound. Little Miao Miao. Lin Xian chuckled and then said in a sweet voice. This call gave Miao Xiao Miao goosebumps. She even shuddered. It wasn't Lin Xian's tone, but the way he called her. That's disgusting. Don't disgust me. I'll help you. Miao Xiao Miao really couldn't stand this call. Actually, even if Lin Xian didn't call her, she would have helped Lin Xian. She just wanted to see him suffer. Little Miao Miao, you're so nice. Ding. Feeling countless emotions from Little Miss, Scum Man points, plus 100,000. Today was a good day. He earned quite a lot of Scum Man points from Miao Xiao Miao. Moreover, his relationship with her was much better than Lin Xian expected. Call me that again and I'll kill you. Miao Xiao Miao glared at Lin Xian fiercely. Then, without giving him any time to speak, wind gathered around her body and she flew up. Damn, even the wind element can't do this. Lin Xian gaped at Miao Xiao Miao, who was already more than 10 meters in the air. Chu Meng smiled and said, the wind element can fly at low altitudes, but it consumes a lot of spiritual power. Sister Miao is actually using a type of martial skill. It also consumes a lot of spiritual power, but sometimes it can be very useful, like now. Amazing! Soon, Miao Xiao Miao flew down. She had a special glove on her hand. Holding the deep freeze spirit crystal, she said to Lin Xian, open the bucket and put the deep freeze spirit crystal inside. After we get in the car, I'll put it in another place for you. Then, the deep freeze spirit crystal was in his hands. There were a total of 12 pieces. He should have perfectly completed Xiao Runing's mission. Then, Lin Xian couldn't wait for Xiao Runing to give him the dark level sword skill. Let's go back. Okay. Then, they walked back. Lin Xian suddenly felt like he was being watched. He frowned and turned around. A snow-white figure seemed to have suddenly hidden. Chapter 74. Wait a minute. Lin Xian's eyebrows suddenly creased, and then he rushed back with all his might. Hey, Lin Xian. Several people suddenly saw Lin Xian's abnormality and immediately turned around and shouted. However, Lin Xian had already rushed far away. Not knowing what was going on, they quickly chased after him. Lin Xian came to the bend and looked over, but there was no figure. This place was bare. There was no place to hide. If he wanted to hide, he would have to run to another bend a kilometer away, or fly hundreds of meters above. But there was no figure. Several people caught up from behind. What's wrong? Wang Ba frowned and asked. Lin Xian looked around seriously and then shook his head. It's nothing. I feel like someone is following us. Maybe it's an evil beast, or maybe I'm mistaken. So it's like that. You should have told us. You gave us a fright. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Miao Xiao Miao carefully looked at Lin Xian, as if thinking about something different. Her IQ was very high. She naturally didn't believe what Lin Xian said just now. If it was true, then it was completely out of proportion to Lin Xian's excitement and nervousness just now. But she didn't say it out loud. Let's go back. Then everyone walked away. Lin Xian lowered his head and pondered. Did he see wrongly? But he didn't see wrongly. He was almost certain that the petite snow-white figure existed. The moment he turned his head, the figure retreated. It was very similar to the Xue Qilin he saw that night. So Lin Xian was so excited. If it was any other demonic beast, Lin Xian might have seen wrongly, which was why he wasn't sure. However, if it was a demonic beast, he should have seen the demonic beast fleeing when he rushed over. The demonic beasts here couldn't possibly run 1,000 meters in an instant. Lin Xian was quite sure that he didn't see wrongly. There was a small figure, so he didn't understand. Little Meow Meow. Can your computer go back and see the infrared reaction from before? The infrared reaction represented the existence of life. There were no demonic beasts along the way. If there was an infrared signal at that time, then Lin Xian was certain that there was a demonic beast. Sure, At that time just now? Lin Xian nodded. That's the time. Then move back. Then, Miao Xiaomiao operated the computer and started to rewind time. He rewound all the way to the point of time just now and continued to rewind. Miao Xiaomiao raised her head and said to Lin Xian, "No, the infrared sensor only detects us. There are no other life forms within 300 meters of us." Lin Xian nodded. "All right, thanks for the trouble. Go home." But he still felt that something was wrong. Did he really see wrongly? It shouldn't be. He can't be sure whether it is Xueqilan or not, but he should be able to confirm that there really is a little demon beast. Did he really see wrongly? Or is it that the instrument can't detect Xueqilan? Lin Xian didn't know. He thought that the former was more likely. At this moment, above the deep cold valley, a few hundred meters above them, a super cute little demon beast stood on a cliff and looked at the figures below gradually moving further away. She couldn't see clearly at such a height, but that didn't mean that she couldn't see clearly. If Lin Xian was here, he would recognize that this is Xueqilan, who bestowed him with full attribute power that night. Xueqilan waved her short but super cute little paw, and a mirror image appeared in front of her. It was the live broadcast of Lin Xian and them. Woo! She let out a small voice that sounded like she was sleep-talking. Then, she covered her face with her two little paws, just like the expression a little girl would have when she was shy. Then, she jumped back. When her petite body was in the air, a wormhole appeared in front of her. She jumped in and disappeared on the spot. Lin Xian and them got on the vehicle safely, and then began the return journey. This time, Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao sat together. Lin Xian held the deep cold spirit crystal in his arms. They put the deep cold spirit crystal in a special glass box so that Lin Xian won't be frozen by the deep cold spirit crystal's cold. Lin Xian, why don't you join our Gale mercenary group? Although Wang Ba was injured, but he was temporarily fine after being treated, he said to Lin Xian while driving. Lin Xian froze for a moment and then turned his head to look at Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao was looking at Lin Xian just now, and then quickly turned her little face to the side, pretending to look at the scenery outside the window. But her little face was slightly red, looking like a little girl who was caught stealing food. Ding! Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian scratched his head. This increase in favorability was baffling. Now, it was already at 40 favorability. Then, Lin Xian said to Wang Ba in the front, "Forget it. I usually go to school, so I don't have much time." School. That's true, but there's no conflict. Wang Ba said. Why? Uncle Ba, if he doesn't want to join, then don't let him join. Miao Xiaomiao pouted, as if she was unhappy because of Lin Xian's hesitation. Lin Xian wasn't a straight guy, and even knew how to flirt with girls, but to be honest, he didn't have much experience in love. So sometimes, he would be confused when girls changed. Did I say I'm not joining? I'm just asking. Little girl, why are you so agitated? Lin Xian laughed. Am I agitated? Miao Xiaomiao glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and didn't continue to talk to Miao Xiaomiao. Then, Wang Ba, who was driving, said, "What I'm thinking is that it doesn't matter if you don't have time. We have missions. Every time we go on a mission, we'll let you know. If you're free, you can come with us. What do you think?" Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is the mercenary group part of the Bounty Hunter Guild?" "No, we're a profession developed because of the nature of the Bounty Hunter Guild. We have a mutually beneficial relationship with the Bounty Hunter Guild, but we don't belong to the Bounty Hunter Guild. We're called mercenaries, and the members of the Bounty Hunter Guild are called bounty hunters. This is the most obvious difference." Lin Xian nodded. "Okay, then I'll join, but I really don't have much time to go on missions." "Haha, it's okay. I want you to join because I like you as a friend. It doesn't matter if you go on missions or not. If we have time, we can come out for a drink and have fun. Isn't that better?" Lin Xian laughed. This was one of the reasons why he liked the Gale mercenary group. Everyone was easy to get along with, and they didn't have any bad intentions. "Humph, you're lucky," Miao Xiaomiao said. Chapter 75. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh at Miao Xiaomiao's words. What do you mean? Do I get a fixed salary after joining the Wind Mercenary Group? Miao Xiaomiao snorted. In your dreams. You're lucky to be working with me. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Although Miao Xiaomiao seemed to have a high IQ and didn't act like a 14-year-old loli at all, he could still tell what she was thinking. A little girl was still a little girl after all. What are you laughing at? Isn't that right? Chu Ming, don't you think it's a blessing to work with me? Chu Ming nodded without hesitation. That's right. It's my honor. Ah. Did you hear that? Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian proudly. Yes, yes, yes. Little Miao Miao. You're the best. Don't call me Little Miao Miao. Call me Big Sister Miao. Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Little Miao Miao. You. Ding. Sensed Big Sister's anger. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Miao Xiaomiao took a deep breath and shook her head decisively. Her twin ponytails swayed, leaving Lin Xian with the back of her head. She looked at the scenery outside to vent her anger. Miao Xiaomiao had done this countless times to Lin Xian over the course of the day. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian, you're the first person I've seen that Xiaomiao can't do anything to. Those who didn't respect her before were punished badly by her. Wang Ba laughed. That's why girls can't be spoiled. Otherwise, they'll be lawless when they grow up. Who are you calling lawless? Lin Xian said. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this phenomenon. You're talking about me. All right, then I'm talking about you. Miao Xiaomiao was speechless. Ding. Sensed Big Sister's anger. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you minus 0.5. Lin Xian was speechless. Fuck. 0.5. Just you wait. I'll beat you up. Let's see if you can still say that. Miao Xiaomiao threatened. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said with a chuckle, It's not certain who will beat who up. You have the lightning element, and I have the wind element. You're at the spirit focus realm, and I'm also at the spirit focus realm. Wind can restrain the lightning element in a certain sense. Plus, I'm both smart and brave, and I'm incomparably intelligent. You're bound to lose. Lin Xian, fuck. Then this young master will still be valiant, elegant, and peerless in the world. This young lady is so beautiful that even the moon and flowers would be put to shame. My natural beauty is devastatingly beautiful. Young master, I am a man of striking appearance with an extraordinary bearing. I am tall and mighty, and I am a tyrant. Wang Ba and Chu Ming, who were in front, looked at each other helplessly. Miao Xiaomiao had met her match today. The Swift Wind Mercenary Group is going to be lively in the future. Bah, pervert. Miao Xiaomiao blushed and turned her head away. Ding. Sense the anger of this young lady. Scumbag man points plus 10,000. TSK, impure. Lin Xian sighed. Wang Ba, who was in front of him, said, Little Miao hangs out with a lot of men every day. It's normal for him to understand some things. But Lin Xian, this kind of thing, let's not talk about it in front of Little Miao. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Along the way, they chatted and laughed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they were back at Tianhua City. Aren't you coming to our place? Wang Ba asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head and said, It's too late. The sky will be bright in a few hours. Everyone should go back and rest. I'll come back in 2 days. Then he looked at Miao Xiaomiao and said, Go beat this girl up. Wait. Miao Xiaomiao waved her fist at Lin Xian, and Lin Xian got out of the car. They sent Lin Xian to the entrance of the district. Goodbye. Then the two cars drove away. Lin Xian took out his phone. During his time in Deep Cold Valley, Lin Xian would send a message to Linya every hour or so to reassure her. At the same time, Xiao Runing did not sleep. Every hour or two, she would send a message to Lin Xian to check on his safety. Coincidentally, before the battle with the evil fiend temple, he received a message from Xiao Runing. However, Lin Xian did not reply. After a while, Xiao Runing was bombarded with messages, but he only replied after 10 minutes. Xiao Runing was relieved. She thought that something had happened to Lin Xian. Lin Xian could not hear or answer her calls. However, Lin Xian had not told Xiao Runing about the evil fiend temple and Jiang Tianyu. He planned to tell her tomorrow. If he told her, she might not be able to sleep tonight. When he reached home, Lin Xian opened the door and smelled the aroma of rice. When they were in the car, Lin Xian told Linya that he was on his way back. Linya was relieved. She did not expect Lin Xian to prepare food for him in the middle of the night. It was not just simple noodles. As the noodles would become wrinkled after a long time, she even cooked a few dishes and rice for Lin Xian in the middle of the night. "You're back." Linya walked over to help Lin Xian take off his coat and hang it up for him. During the day, she would help Lin Xian wash his clothes. This Lin Xian was really happy. Sometimes his clothes would be washed by Linya. In fact, he could just put them in the washing machine and spin them a few times. But Linya was like this. She even put her own clothes in the washing machine to wash them, while Lin Xian helped him wash them by hand. Lin Xian also said it a few times, but she did not listen. "Why is there blood?" Lin Ya's beautiful eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and then she quickly looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian grabbed Lin Ya's slender hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing. It's just a small injury. It's normal to get a little bit of injury when you go out and fight with demonic beasts. Don't worry." Linya of course knew this. It was fine to get a little bit of injury, but she was afraid that one day he would be seriously injured. However, Lin Xian did not listen to her, so Linya did not say anything either. "Hurry up and eat, then take a shower and go to bed early." It was already almost 3 in the morning, and Linya had been waiting for Lin Xian. This was also the reason why Lin Xian was hesitant to join the Swift Wind mercenaries. Every time he went out, Linya would be so worried that she would stay up until midnight. Lin Xian did not want to go out on missions often, otherwise Linya would have to stay up all the time. Because he was worried about Linya, Lin Xian was hesitant. It was not that Linya was a burden, but that she was Lin Xian's pillar of support, Lin Xian's spiritual sustenance. Lin Xian could not live without her. "Little fairy, you should eat too." Lin Xian pulled Linya to a chair. "I'm not eating. Eating in the middle of the night will make me fat," Linya said. Lin Xian said with a smile, "So you know that you want me to get fat?" "No. If I'm going to get fat, we'll get fat together. You have to eat too." Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, and Lin Xian said with a smile, "If you don't eat, then I won't eat. Then I'll eat." Warriors had the divine system to evolve their physique. Even if Lin Ya's level was not high, as long as she did not eat too much, she would not get fat. Chapter 76. The next day, Lin Xian slept until noon before he woke up. He was indeed a little tired. Leaving the room, he saw that the food was on the table. Linya should have already gone to the company. "I'll ask Little Fairy about the company when I get back tonight." Lin Xian felt that he was not too weak now. He had the ability. Now that Lin Ya's company was in trouble, he had to share the burden with her. Otherwise, Linya would really be very tired. "Once Little Fairy's company has completely stabilized, once I become stronger, I will make Qin Shaotian return everything that he has taken from me. Little Fairy's body should be very strong. If I can return to her body, then I will bring her along with me to level up. After all, if I only rely on experience pills, the experience that experience pills provide in the later stages is really negligible." Lin Xian muttered to himself. He did not want Linya to be so simple and run the company normally. He also wanted Linya to become powerful, because he felt that Linya was qualified. After eating, Lin Xian changed his clothes and went to Tianhua Academy. Now, Lin Xian was a famous person in Tianhua Academy. There were always people who paid special attention to him, and some even pointed fingers at him. He went directly to Xiao Runing's office. Lin Xian pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Runing was sitting inside, flipping through some documents. "Don't you know that you have to knock before entering a teacher's office?" Xiao Runing raised her head and looked at Lin Xian. She glared at him with her beautiful eyes. She looked angry, but in Lin Xian's eyes, she was very cute. Lin Xian smiled and closed the door. He sat on the chair in front of Xiao Runing and said, "I have to knock before entering my girlfriend's office." "Who's your girlfriend?" Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "Sooner or later." After speaking, Lin Xian placed the box on the table in front of Xiao Runing and said, 12 deep frost spirit crystals. That should be more than enough for your mission. Xiao Runing opened the box, and a gust of cold air hit her face. Then she closed it and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, you're capable." "Of course. I'm her boyfriend." "Xiao Runing, I forgot to bring my martial skills. I'll bring them to you tomorrow." "Don't. I'll go to your house to get it tonight." "Xiao Runing, little gangster, you're getting more and more indecent. It's time to teach you a lesson." As she spoke, Xiao Runing's jade-white hand condensed a cold energy, causing Lin Xian to shiver from the cold. Tortoise. This Xiao Runing is really amazing. Lin Xian didn't pay much attention to it before. Now that he couldn't detect it with his spirit eye, it meant that she was at least at the arcane body realm. Although Xiao Runing was a teacher, she was only 2 years older than those geniuses. In just 2 seconds, Xiao Runing withdrew her cold energy. Then she looked at Lin Xian and said, "Are you scared?" "No. I'll be a romantic ghost if I die under a peony. Come, ravage me to your heart's content. Trample me. Tear me to shreds. My ning-ning. Ding." Feeling the anger of a little sister, scumbag man points plus 10,000. Bastard. Xiao Runing scolded with a smile. "Hurry up and scram." "Wait, I still have something to do." Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said, "Hurry up and say it." Lin Xian said, "I met Jiang Tianyu in the Wind Mercenary Group." "Brother Tianyu? Why would he be there?" Xiao Runing frowned. Lin Xian shrugged and said, "How would I know? He just joined 2 days ago. It's normal that you don't know." "You didn't miss anything, right?" Lin Xian said, "That's not important anymore." "Why?" "He's dead." Xiao Runing, "What?" In the next second, Xiao Runing couldn't help but shout. Then she realized that she had lost her composure. She sat down and took a sip of tea while looking at Lin Xian. What happened? She and Jiang Tianyu were relatives, but they weren't close. In fact, Xiao Runing didn't care whether he was dead or not. But because Jiang Tianyu had been pursuing her, they had become closer, so she cared a little. "I killed him." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Runing's frown deepened. She didn't believe that Lin Xian would kill Jiang Tianyu for no reason. Wait, Lin Xian could kill Jiang Tianyu? Moreover, killing demonic beasts was different from killing humans. Some people might have killed many demonic beasts, but they had never killed humans. But Lin Xian said so calmly that he had killed someone. It meant that he had definitely killed someone before, maybe even more than one. So he was used to it. This Lin Xian was really not simple. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing and said, "He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. What happened? Tell me." Xiao Runing was a little anxious. He's a member of the Evil Fiend Hall. Clatter. The cup in Xiao Runing's hand that she had just lifted fell onto the table, as she showed an expression of disbelief. "He is a member of the Evil Fiend Hall?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, you can ask the Gale mercenaries about this. They will tell you. He's a member of the Evil Fiend Hall. We met another group of Evil Fiend Hall members in Deep Cold Valley. They planned to kill us. Fortunately, the result was good. We were only slightly injured, but they were all killed." Xiao Runing doubted the authenticity of Lin Xian's words because it was too unexpected. She would definitely confirm it with the Gale mercenaries. But because of this, she was basically sure that Lin Xian's words were true, because everyone was fine. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who came back alive. One person's words could be doubted, but if everyone agreed, then it must be true. After a while, Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said softly, "I'm sorry." Ding. Feeling little big sister's guilt. Scumbag value plus 30,000. "Oh, why are you apologizing to me?" Xiao Runing said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you take the risk. I didn't expect to meet people from the Evil Fiend Hall, and Jiang Tianyu was one of them. I really don't know how I would face them if something happened to you, or even your sister. But you're fine." Lin Xian chuckled. Xiao Runing shook her head and said, "No, even if nothing happened, I'm still at fault here. I didn't bear the responsibility of a teacher." Lin Xian opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. "It's really nothing. I just wanted to tell you about Jiang Tianyu. Maybe Jiang Tianyu isn't the only one in the Jiang family who is related to the Evil Fiend Hall. Maybe." Xiao Runing nodded. "I know. I'll investigate this. Then she looked up at Lin Xian and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all. If I was hurt, would I be alive and kicking in front of you today? Lin Xian said with a smile. Even so, Xiao Runing still felt very guilty. A large part of this guilt was towards Lin Xian's sister, Linya. She knew that Linya loved Lin Xian very much. If something happened to Lin Xian because of her, she would really sink into the abyss of guilt for the rest of her life. Chapter 77. Xiao Runing thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Xian and said, Are you still going to the Sky Martial Court's Outer Regions Beast Domain trial? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, why wouldn't I go? And, are you really not injured? Lin Xian smiled. Am I stupid? If I was injured, wouldn't I be lying at home? Also, if I was injured, wouldn't I take the opportunity to extort money from you? Xiao Runing heard Lin Xian's words and laughed. That's true. Then you should go back first. Go train first. As a martial artist, you can't slack off. Okay, my dear Ning Ning, see you later. After speaking, Lin Xian walked away. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes flirtatiously and rested her chin on her hand, thinking about how to solve some problems. Lin Xian hummed a song as he walked to Class 10. At this moment, the sound of crying could be heard from Class 10. Lin Xian could hear it even from outside. There weren't many people in Class 10. Most of them were probably in the virtual combat or learning something. Lin Xian looked over and saw that the source of the crying was actually Lu Yufan. This girl is crying? Isn't she supposed to have a high tolerance level? Lin Xian walked in. Yi raised her head to look at him, then lowered her head to comfort Lu Yufan. Lu Yufan buried her head in Yi's chest and sobbed. Looking at her tear-stained face, she was really sad. Hey, what's wrong with you? Lin Xian sat in front of the two and looked at them. Although Lin Xian often teased them, it had to be said that teasing them occupied a certain position in Lin Xian's heart. The key was that the two girls had good characters. Lin Xian didn't dislike them. They were beautiful, so any normal man would have a good impression of them. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan didn't know why, but she felt even more wronged and sobbed even louder. Yi's beautiful face was also filled with worry and anger. She glanced at Lin Xian and said, Fan Fan was bullied? That's something new. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair and extended his hand. A few of his lackeys immediately understood what he meant and hurriedly poured him a glass of water. Aren't you ladies from rich families? Who would dare to bully you? Lin Xian asked curiously, Are you gloating? Lu Yufan raised her head from Yi's embrace and sobbed a few times. Then, she pouted her lips and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Although your chest is a little small, your temper is a little bad. Your height is a little short, and your butt isn't that perky. Wah? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Mengming's tears immediately gushed out. Ding! Feeling the resentment and grievance from Big Sister, scumbag man value plus 50,000. Ding! Making Big Sister cry, scumbag man value plus 100,000. This kind of special and strong emotion would give Lin Xian even more scumbag man value. Lin Xian thought about it. This Lu Yufan was already crying like this, yet he was still saying such things. It seemed like he was really going down the path of being a scumbag. Lin Xian, Fan Fan is already very wronged, yet you're still saying it. Yi looked at Lin Xian and complained. Lin Xian then said, I'm not done yet. Although it's like this, what I want to say is that only I can bully you. No one else can. Tell me who bullied you. Lu Yufan wiped her tears and raised her head. Ding! Feeling the shyness from Lu Yufan, scumbag man value plus 10,000. Look, you've wetted Yi's chest with your tears. Ding! Feeling the shyness from Yi, scumbag man value plus 10,000. Lu Yufan sniffed and looked at Lin Xian. She said pitifully, Will you really help me get revenge? Of course. I already said that only I can bully you. Don't cry. Lu Yufan wiped her tears. Yi's mouth was slightly open. What was going on? She had been comforting her for so long, but she couldn't even say a few words from Lin Xian. Lin Xian handed Lu Yufan a tissue and then asked Yi, What happened? Yi said, Not long after we finished eating lunch, we were walking outside. Then someone from the advanced class confessed to Fan Fan. Lin Xian was stunned. No way. How ugly is he to scare small-chested girl to the point of crying like this? It's ugly. So ugly that it's beyond disgusting. Lu Yufan said in a pitiful and angry tone. Yi then said, Fan Fan rejected him, so he confessed. Then Fan Fan rejected him again. After that, he got angry and said some dirty words to Fan Fan. Then she cried? Yi nodded. This girl's tolerance was really low, but Lin Xian could understand. You're the daughter of a rich family. How dare he provoke you? Lin Xian asked again, confused. Yi said, that person is called Jiang Tianhao. He's from the Jiang family. The Jiang family is quite powerful in Tianhua City. Fan Fan's Lu family is much weaker than the Jiang family, so he's not afraid. Jiang Tianhao. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Jiang Tianyu, Jiang Tianhao. Could there be some kind of relationship between them? Don't we have you? Your Yi family is quite powerful, right? But he provoked Fan Fan. He didn't provoke me. Even if I said anything, he wouldn't be afraid. Yi said in a pitiful tone. It was as if she blamed herself for not being able to protect Lu Yufan even though her family was powerful. So that's how it is. Jiang Tianhao's family was more powerful than the Lu family. After being rejected twice, he became angry out of humiliation and insulted Lu Yufan. However, he thought that he didn't provoke Yi, so he didn't need to be afraid of Yi. He didn't even need to be afraid of Qin Shaotian, who was pursuing Yi. There seemed to be nothing wrong with that. Where is he now? I'll take you to find him. He's back in class. He's in the 5th class of the advanced class. Lu Yufan heard that Lin Xian was going to help her get back at Jiang Tianhao. She immediately became energized and sniffed her nose. Yi was still relatively clear-headed. She frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian, saying, let's think about this at length. He's in the arcane body realm. He's very powerful in the Jiang family. Lu Yufan seemed to have thought of this as well. Although she was angry, she couldn't let Lin Xian be in danger, right? Let's just forget about it, Lu Yufan said softly. Lin Xian smiled and said, I already said that you can only be bullied by me. There's no way anyone else can bully you. Let's go. Take me to him. Ding. Felt Lu Yufan's bashfulness. Scumbag man points plus 10,000. It had to be said that these words were words of love. They were very effective against girls, especially girls who had just cried and felt wronged. Can I really? Lu Yufan asked with a sobbing tone. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Lu Yufan's hand as he spoke. Ding. Successfully held Big Sister's hand. Scumbag man points plus 30,000. Ding. You've triggered the mission. Mission punishment. None. Mission time limit. None. Mission reward. Unlocking the Scumbag System's second store and receiving 1 million Scumbag Man points. Current favorability, 39. Chapter 78. Hearing this system notification, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. It's over. Was he really going to become a scumbag? Linya triggered this mission, and the reward was a random 100 to 300 increase in the 4 main attributes. Then, Miao Xiao Miao triggered this mission, and the reward was a heaven-ranked skill. Now, Lu Yufan triggered this mission, and the reward was unlocking a second shopping center and scumbag points. To be honest, Lin Xian couldn't decide which of the 3 rewards was more valuable. Maybe they were all very valuable. But this wasn't the main point now. The main point was he going to have a foot in 3 boats? And one was his sister. Damn it. But could Lin Xian ignore these rewards? Impossible. So, he was extremely conflicted. Scumbag system, as expected of this name. Also, why did Lu Yufan's favorability towards him reach 39? Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards him was 45, which was considered high. But that was because Lin Xian saved her life. Also, her impression of Lin Xian before and after was very different. Lu Yufan. Lin Xian remembered that he had never tried to raise her favorability towards him. He had always been the one who teased her. Could it be that after he teased her, she started to like him more and more? Damn it. So it could be like this. But Lin Xian's words just now probably increased her favorability by quite a bit. And when the favorability reached 50, he could try to confess. The success rate was hard to say. Naturally, the higher the favorability, the higher the success rate. But this wasn't important for now. What was important was Lin Xian's decision and how he would consider it. Actually, this wasn't something he was in a hurry to think about. Lu Yufan actually felt a trace of sweetness when Lin Xian held her hand and walked. Behind them, Yi saw this scene and felt a little complicated. She didn't know what kind of complicated feeling it was, but she quickly followed after them. When they were outside, Lin Xian let go of Lu Yufan. If things went wrong, they might be misunderstood. Lin Xian, are you really going to stand up for Fan Fan? Yi looked at Lin Xian and asked. Of course. After all, you are my few friends. There was nothing wrong with Lin Xian's words. In fact, he had already treated them as good friends. But he's at the arcane body realm. How many stars of the arcane body realm? Lin Xian asked. Zhang Tianhao should be Zhang Tianyu's brother, and he must be the younger one. Zhang Tianyu was a 3-star arcane body realm warrior. So Zhang Tianhao couldn't be higher than him, could he? I think. Arcane body 1 star? Or 2 stars? I'm not too sure. Yi tilted her head and thought for a moment before speaking. Then it's fine. Hearing Lin Xian's confident voice, they were all shocked. That was the arcane body realm. Trust your man. Leave it to me. The 2 girls' faces turned red. Ding. Feeling the shyness of the 2 girls, scumbag value plus 20,000. Shameless. Yi muttered. Lu Yufan subconsciously wanted to say the same. However, she remembered that Lin Xian was standing up for her, so she didn't say anything. Instead, she glanced at Lin Xian and asked, You're at the arcane body realm? That can't be. We entered the Sky Martial Court together. How long has it been? That was an increase of 2 major realms. They found it unbelievable. Guess. Lin Xian grinned. They weren't sure, but it was possible. As long as he went out and killed a lot of demonic beasts, he could do it. But how many demonic beasts would that be? Could he defeat the powerful ones? In order to increase the strength of their descendants, many big families would capture demonic beasts and let their descendants deal the killing blow. It was possible, but there were many prerequisites. First, one could use this method to increase the level of their descendants. However, there would always be a higher level. When the demonic beasts reached level 50, very few humans could catch them. As long as one gave the demonic beasts a chance to catch their breath, they would be able to take the lives of many people. Second, using this method to increase one's level was indeed very fast, but it lacked combat experience. In such a situation, if one of them killed demonic beasts step by step and reached level 50 while the other was raised to level 50 through enlightenment, when the 2 of them fought, the former would be able to crush the latter. That was inevitable. Yi and Lu Yufan looked at each other. This was the only reason why Lin Xian dared to fight with an arcane body realm cultivator. Otherwise, how could he? However, if Lin Xian was really at the arcane body realm, they would be shocked. Because he was too powerful. That's right, this time, Lin Xian would definitely shock the entire Sky Martial Court. Last time, the strength that Lin Xian displayed was only enough to beat up 1 star or 2 stars of the Spirit Condensation realm. But this time, if he were to beat up 1 star or 2 stars of the arcane body realm, it would really stun everyone. How many days had it been? It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian's cultivation speed was too fast. It even made it difficult for him to adapt to his current strength. As for the arcane body realm, he had reached it. He spent 1 million scumbag points to exchange for 10 experience fruits and ate them. What are you eating? I want to eat too. Lu Yufan saw Lin Xian eating secretly and stretched out her hand. Lin Xian, it's a strength pill. It's for the battle later. The 2 girls obviously didn't believe him, but they didn't continue asking. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was condensing. Ding! Leveling up to arcane body realm. At this time, they could feel Lin Xian's aura. It was very vague, but it was constantly condensing and releasing. Arcane body realm. This is the aura of arcane body realm, right? Yi and Lu Yufan were surprised. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to Arcane Body Realm. Lin Xian closed his eyes and opened them again. A light flashed across his eyes. Arcane Body Realm. I've reached. This leveling up made him feel like he had made a qualitative leap. The difference between this level was too big. No wonder it was so difficult to fight across realms. Then, Lin Xian looked at his current attributes. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21. Realm, Arcane Body Realm. 1-star level, 21 experience points. 025000 scumbag points. 180100 strength. 596 vitality. 596 agility. 545 spirit. 505 spiritual energy. 2250. What made him feel exaggerated was that this level added 150 points to his strength, vitality, and agility. Just this one level. 150 points should be the total of his previous 10 levels, right? However, the increase in spirit was very small. Although Lin Xian was puzzled, he couldn't find the reason. He looked at Lu Yufan and Yi Yi's attributes. The two of them were now Qi building Realm 7 stars. Lin Xian guessed that they had been brought out to grind. However, there was a difference of 20 points between their spirit, so Lin Xian guessed that something must have happened. Spirit was a special attribute, and the increase was not fixed. Wow, Lin Xian, you're really at Arcane Body Realm, Lu Yufan exclaimed. Chapter 79. Arcane Body Realm. At this age, an Arcane Body Realm cultivator could reach the level of Qin Shoutian and Han Chuxue in a few years, right? No, not even a few years. If one was lucky and strong, a few months would be enough. Lin Xian was actually an expert of this level? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, that's why I'm here to avenge you. Yes, yes. Lu Yufan nodded happily. Lin Xian felt that he didn't need to hide his level anymore. In fact, there was a need to hide it. Maybe he could wait until he became stronger and then hide it. The key was that Lin Xian felt that he had more cards up his sleeve. So, even if Qin Shoutian wanted to kill him, so what? Lin Xian still had the power of space. This was his biggest guarantee. At the same time, the scum points could be exchanged for the 4 attributes, which was also very exaggerated. Moreover, an Earth Stage 8-star martial skill could definitely make up for the gap of several levels in the Arcane Body Realm. Those so-called experts were only in the Arcane Body Realm. Now that Lin Xian was also in the Arcane Body Realm, how big could the gap between them be? Lin Xian wasn't sure, but it definitely wouldn't be too big. In the remaining 20 days, he was confident that he could reach the same level as them. The premise was that he had to go to the Demon Beast Realm more often. Just relying on the experience fruit of 1,000 experience points wasn't enough. However, Lin Xian couldn't be too optimistic. They were strong, and it wasn't without reason that they were called geniuses. Geniuses depended on their level, attributes, and combat ability. Passing by the intermediate class, Lin Xian's appearance made everyone in the intermediate class dumbfounded. Who was this brother going to beat up in the intermediate class? Then, they saw him passing by the intermediate class. Damn, this Lin Xian can't be going to beat up the advanced class, right? Crazy. This advanced class is a group of Spirit Condensation Realm experts. There are even many Spirit Condensation Realm experts above 6 stars. Why is he going to beat up the advanced class? But looking at his posture, it doesn't seem like he's going to flirt, right? Let's go and see. Lin Xian was now an influential figure in the academy. Basically, wherever he went, he would fight. Now that Lin Xian had gone to the advanced class, it was simply big news. It spread like wildfire. Those from the beginner and intermediate classes who had the time all went over one by one. He brought Yi Yi and Lu Yufan to the entrance of Class 5. At this moment, there were about 20 people in Class 5 of the advanced class. Most of them were chatting. It was almost time for them to rest, but some of them were very diligent in their training. Where's Jiang Tianhao? Get out here. Lin Xian walked to the door and shouted angrily. Fuck. When they heard Lin Xian shout their names, the people who came with him to watch the show all quivered. Was Lin Xian here to cause trouble for Jiang Tianhao? Jiang Tianhao was at the Arcane Body Realm. They had originally thought that Lin Xian coming to find a 1-star or 2-star spirit condensation cultivator was already very troublesome, but the one he was looking for was a 1-star arcane body cultivator. What the fuck? Was he crazy? Let's wait and see. This Lin Xian really doesn't know his limits. He's looking for trouble with an arcane body realm cultivator. Zhang Tianhao is an expert in the advanced class. Those in the arcane body realm are incomparably powerful. Does Lin Xian think that the warriors in the advanced class are as weak as Wang Wan, the one he beat up last time? A 1-star spirit condensation cultivator and a 1-star arcane body realm cultivator. The difference between them is like heaven and earth. Everyone was waiting to see the scene of Lin Xian being beaten up. It would be fine if he was looking for a spirit condensation cultivator, but an arcane body realm cultivator. What a joke. Class 5 of the advanced class was on the first floor. Not far away, a beautiful figure in black walked past with a lollipop in her mouth and saw the scene. The corner of Ling Ying's mouth twitched slightly. This is interesting. After the intermediate class, he came to the advanced class. Class 5. They should be quite strong. Who is this Lin Xian looking for? Ling Ying leaned against a tree nearby and watched the show with interest. Hearing the voice, everyone in the class turned to look. Some of them knew Lin Xian, but they never thought that he would come to the advanced class today. Who are you? Zhang Tianhao stood up and walked over with a frown. He stared at Lin Xian. What a joke. Someone was looking for trouble with Zhang Tianhao. When he saw Lu Yufan, he figured it out. Zhang Tianhao. Seeing him, Ling Ying suddenly stopped eating his lollipop. This Lin Xian was looking for trouble with Zhang Tianhao, who was in the arcane body realm. Was he crazy? Lin Xian looked at Zhang Tianhao. Sure enough, he was carved from the same mold as Zhang Tianyu. He was probably Zhang Tianhao's brother. Lin Xian, that's him, Lu Yufan said pitifully, hiding behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Zhang Tianhao sneered. So you're Lin Xian. Zhang Tianhao smiled disdainfully. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He released his spiritual eye. 1-star arcane body realm. He was completely relieved. I heard that you scolded my girl? Lin Xian said coldly. Your girl? Zhang Tianhao glanced at Lu Yufan behind Lin Xian and smiled disdainfully. Lu Yufan is your girlfriend? Of course. Lu Yufan blushed. She guessed that Lin Xian was just looking for an excuse to help her, but she still felt shy when she heard it. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? When did Lin Xian get the campus bell, Lu Yufan? Was he that awesome? I scolded her. So what? Zhang Tianhao smiled disdainfully at Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian stretched out his hand. Either kneel down and apologize to her, or I'll beat you until you kneel down and apologize to her. Wow. Everyone was in an uproar. Although Lin Xian was domineering, he was digging his own grave. Ling Ying, who was not far away, smiled. How interesting, talking to an arcane body realm cultivator like that. Do you not know that he's an arcane body realm cultivator, or do you have the ability to do so? Ling Ying continued to watch the show curiously. Zhang Tianhao was stunned when he heard Lin Xian's words, then he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Since when can trash bark in front of me? Lin Xian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, looks like you've chosen the latter. Come, come, come. I'm standing right here. I'd like to see how you're going to beat me until I kneel. Ha ha ha. The people around them could not help but laugh when they heard Zhang Tianhao's words. It was as if Lin Xian was a clown at this moment. Slap. In the next second, everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Xian slapped Zhang Tianhao. Logically speaking, with such a huge gap between their realms and Zhang Tianhao's spiritual energy as a defense, Lin Xian would not be able to hurt him even if he stood still. However, this slap, Zhang Tianhao's body spun a few times in the air. Blood from his nose and mouth scattered in the air. How is that possible? Everyone's laughing expressions suddenly froze. Even if Zhang Tianhao stood still, Lin Xian would not be able to hurt him. But now, arcane body realm. No wonder, no wonder. Ling Ying crushed her lollipop with a crunch. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Xian. She was now completely interested in Lin Xian. Chapter 80. Jiang Tianhao was also dumbfounded as he lay on the ground. For a moment, he even thought it was fake. However, the burning pain on his face told him that it was real. I've never seen such a despicable request. How dare you stand here and let me hit you? So, what happened after that? Lin Xian sneered. Everyone's jaws dropped. How could Lin Xian cause such damage to Jiang Tianhao? Was he in the arcane body realm? But he was in the junior class and had just entered the Sky Martial Court. Arcane body realm? That was one of the top experts in the senior class. Fuck. Jiang Tianhao got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian, you're courting death. So what if I kill you on the spot? Huh. A terrifying force of the arcane body realm burst out from Jiang Tianhao's body, accompanied by the power of lightning. Jiang Tianhao was of the lightning attribute. Go to hell, trash. Jiang Tianhao roared angrily and punched at Lin Xian with blue lightning. Everyone around quickly ran away. The terrifying power of the arcane body realm coupled with the power of lightning attribute made them run as far away as possible. Lin Xian was indeed surprised. The Jiang brothers of the Jiang family were not kind people. This punch was meant to kill. He was the kind of person who wanted to kill someone. Whoosh! Lin Xian fully unleashed his aura. He used the scumbag points to exchange for agility. Then, he grabbed the waist of a girl behind him and brought them to a safe place. At the same time, his sudden burst of speed allowed him to dodge Jiang Tianhao's fatal punch. Boom! Although Lin Xian dodged the punch, the lightning and wind from the punch did not dissipate. A tree more than 10 meters away was smashed into pieces and set on fire. This was the power of the arcane body realm. Everyone's jaws dropped. So powerful. However, they suddenly realized something. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian's speed just now was really freakish. Not only did he dodge the punch, but he also brought the two girls behind him to a safe place. This speed was a little abnormal. Why is his speed so fast when he's only at the first star of the arcane body realm? It was the same with the intermediate class before. Was it really a martial arts technique? Linging muttered to himself as he peeled a new strawberry-flavored lollipop. After placing the two girls in a safe place, Lin Xian turned around and walked over step by step. Everyone was even more shocked. Why wasn't he running? What was even more shocking was that the aura surging from Lin Xian's body was almost the same as Jiang Tianhao's. This meant that Lin Xian, he was at the arcane body realm. Oh my god. This Lin Xian had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He's at the arcane body realm. Why? Comparisons are odious. How did he manage to reach the arcane body realm when he was supposed to be a piece of trash? Everyone howled in grief. They were all unwilling to believe that a piece of trash had suddenly become such a powerful existence. However, they were still unknown to the public. Why? Feeling the aura of Lin Xian's one star of the arcane body realm, Jiang Tianhao was also stunned. He was also at the arcane body realm, but after a moment, he sneered coldly. Although he was surprised, so what? He was also at the arcane body realm, and he was of the thunder attribute. The thunder attribute was very powerful in one-on-one combat. Why would he be afraid of Lin Xian? Lin Xian twisted his neck and looked coldly at Jiang Tianhao in front of him. Then he said, "Looks like one slap is not enough to convince you. Lin Xian, come on, kill him." Lu Yufan's little face was flushed red in the distance. She was probably very excited as she shouted loudly. Jiang Tianhao's thunder surged. He said coldly, "You think you can be proud after dodging my punch? Next, I'll make you pay with your life." Rushing thunder fist. Thunder rumbled. Then Jiang Tianhao charged at Lin Xian with thunder again. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes glinted. "You think you're the only one with the thunder attribute?" Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. What? When the thunder surged out of Lin Xian's body, everyone's eyes widened. Didn't they say that Lin Xian had no attribute? Why was he of the thunder attribute? And what the hell was the purple thunder? Crack! Seeing the thunder attribute on Lin Xian, Linging couldn't control her strength and bit the lollipop into pieces. My lollipop. Linging felt a pang in her heart. She could hold the lollipops for a long time. She usually held the lollipops in her mouth until they were very small before crushing them. However, she had only just started eating the lollipops. She started chewing on the lollipop as she looked at Lin Xian. Purple thunder is the strongest type of thunder. If the thunder attribute is 1 in 10,000, then the purple thunder is 1 in a million. As expected, is the 1 star of the arcane body realm your real realm? Ling Ying was getting more and more curious. Heavenly Star Fist. Lin Xian went up to her. The Heavenly Star Fist was a martial arts technique, but it wasn't strong. But with the thunder attribute, it was different. Jiang Tianhao, who was rushing over, was also stunned when he saw Lin Xian's purple thunder. He had heard of this purple thunder before. It seemed to be stronger than his blue thunder. Humph, I don't believe it. Boom! The two fists collided, and the powerful aura shook up the dust in a radius of 20 meters. The people who were dozens of meters away were hit by the dust in the face, and they quickly closed their eyes and retreated. Ling Ying even released her aura, and the dust around her quickly dispersed to the sides. When the dust dispersed, everyone's first reaction was to look at the two of them. But what they saw was unbelievable. Jiang Tianhao was lying in front of Lin Xian. His clothes were burnt by the electricity. Wow, Lin Xian, you're amazing. Seeing this scene, Lu Yufan hurriedly exclaimed in joy. Ding! Lu Yufan's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian was also surprised. He even thought that since they were in the same realm, and it seemed that Jiang Tianhao's martial arts technique was stronger than his, Lin Xian might need to exchange for the strength attribute to defeat him. After all, they were in the same realm. But he underestimated the power of his purple thunder. Lin Xian realized that in the battle between the purple thunder and the blue thunder, the purple thunder could at least make up for the difference of 1 level. If he used a thunder martial arts technique, the difference would be even bigger. The purple thunder is just like what I heard. It's much stronger than the normal thunder. Ling Ying took out a lollipop with a different flavor. Cough, cough. Jiang Tianhao coughed out a mouthful of blood. He didn't understand. Why? Why was Lin Xian's lightning so much stronger than his when they fought? When the two thunder clashed, he clearly felt that the thunder in his body was afraid of Lin Xian's thunder. It was like a son meeting his strict father. That was the feeling. But even if it was strong, it couldn't be that strong. Bang! Lin Xian stomped on Jiang Tianhao's back. His surging blood was disrupted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 81. In the Sky Martial Court, martial artists were allowed to fight with each other. However, there was a condition. They were not allowed to cripple or kill each other. They were not allowed to be heavy-handed. Lin Xian's kick was already heavy-handed. This was because Jiang Tianhao was severely injured. The purple lightning was too domineering. It was so domineering that Lin Xian did not expect it. Jiang Tianhao was in the same realm and had the same lightning attribute. His martial technique was slightly stronger than his. However, he was instantly killed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not expect this. Lu Yufan, come here. Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan. Then, Lu Yufan ran to Lin Xian's side. Then, Lin Xian exerted more force on his foot. Jiang Tianhao's scream was immediately heard, which sent chills down everyone's spines. Under Lin Xian's frivolous appearance, he was as terrifying as a demon. Look at him. I don't think he can stand up for a while. So, just lie down. Lin Xian said. Then he said, apologize. Jiang Tianhao tried his best to get up. However, the moment he exerted force, the effect of force was mutual. Lin Xian's foot made his back hurt even more. He felt that his internal organs were injured by Lin Xian's foot. Moreover, his body was burning uncomfortably. The lightning paralyzed his entire body. He could not get up at all. Lin Xian, don't you go too far. Jiang Tianhao gritted his bloody teeth and roared angrily. Lu Yufan felt relieved when she saw Lin Xian beat Jiang Tianhao up. She looked up at Lin Xian and tugged at his sleeve. She said, Lin Xian, forget it. It's enough. If you continue, you'll be punished by the Sky Martial Court. I said I want him to kneel and apologize to you. As for kneeling, it's my fault. He's too heavily injured. Otherwise, I would have made him kneel in front of you. But you have to apologize. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan slightly bit her red lips. Why did she feel so safe? Why would Lin Xian do such a thing for her? Are they friends? Even if they were friends, it wasn't worth it. I'll give you another 3 breaths of time. Apologize. Lin Xian's tone turned even colder. Fuck you. Crack. Hissed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this Lin Xian a lunatic? That sound just now was the sound of him breaking Jiang Tianhao's ribs. He was really a lunatic? Blood flowed out of Jiang Tianhao's mouth uncontrollably. His face was contorted with pain. Screams kept coming from him. Because of Lin Xian's decisiveness and ruthlessness, Ling Ying, who was a distance away, was shocked. He subconsciously crushed his lollipop. My lollipop. Ling Ying's beautiful face revealed a frantic expression. Then, her expression turned serious. One could tell if a person had killed someone or how many people they had killed from the way they attacked. When Ling Ying saw Lin Xian heavily injuring Jiang Tianhao and breaking his ribs without hesitation, she knew that Lin Xian was not an ordinary student of the Sky Martial Court. He must have killed many people in the demonic beast domain. If they were not in the Sky Martial Court, if there were not so many people here, Ling Ying believed that Jiang Tianhao would be a dead man by now. In the Sky Martial Court, Ling Ying knew that there were not many people who could injure someone like Lin Xian without batting an eyelid. This wasn't a bad thing. Every martial artist who wanted to become a strong martial artist, in addition to the blood of demon beasts, they would also have the blood of humans on their hands. However, when it came to killing people, whether you were doing it for the sake of survival or for your own selfish desires were 2 different concepts. Apologize. Lin Xian's cold voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Their hearts were pounding madly. Jiang Tianhao's fingers were almost digging into the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to tear Lin Xian into pieces. I am sorry. He had no choice but to apologize since he was at the mercy of others. Louder. I'm sorry. Louder. Lin Xian said angrily. I'm sorry. Jiang Tianhao roared. Bang. Lin Xian kicked him and sent him crashing into the wall. Did I ask you to be so fucking loud? Everyone was speechless. Gulp. Everyone subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Wasn't this Lin Xian a little too vicious? Jiang Tianyu was already injured to this extent, but he still dared to kick him. Was he not afraid of killing him? Jiang Tianyu fainted on the ground. Before he died, his consciousness told him that he must kill Lin Xian. Trash. Lin Xian's words shocked everyone. Lin Xian was too ruthless. Lu Yufan was stunned. Yi did not even dare to walk over. Was this really the Lin Xian they knew? Where did the cheeky Lin Xian go? Jiang Tianhao's identity had infuriated Lin Xian. In addition, Lin Xian wanted to kill Lin Xian. That was the main reason Lin Xian did not kill Jiang Tianhao was because they were in the Sky Martial Court. Just like Ling Ying, Jiang Tianhao would be a corpse if they were in the outside world. Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan and said, As for him kneeling, I'll make him kneel before you personally when he can move. And no need. There's really no need. Lu Yufan shook her head. Lin Xian did not say anything. Let's go back then. As for Jiang Tianhao, Lin Xian glanced at the dozen or so advanced class members who did not dare to say anything. He said, I'll have to trouble you to take care of him. It wouldn't be good if he dies. Everyone's lips twitched. So you know it's not good if he dies? Why did you hit him so hard? Even with the wood-type healing ability, this kind of injury won't heal in a week or 2, right? Ding. Lu Yufan's favorability towards you +6. Ding. Sensing Lu Yufan's dependence. Scumbag value +50,000. Ding. Lu Yufan's favorability towards the host has reached 50. She can confess. Confess? Lin Xian shook his head inwardly. That won't do. It's only 50 favorability. However, if someone knew what Lin Xian was thinking, they would definitely call him an idiot. Straight man. Idiot. Why? You heavily injured someone for a girl and acted so domineering, causing her to rely on you and worship you. Confessing to her at this time would greatly increase the success rate. It was similar to a boy doing something that moved a girl to tears, or a boy saving a girl when she was in danger. Plus, the 2 of them already knew each other. Confessing at this time would definitely be the easiest time to succeed. Then, the favorability would no longer be important. There was no point of reference. Therefore, Lin Xian missed the best opportunity. If he knew, he would definitely be annoyed. Go back? Go back where? A figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Xian. Many people had already noticed Ling Ying, but because Lin Xian's situation was too shocking, they did not have the heart to look at Ling Ying's beauty. Chapter 82. Hearing the voice, Lin Xian turned around to look at Ling Ying. At that moment, he was absolutely stunned. Tall and slender, with a figure so perfect that men would go crazy over her. A beautiful face and a pair of soul-stirring eyes. She was too perfect. If only she didn't have a lollipop in her mouth. Ding! You have successfully triggered the mission. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment, level -2. Mission reward, unable to define level. Current favorability, 10. Lin Xian, as expected, this scumbag system would only trigger the mission when it saw a beautiful girl. Had the scumbag system leveled up or something? Previously, the mission was to tease young ladies, but now, it was all confessions. What was this supposed to do? Was he really going to become a scumbag? Cheat on multiple girls? But Lin Xian couldn't do that. However, the system's rewards made Lin Xian feel very tempted. Unable to define the level of a martial arts technique, what kind of situation was that? Moreover, this mission had a punishment. In other words, Lin Xian had to take down this Ling Ying. 2 levels. Missions with punishments would have a mission time limit of 3 months. 3 months to woo a goddess-level girl. Was that difficult? Lin Xian didn't know. But why did Ling Ying have a favorability of 10 towards him? When did she have a favorable impression of him? Why? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen this person before. But who was Ling Ying? Lin Xian only knew of Tianhua Academy's #1 beauty, Han Chuxue, but he had never seen her before. Based on this Ling Ying's looks, Lin Xian felt that she surpassed Lu Yufan and Yi Yi in certain aspects. Her looks were actually similar, with each having their own merits, but her aura was very strange. What's the matter? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and asked. Ling Ying's lips curled into a devilish grin, but the lollipop's grip dispelled most of that devilish grin. No, this kind of temperament is very impressive, but why are you sucking on a lollipop? Yes, you bullied my advanced class, so I want to represent the advanced class to punish you. Lin Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian has long been displeased with this Lin Xian. After beating the beginner class, he went to the intermediate class. After the intermediate class, he went to the advanced class. Although he is strong, now that Ling Ying is here, he is dead for sure. Cripple him. Goddess, cripple him. In an instant, those who were previously afraid of Lin Xian were emboldened by Ling Ying's appearance. They cheered for Ling Ying in various ways, supporting her and punishing Lin Xian. These people might be jealous that Lin Xian had a beauty as his companion, or that Lin Xian had reached the arcane body realm at such a young age. Or perhaps they really did not like him. They wanted someone to beat up Lin Xian so that they could vent their anger. At this moment, Lu Yufan stood in front of Lin Xian and said, Senior Ling Ying, Lin Xian did not do it on purpose. He did it for me. I hope you can let him go. Yi also walked over. They knew all too well what Ling Ying represented. She represented the top martial artists in the Sky Martial Court and even the top martial artists in Tianhua City. Of course, she was one of them. Of course, Ling Ying was not looking for trouble. She did not have that much free time. The so-called standing up for the advanced class was just a pretense. She did not like to do such things. She just wanted to see if Lin Xian's cultivation was really at the 1-star arcane body realm. Or perhaps, he had some other trump cards. This was because Lin Xian had indeed piqued her interest. She had been interested since the first time she saw him. However, she did not expect him to reach the arcane body realm in the blink of an eye. Even if he took drugs, he could not be that fast, right? Coupled with the rumors that Lin Xian was a good-for-nothing, Ling Ying felt that he must be hiding something. It was easy for a person to reach a high level in a very short period of time. However, it was impossible for a person to reach a high level in such a short period of time and have such strong combat ability at the same time. Therefore, Linging felt that Lin Xian was a good-for-nothing from the beginning. He was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was definitely not acting like this because he wanted to keep a low profile. There must be a reason. Therefore, she was curious. Perhaps he was a genius. Lin Xian asked Lu Yufan in a low voice in front of Ling Ying. Who's Ling Ying? He really did not know this name. He might have heard of it before, but he had never paid attention to it. Ling Ying was slightly stunned when she heard Lin Xian's question. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. Lu Yufan was stunned for a moment before she replied in a low voice. The second most beautiful woman in the Sky Martial Court, second only to senior sister Han Chuxue. However, in terms of appearance, she doesn't lose to her at all. Moreover, she's the most outstanding person in the Sky Martial Court. She's probably at the Arcane Body Realm 5 stars now. Lin Xian. That's right. Lin Xian had checked her cultivation base. She was indeed at the Arcane Body Realm 5 stars. Moreover, she had 2 attributes. Shadow and Wind attributes. The combination of these 2 attributes could be said to be terrifying. It was the combination of 2 attributes that matched each other perfectly. Lin Xian even felt that it was too fake for her to only be at the Arcane Body Realm 5 stars. This woman must be very lazy. Otherwise, she would probably be at the Arcane Heaven Realm. That's right. Ling Ying was indeed very lazy. She could not be compared to Han Chuxue and Qin Xiaotian. They were all immersed in the realm of demonic beasts. However, Ling Ying preferred to do whatever she wanted. In terms of monstrous talent, she should be very abnormal. There was a difference of 4 levels between the Arcane Body Realm 5 stars and the Arcane Body Realm 1 star. It might seem like it was only 4 levels, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Lin Xian could make up for it with powerful martial techniques and attribute exchanges. However, no matter how much he made up for it, he would not be a match for a 5 stars. The Arcane Body Realm 5 stars. The Nether Flame Lion they encountered earlier should be at the Arcane Body Realm. However, it should be around the 8 stars or 9 stars. That was even more terrifying. Ling Ying bit down on the lollipop with a crunch. Then, she looked at Lu Yufan and said, "You don't have to care about this matter. You can't care about it." After saying that, she looked at Lin Xian and said, "I'll give you a chance. Let's go to the tournament stage and compete." Damn it. This was the Arcane Body Realm 5 stars. Wouldn't he be asking for a beating if he went? No. I can't beat her. Lin Xian said straightforwardly and frankly. When the surrounding people heard Lin Xian's words, they all vomited blood. Damn it. Wasn't he very arrogant just now? No matter what, he wouldn't admit defeat? But why did he admit defeat just like that? Ling Ying was also stunned. She thought that Lin Xian would say something like, "You think you're amazing just because you're strong?" However, Lin Xian clearly did not follow the script. "Then let's fight here." Ling Ying coldly snorted. Swished on the next moment, Lin Xian hid behind Lu Yufan and Yi Yi and said, "Let me tell you, if you dare to make a move and hurt the 2 of them, let's see how you explain it." Everyone, Ling Ying was dumbfounded. Ding. A man hiding behind a woman and using a big sister as a shield is the behavior of a scumbag. The situation is vile. Scumbag value plus 150,000. Lin Xian, damn it, this works too? Chapter 83. Ling Ying and Lin Xian had never interacted before. The only time they had interacted before was when he challenged the intermediate class students. Hence, she did not know how shameless Lin Xian was. But now, she knew. This bastard hid behind a woman and said that if they wanted to beat him, they would have to beat up the innocent Lu Yufan and Yi. This, Ling Ying had experienced Lin Xian's shamelessness, and she was convinced. A grown man hiding behind a woman. Aren't you embarrassed? Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian behind Lu Yufan and said coldly, "Why would I be embarrassed? You don't say. This girl's back is really comfortable. There's even a faint fragrance coming from her. It smells really good." Ling Ying, ding, detected extreme displeasure from this young lady. Scumbag value plus 30,000. That's right, Ling Ying was extremely displeased. She was about to go crazy. This Lin Xian could actually say shameless so naturally. There was no one else like him. Then I'll tell the entire Sky Martial Court, and even all the students in Tianhua Academy, that you, Lin Xian, are a coward. Lin Xian shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Sure. Why don't I give you my phone number, and you expose it to them and let them bombard me with calls?" Ling Ying. Phew. Ling Ying took a deep breath. She was really worried that she would not be able to control herself and kill Lin Xian. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi did not know what to do. They could only stand in front of Lin Xian. If they were given a choice, they would still choose to protect Lin Xian. Then don't blame me for bullying you. Qing Ying then walked towards Lin Xian step by step. Lin Xian instinctively wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't move, let alone Lin Xian. Even Lu Yufan and Yi Yi found themselves unable to move. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. This Qing Ying was of the shadow attribute, and the shadow attribute was one of the most mysterious attributes. In Lin Xian's impression, the shadow attribute was able to move like a ghost in the darkness. In the darkness, it was even able to teleport like the spatial attribute. But this was only possible in the darkness. In the darkness, the shadow attribute and the darkness became one. Therefore, when facing a shadow attribute martial artist in the darkness, the shadow attribute was almost invincible. However, Lin Xian had forgotten one thing. It was not without reason that the shadow element was known as the strongest element under the time and space element. This was because the shadow element was not only useful in the dark. For example, the reason why he couldn't move right now was because of the shadow attribute's martial skill, fixed shadow. Their shadows were nailed to the ground, causing their bodies to be unable to move. Moreover, it was released without a trace. Who could withstand this? Lin Xian didn't even know how to break free from this control. Then, he watched as Ling Ying walked to his side. It's over. This time, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? Senior sister, I'll compete with you. I'll go to the stage with you. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Damn it, it would be fine if they just fought when the time came. But if Ling Ying really attacked him now, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Thinking about it, this Ling Ying shouldn't be so heavy-handed with his favorability of 10, right? At the same time, because of this experience, Lin Xian realized that there were too many things in this world that he didn't know. For example, he had never encountered the shadow attribute before. Today, he met Ling Ying. Perhaps he would be fine, but if he met a shadow attribute martial artist in the future who also knew the same martial skill, what would he do? Then, could he only be controlled here and wait for death? But in this world, there was no such thing as absolute invincibility. Even time and space weren't absolutely invincible. It was just that, for the time being, he didn't know how to restrain time and space. But there was definitely no such thing as an invincible existence. Therefore, there must be a way to break the shadow attribute's shadow fixation. And this method didn't only require a high level of cultivation. Oh, have you thought it through? Ling Ying took out a dagger out of nowhere and slid it against Lin Xian's cheek. The cold sensation made Lin Xian's heart feel a little uncomfortable. The most powerful part of shadow fixation was that it was similar to the acupuncture points in wuxia movies. One could only breathe, move one's eyes, mouth, limbs, or even turn one's neck. I've thought it through. In the next second, Lin Xian was able to move. Lu Yufan and the rest were also able to move. Then let's go. As she spoke, Ling Ying took out a lollipop and unwrapped it as she walked towards the stage. Lin Xian. Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Now that her favorability towards Lin Xian had reached 50, and Lin Xian was only like this because of her, she was very worried, very guilty, and very concerned. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm just going to play a few rounds with her. After the fight, it'll be over. But Senior Ling Ying is very powerful, and she can be very heavy-handed sometimes. Yi said worriedly. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows curiously. Previously, someone spread the rumor that Senior Ling Ying is a lesbian. The next day, Senior Ling Ying broke all 4 of his limbs in front of the academy's teachers. He lay on the ground for a long time, just like how you beat up Jiang Tianhao today. Lin Xian. Hey, come quickly. Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian still hadn't moved, so she urged him again. Coming. Lin Xian shouted, then said, Don't worry, at most I'll be hit a few times, because I didn't provoke her. She definitely won't hit me too hard, right? Don't worry. With that, Lin Xian followed. The main thing was that he could run, but he couldn't. Ling Ying's shadow fixation ability was too buggy. The surrounding people hurriedly followed. They couldn't wait to see Lin Xian get beaten up. They'd been dreaming of this for a long, long time. Then, one person after another failed. In the end, they didn't expect that an expert like Ling Ying would have to step in. Lin Xian, on the other hand, wasn't nervous at all. He chased after Ling Ying as if they were good friends and asked, Senior sister, what you used just now was the shadow attribute's fixed image martial skill, right? Ling Ying was a little confused. She wanted to beat him up, but why did this Lin Xian seem to be very familiar with her, and their relationship seemed to be quite good? The reason why Lin Xian was so relaxed was because he could see Ling Ying's favorability towards him. Wasn't this the greatest guarantee of safety? Big bro, I want to beat you up. Can't you show a fearful expression as if you're about to be beaten up by an expert? Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian and couldn't help but ridicule him. She was even going a little crazy. What kind of demon was this Lin Xian? Lin Xian nodded, with an innocent look. I know, but this doesn't conflict with me asking Senior some questions, right? Ling Ying, really? She didn't know how many years it had been since she lost her composure, but this Lin Xian's many simple actions made her confused. Chapter 84. Is Lin Xian pretending to be a fool, or is he really that naive? After thinking about it, Ling Ying would definitely choose the former. You want to know? I'll tell you after I cripple you. After saying that, Ling Ying walked up to the stage. At the same time, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Lin Xian was listening to her. Hey, are you in the Sky Marshal Court? If you're here, come and watch my battle. Lin Xian, is she inviting me? The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then, she said, not interested. Then, she hung up. Boring woman. Ling Ying then turned around to look at Lin Xian. Meanwhile, the students on the stage gathered around the spectator seats. Goddess, beat him up. Show off our advanced classes might. Beat Lin Xian up. Cripple his penis. Lin Xian staggered. Who the fuck is the person who said she was going to cripple my penis? Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then, he looked at Ling Ying and asked, Senior sister, since you asked me to come to the stage, you want to have a good fight and not just beat me up. So, let's go with a battle, right? Ling Ying shook her head. The corners of her lips curled up as she said, You're thinking too much. I'm just going to beat you up. The reason I came to the stage is so that everyone can watch you get beaten up. Lin Xian. Ugh, he did not believe it. He did not believe that Ling Ying would be so heartless when she only had 10 favorability points. However, he had also heard that Ling Ying did not play by the rules at all. Moreover, her words and actions did seem to fit the rules. When Ling Ying saw Lin Xian's expression, she actually felt very pleased. He did not know why she felt so pleased. It was the same feeling as when he ridiculed Han Chuxue. Senior sister, I think you should reconsider. It's fine if you stand up for the advanced class and beat me up, but if word gets out that you, a top expert of the advanced class, are going to deal with a martial artist from the beginner class, wouldn't you become a joke? Therefore, I suggest that you fight me with the strength of 1 star of the arcane body realm. How about it? What a coincidence. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Lin Xian. At this time, Ling Ying stretched out her hand and the dagger from before appeared in her hand. Hey, let's not use spirit tools, okay? Swords have no eyes. Lin Xian said hurriedly. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Ying turned into a gust of wind and rushed over. Fuck. The dragon rain sword instantly appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Bang. The extreme reaction caused the 2 spirit weapons to collide. But this Ling Ying's speed was too abnormal. She hadn't even used her elemental powers, yet she was already so fast. Was this a result of the suppression of her realm? No. Lin Xian felt that it wasn't. Realm was one thing, but it seemed like her speed was extremely fast. Lin Xian's advantage was that he used a sword, so his attack range was longer and his strength was greater. However, Ling Ying's advantage was that her dagger was too fast. Coupled with her innate speed, Lin Xian's advantage was completely nullified. However, if it was purely a competition of combat strength, as long as Ling Ying didn't use her full strength, Lin Xian could still hold his own. Fuck. So fast. This Lin Xian's speed isn't slow either. But didn't you guys realize that Lin Xian is being completely suppressed? Moreover, Ling Ying is basically playing house. If she used a bit more strength, Lin Xian would have been crippled long ago. Let's wait and see how Lin Xian gets beaten up. After exchanging blows with Lin Xian, Ling Ying confirmed one thing. This Lin Xian's combat experience had reached her level, which meant that he was an expert. Some people might have a high realm, but they didn't know how to fight, or they only had half-baked combat skills. Under the same realm, such people would be instantly killed. However, if a person's sword skills or combat skills were extremely strong, this aspect could make up for the difference in realm. He's indeed not ordinary, Ling Ying exclaimed in her heart. Therefore, what she needed to do next was very simple. That was to trick Lin Xian into revealing his true realm. Either he was at the arcane body 1-star realm, or he was even more powerful. Lin Xian had actually guessed Ling Ying's thoughts. If she really wanted to suppress Lin Xian for the sake of the reputation of the advanced class, there was no need for her to come to the stage. Furthermore, there was no need for her to go through so much trouble to fight him. She could have just fixed him on the spot and beat him up. How simple was that? Therefore, Lin Xian knew that Ling Ying had other motives. However, he really didn't have any trump cards left. As for his realm, it was really that high. However, as long as he was given time, he could turn the tables and beat up Ling Ying. Lin Xian believed that he could do it. Whoosh! Ling Ying's attacks, which left people unable to catch their breaths, also made Lin Xian feel great pressure. This Ling Ying was very powerful. Very powerful. However, the reason why she was suppressing Lin Xian was because of her level. In Lin Xian's opinion, even if this Ling Ying was powerful, if they were at the same realm, it was hard to say who would win. Of course, the premise was that she didn't have that kind of abnormal fixing ability. However, Ling Ying actually took the initiative to open up a distance. Lin Xian didn't know what she wanted to do. He only knew that this woman definitely didn't have good intentions. Wind of 3 lives. A strong wind was released. The wind was so strong that the spectators couldn't even open their eyes. Lin Xian was at the arcane body realm, so he could still do it for now. In front of him, 3 tornadoes rushed toward him at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps this martial skill didn't have much killing power, but its strength was still not weak. What should he do? Lin Xian was thinking of a way to deal with it. In the end, only the 5 lightning constellation could withstand it. However, the 5 lightning constellation was an earth-grade martial skill. Lin Xian had never used it in the Sky Martial Court. Now that his level was exposed, he didn't want to use this earth-grade martial skill. Qin Shoutian would return at some point. When he did, it would be time for Lin Xian to fight him head-on. To be honest, Lin Xian still couldn't defeat him. Therefore, Lin Xian had to complete these few triggered missions as soon as possible. Regardless of whether it was a martial skill or something else, it would be a great improvement for him. It might even become his trump card in the future. A trump card that others didn't know about. Attribute exchange, strength, agility, defense. Lin Xian exchanged for these 3 attributes without hesitation. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't choose to use the 5 lightning constellation in the end. This was because he suddenly realized that Ling Ying wasn't his opponent. There was no conflict between them. In fact, Ling Ying's favorability towards him was still positive. What reason did he have to use the 5 lightning constellation? Sizzle, purple lightning lingered around Lin Xian's body. With the increase in his strength and the power of the purple lightning, Lin Xian felt that he could withstand Ling Ying's martial skill, which wasn't very destructive. Although the lightning wasn't released by the 5 lightning constellation, his strength was still there. In a certain aspect, the wind element restrained the lightning element because the wind element was faster. However, in a collision of strength, it was definitely not the case. Chapter 85. The lightning collided with the hurricane. The purple lightning was like a rapidly growing vine, quickly entangling the hurricane. Then, the power of the lightning prevented the hurricane from continuing to attack Lin Xian. Ling Ying naturally knew the severity of her attacks. She could injure Lin Xian, but she definitely wouldn't injure him too severely. This was evident from the battle technique she had unleashed. However, she was going to force Lin Xian to reveal his true strength. Because she was too curious. He was clearly very powerful, but why would he pretend to be a piece of trash? And why would he pretend for so many years? It was very strange, but there had to be a reason. But now, he had attacked in such a high-profile manner. Did this mean that the thing he was worried about was gone? She wasn't being nosy. Rather, it was a very normal thought process. She felt that Lin Xian was very powerful. Regardless of whether it was his temperament or anything else, this was a type of admiration. It was the same as Xiao Runing back then. Because Lin Xian was worthy of their admiration, they would pay attention to him. And when a girl started to become curious about a man, it was the prelude to her falling for him. So why was Ling Ying so sure that Lin Xian was only pretending? That was because his battle prowess was too strong. How could a piece of trash like him possess such powerful battle prowess if he couldn't cultivate? Did he simply go and learn? She felt that the possibility was too low. Ling Ying's thoughts were indeed correct. However, she would never have guessed that Lin Xian's battle prowess was actually brought over from Earth in his past life. Although Lin Xian also couldn't cultivate on Earth, he was very hardworking. Dongfang Shui taught him battle every day, so Lin Xian definitely had battle prowess. The hurricane was struck by the power of the lightning and then slowly dissipated. Although it still came into contact with Lin Xian in the end, it was blocked by Lin Xian. After all, he had also exchanged for attribute points. Logically speaking, his purple lightning shouldn't be able to nullify my wind of 3 lifetimes. However, the intensity of the lightning just now was able to do so. It should be because he has some kind of martial technique that can raise his attributes, and the increase isn't small either. This shouldn't be a weak martial skill. Ling Ying muttered to himself, "Senior sister, can I admit defeat? I'll let you hit me, I won't resist. If I can't beat him, then why should I fight?" Lin Xian felt that he really couldn't beat him. No. After saying that, dozens of daggers appeared in front of Ling Ying. It was unknown whether these daggers were illusions or real daggers, but they floated around Ling Ying's body and pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, so. In the next instant, dozens of daggers flew towards Lin Xian at the same time. If he was hit, wouldn't he be pierced into a sieve? Fuck. This is going to kill me. Fortunately, Lin Xian had exchanged for the agility attribute, and his figure dashed to the side. Bang, bang, bang. Those daggers missed their target and fell to the ground, instantly turning into foggy shadows. Thinking about it, those were illusions. His speed is very fast, but his aura is only at the arcane body realm 1 star. Could this be his true realm? Let's try again. Thinking of this, Ling Ying charged towards Lin Xian again. This time, she released her wind attribute power. At the same time, Lin Xian realized that he had no chance of dodging at all. He was directly sucked into a hurricane. Rip. Every stream of air in that hurricane was like a sharp sword. When it came into contact with Lin Xian's clothes, it directly tore apart. In a short period of time, his clothes became the clothes of a beggar. As expected, when facing an expert, especially an expert who was several realms higher, he really had no way of resisting. He just didn't know if he could use an Earth rank martial skill. Therefore, rank was indeed a very, very important thing. Actually, if the opponent was a relatively ordinary martial artist, Lin Xian felt that it might not be too difficult. However, Ling Ying's various abilities were too outstanding. Lin Xian even felt that he couldn't compare to her in many aspects. He didn't even use his powerful martial skill, so how could he resist? Ling Ying charged over, aiming for Lin Xian's arm. Rip. Lin Xian was too lazy to dodge. Originally, this attack would have left a deep gash on Lin Xian's arm, but Ling Ying suddenly realized that it was indifferent. She quickly withdrew her strength, and this only scratched Lin Xian's clothes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled up. As expected, She didn't even want to hurt him. Ah, I'm dead. In the next second, Lin Xian clutched his chest and lay on the ground. Everyone, the hell? Could this acting be any more fake? Ling Ying, who had landed on the ground, twitched the corner of her mouth. All right. She lost. She really couldn't bring herself to hurt someone who had no enmity with her for no reason. Furthermore, she didn't manage to get anything out of Lin Xian. She felt that there wasn't much of a need to continue beating him. All right, this fight is boring. I'm not going to fight anymore. The dagger in Ling Ying's hand disappeared as she helplessly said this. Then, she peeled off the wrapper of the lollipop and skillfully put it into her mouth. Everyone, didn't she say that she wanted to beat up Lin Xian? No matter what, she should have hurt him, right? But now, Lin Xian's greatest loss was his clothes. Lin Xian stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. He smiled at Ling Ying and said, Senior, thank you for going easy on me. It's just that I saw Miss Xiao. As Ling Ying finished speaking, he stepped down from the battle stage. Lin Xian looked over and saw that at some unknown time, Xiao Runing had actually appeared in the corner of the battle stage. Ling Ying walked over and said a few words to Xiao Runing before walking away. Then, Lin Xian walked over. AI, this is boring. Miss Xiao came at the crucial moment. If Miss Xiao didn't come, Lin Xian would have been beaten to a pulp. That's not right. Ling Ying stopped just now. She didn't want to hurt Lin Xian. What? Definitely. And with Ling Ying's strength, it's too easy for her to hurt Lin Xian. Then you mean, don't tell me Lin Xian knows Ling Ying? If they know each other, why did Ling Ying say that she would stand up for the advanced class? Acting? There's no need for that. She didn't have to stand up for the advanced class. Everyone was puzzled. However, Lin Xian became even more mysterious in everyone's eyes. Even the devil incarnate, Ling Ying, who did as she pleased, was unwilling to hurt him. This would soon become a hot topic in the Sky Martial Court. Another hot topic was Lin Xian's cultivation base, including the fact that he had injured Jiang Tianhao. Miss Xiao. Lin Xian scratched his head as he stood in front of Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing was speechless. Lin Xian's ability to stir up trouble was too terrifying. Do you know what you've done wrong? Lu Yufan and Yi hurriedly ran over. Lu Yufan hastily said, Miss Xiao, Lin Xian was helping me. Xiao Runing raised her hand to interrupt her. Then, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. I know. Xiao Runing said, the Academy doesn't care what your reason is or who's in the wrong. It's a fact that you violated the Sky Martial Court's rules. Under normal circumstances, you should have been taken away to receive your punishment. I've protected you, but I can only delay it for a while. The leaders are already discussing your punishment when they hear about this. They'll decide on the punishment after I bring you out of the trial. Xiao Runing paused for a moment before she said, I can't help you with this. It's been a long time since someone has seriously injured someone in the Sky Martial Court, so your punishment this time might not be light. Chapter 86. It was true that not many people dared to act recklessly in the Sky Martial Court. It was a rule that no one was allowed to injure others. Lin Xian had broken the rule and was supposed to be taken away to receive punishment. However, Xiao Runing had stopped them on his behalf. Until now, no one from the academy had stepped in. However, the punishment was unavoidable. Lin Xian had thought of this when he injured Jiang Tianhao. However, he did not regret it. Miss Xiao, what's the punishment? Xiao Runing said. The person who made the same mistake as you last time was expelled. Lin Xian. Being expelled from the Sky Martial Court was different from being expelled from Earth. There were many consequences to being expelled from the Sky Martial Court. One of them was not being protected by the three major forces. In other words, if Lin Xian was hunted down by the Evil Fiend Temple one day, even if the Sacred Temple, the Enforcement Union, and the Bounty Hunter Guild could help him, they would not choose to save him. This was the price to pay. Such a person would definitely become a target of the Evil Fiend Temple. Moreover, he would not be able to use his ID card. He would not be able to book a room, take a car, or get a loan. Therefore, being expelled was not an option for anyone. The price was too high. Being expelled was the same as being released from prison on Earth. Moreover, Lin Xian did not want to be expelled because Lin Yu would be sad. But you won't just be expelled, Xiao Runing said as she looked at Lin Xian. Because no one has made a mistake for a long time, right? Xiao Runing nodded. That's right. That's why the Academy wants to punish the chicken to warn the monkey. It's not their fault. It's your own fault. Lin Xian said, I know. I'll accept the punishment no matter what it is. Xiao Runing did not say anything. In fact, other than the fact that Lin Xian was a troublemaker, Xiao Runing trusted him. I'll try my best to reduce the punishment. Also, you don't have to go to the trial. No, wouldn't it be a loss if I don't go? Of course I'll go. The day after tomorrow, right? Xiao Runing nodded her head. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't go. I didn't expect you to be a one-star arcane body realm martial artist. I'm very surprised. Xiao Runing was indeed shocked. From the beginning when he was only at the Qi building realm, Lin Xian had slowly revealed his strength. Now, he was at the arcane body realm, 1 star. This truly shocked her. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Well, would you believe me if I said that I just leveled up to this level in the past few days? What do you think? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, Prepare well. I feel that your punishment might have something to do with the monstrous beast domain and should be accompanied by danger. When the time comes, if it is too dangerous, you should withdraw from the Tianhua Academy. I will plead for leniency on your behalf and reduce the price of expulsion. Lin Xian laughed. No need. No matter what the punishment is, I will accept it. However, Miss Xiao, that Zhang Tianhao wanted to kill me first. I know. What's going on between you and Ling Ying? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, She confessed to me and I didn't agree. Then, she wanted to fight with me and said that if she won, I would have to agree to be her boyfriend. Don't you think she's crazy? You think so too, right? No, I just think that your daydream is too good. Lin Xian, I'm going to keep an eye on the Zhang family. You're on your own now. And goodbye, Ning Ning. Xiao Runing stumbled and turned her head to glare at Lin Xian. You want to talk more? You should think about how to deal with the punishment first. Then, she walked away. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He didn't really care. Wasn't the so-called punishment just a training exercise in his eyes? Then why treat it as a punishment? Lu Yufan and Yi Yi stared at each other. What did they hear? Lin Xian called Xiao Runing Ning Ning. Lin Xian, you called Miss Xiao? Yi Yi asked in surprise. Oh, nothing. I have a good relationship with Miss Xiao. I was just calling her for fun. What did you think? Lin Xian said with a smile. No, nothing. Then what about the punishment? Lu Yufan bit her lip and said, Why don't I tell my family and have them come to the school to plead for leniency with the leaders? Lin Xian shook his head. It's no use. The school is a very special place. It belongs to the country. They aren't afraid of anything. Also, didn't you hear what Miss Xiao said? Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. So I won't be able to escape this time no matter what. I'm sorry. Lu Yufan lowered her head and said in a low voice, full of self-blame. Why are you apologizing? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. He suddenly realized that this girl was actually quite cute. It's all my fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have. Lu Yufan was about to cry. Lin Xian laughed in his heart and said, Then how do you want to compensate me? I don't know. Lu Yufan sobbed and didn't raise her head. Why don't you give yourself to me? In their hearts, Lin Xian was just joking. Lu Yufan raised her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Didn't you dislike this lady for having small breasts? Lin Xian then seriously thought about it. That's true, Lu Yufan. Now that the favorability was at 50, Lin Xian still felt that it was better not to do it for the time being. All right. Lin Xian rubbed Lu Yufan's little head and said, Let's go back. You don't have to feel burdened about what happened to me. I was the one who decided to heavily injure him. Also, he revealed his killing intent towards me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. Lu Yufan felt Lin Xian's actions, and her little face immediately turned red. When the people around them saw this intimate action, they all opened their mouths wide. It can't be? This Lin Xian couldn't have really taken down Lu Yufan, right? Didn't he say that he wanted to chase Yi Yi? How did he manage to get her best friend? Envy, jealousy, all kinds of thoughts rose up in their hearts. Ding. Felt Lu Yufan's shyness. Scumbag man points plus 50,000. Ding. Lu Yufan's favorability towards you plus 5. Current favorability, 55. You can confess. Ding. Felt he eased displeasure. Scumbag man points plus 10,000. Lin Xian. What was going on? He rubbed Lu Yufan's little head, and Yi was displeased? Could it be that she also had some thoughts towards him? Jealousy from a woman? System, can you let me see Yi's favorability? Lin Xian asked in his mind. No. You can only see favorability if you trigger the advanced confession mission. Then trigger it for me. Scumbag man system. Hey, are you dead? Ding. Lightning punishment is about to descend. Please take back your previous words. Lin Xian. I'll take it back. I'll take it back. Damn. What kind of system was this? It felt like he was talking to a big sister with a temper. Chapter 87. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said, Let's go back. How should I thank you? Lu Yufan looked up at Lin Xian. Thank me. Nah. Lin Xian moved his face closer. Give me a kiss as a thank you. Go to hell. Lu Yufan blushed and cursed before pulling Yi away. Lin Xian looked at their backs and shook his head inwardly. He looked at the time. He couldn't be bothered to stay at the academy any longer. There seemed to be a lot of things to do recently, so he left the academy and took a taxi to the Bounty Hunter Guild. This was the second time Lin Xian came to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Regardless of the time, there were too many people in the hall and outside. It was like a public square. Lin Xian pushed the door open as soon as he arrived at the Gale Mercenary Guild. Welcome to the Gale Mercenaries. It was Wang Qianqian's sweet voice again. Hi, two big sisters. Lin Xian greeted them sweetly. Miao Xiaomiao, who was sitting at the side and operating a computer, turned her head immediately. What are you doing here? Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian. Even so, she was quite happy. She didn't know why she would sometimes think of Lin Xian. There were only two people in the Gale Mercenaries Cafe, Wang Qianqian and Miao Xiaomiao. What am I doing here? I'm here to spank you. Lin Xian raised his hand as he spoke. Wang Qianqian's mouth opened slightly when she heard Lin Xian's words. This was the first time she had seen someone speak to Miao Xiaomiao like that. More importantly, Miao Xiaomiao didn't go berserk. But then again, she knew that Lin Xian had saved everyone in Deep Han Valley. Miao Xiaomiao's actions weren't strange at all. Don't you dare. Miao Xiaomiao glared cutely at Lin Xian again. You guys chat. I'll pour Lin Xian a cup of coffee. Do you want sugar? Wang Qianqian asked with a smile. Let me do it. Miao Xiaomiao snatched the cup from Wang Qianqian's hand. Oh, you made coffee for me? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Hee. Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly. Of course, my skills are also very good. After all, you're a guest and also our friend. As the leader of the Wind Mercenaries, of course I have the obligation to make you a cup of coffee. Wang Qianqian didn't know what to do. She just winked at Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw Wang Qianqian's expression, he suddenly remembered what Chu Meng had said before. The last time someone disrespected Wang Qianqian, he had put knockout powder in that person's coffee. When Lin Xian saw Miao Xiaomiao's abnormal behavior, he felt that something was definitely wrong. Little girl, you're not even as tall as the workbench, yet you're learning how to make coffee. I want little Qianqian to make coffee for me. Get away. Miao Xiaomiao. Ding. Detected Miao Xiaomiao's resentment. Scumbag value plus 10,000. You're not allowed to call big sister Qianqian that. Miao Xiaomiao snorted. What do you mean by that? Lin Xian said. Miao Xiaomiao tried hard to control her urge to hit him. Too infuriating. Wang Qianqian smiled. It doesn't matter. Friends can call each other however they want. Then can I call you darling? Lin Xian looked at Wang Qianqian and grinned. I'll go make coffee for you. Then Wang Qianqian walked away. Humph. Miao Xiaomiao walked in front of Lin Xian and snorted arrogantly. Did you come here to fight? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, I'm still waiting for you to call me big brother. Humph. Meow Xiao Meow pouted. Let's go. I'll beat you until you cry. You're probably saying the opposite, Wang Qianqian said. Don't rush. Have a cup of coffee first. Grandpa will be here soon. Hearing Wang Qianqian's words, Meow Xiaomiao nodded. Okay then. Then she glanced at Lin Xian. I'll let you show off for a while longer. Then they sat at a table. Lin Xian leaned over to look at Meow Xiaomiao's computer. He realized that he couldn't understand anything at all. What are you doing? Meow Xiaomiao said proudly. Programming. Programming? What for? Wang Qianqian placed the coffee in front of Lin Xian and Meow Xiaomiao. Then she sat beside them and smiled. Lin Xian, you don't know. Many of the things in our Win mercenary group were actually made by Xiaomiao. For example, many of the programs on the computer. Even some of the small inventions you guys brought out before were designed by her and made by her. Lin Xian's mouth gaped open. Damn, this Meow Xiaomiao was unbelievable. Lin Xian thought that those things were technology that had already been developed by others, and that they had bought them to use. Humph. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Meow Xiaomiao felt especially good. What? Are you sincerely impressed by me now? Impressed. But no matter how impressed I am, you still have to call me big brother. Meow Xiaomiao gritted her teeth cutely. We'll talk about it after you win. Wang Qianqian smiled. For example, the wide-range infrared detection software that everyone uses was invented by Xiaomiao. Then it was popularized outside and was even patented for tens of millions. This little girl was indeed not ordinary. Then invent something for me, Lin Xian said with a smile. What is it? It's the kind of spray that makes a girl follow you and let you do whatever you want. Meow Xiaomiao, Wang Qianqian, hooligan. Bah, I want to invent a spray that makes you like men. Lin Xian. Wang Qianqian held back her laughter. Cough cough. Is everyone here? Lin Xian changed the topic. Everyone went to rest. Everyone is more or less injured. Also, the mission was completed well, so there's no need to go out for missions for now. As Meow Xiaomiao spoke, she suddenly thought of something and took out a card from her cute little bag that was about the size of a palm and placed it in front of Lin Xian. This is yours. The password is 100,200. This was the bonus that they had promised Lin Xian. Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation and asked, How much? 400,000. That much? Lin Xian gaped. It's okay. We earned 2 million from this mission, Meow Xiaomiao said. But you gave me 400,000 out of the 1,200,000. If we split the 800,000, everyone would only get a few 100,000 each. Everyone risked their lives for this. I can't take so much. Lin Xian said. Meow Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and said, But if it wasn't for you, everyone would be dead. So just take it. Then okay. 400,000. Actually, it wasn't much in this society, but 400,000 was still a huge sum for normal people. Just then, an old man opened the door and walked in. Grandpa, Meow Xiaomiao called out sweetly. This was the first time Lin Xian heard her voice so sweet. Chapter 88. Meow Zhenghao nodded. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and smiled. You're here. Yeah, I just came. I talked to little Meow and the rest. Meow Zhenghao sat beside Lin Xian and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian, I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving everyone and little Meow. It's nothing. You're welcome. Meow Zhenghao shook his head. Meow Zhenghao shook his head. That's different. Little Meow is the only descendant of the Meow family. Her parents are very busy. Even when this happened, they only called to ask about it. They can't even come. If something happens to little Meow, we really don't know what to do. So I went out to do something just now and brought you something. Although it's insignificant compared to everyone's lives, I hope you can accept it. As he spoke, a secret manual appeared in Meow Zhenghao's hand, and he placed it in front of Lin Xian. This is... Lin Xian opened it and glanced at it. It was a martial arts manual. On planet Aquablue, there were 2 ways to cultivate martial techniques. The first method was the vast majority of martial techniques. That was to directly imbue the martial technique into the martial artist's mind with the power of technology. Then, the martial artist would naturally be able to use the martial technique. For example, the martial techniques cultivated by the Sky Martial Court students were the same. Another example would be the 5 lightning constellation that was given to Lin Xian by the scumbag system and the 5 elemental arts that were rewarded after completing the mission. The second way was to learn. It was like reading a book. Once one completely understood how to use the martial arts, they would naturally be able to use it. The first way was convenient, while the second way was solid. The first way was easy to use. If one couldn't understand the second way, it meant that they wouldn't be able to use it. The advantage was naturally the second type. When you completely comprehended the martial technique and then released it, it would be easier to use and more powerful. For example, if a martial arts manual was instilled directly, the damage would increase by 100%. However, if one learned it bit by bit, the damage would increase by 150%. That was roughly how it worked. However, the second way was actually quite rare. Therefore, more people chose the former. As for the latter, only those martial arts techniques that had been passed down in their families would be cultivated this way. Miao Zhenghao took the coffee that Wang Qianqian poured for him and said with a smile, "I heard from little Miao that you're a lightning-type martial artist, so I asked an old friend for this martial arts book." Lin Xian flipped to the next page and froze. The martial skill's name was, and its grade was, Earth Stage 5 stars. Earth Tier Martial Skill. This left Lin Xian flabbergasted. In his impression, other than the 3 major powers, only the great clans in Tianhua City would have Earth Tier martial skills. Furthermore, a great clan would basically only have one Earth Tier martial skill, which would be passed down from generation to generation and would never be revealed to outsiders. This was enough to show the rarity of Earth Tier martial skills. But today, Miao Zhenghao had given him an Earth rank martial skill, and a 5-star one at that. How could this not shock Lin Xian? Was the Miao family a very powerful family? Lin Xian did not know, but if that was the case, why would they still be running a mercenary group? Heavenly Thunder Flash is a lightning-type long-range martial skill. It can condense the power of lightning and then release it through the circulation of the martial skill. If you fully comprehend it, it can triple the power. Miao Zhenghao took a sip of coffee and said to Lin Xian, Isn't this too valuable?" To be honest, Lin Xian was very tempted. A lightning-type long-range martial skill. He could release the power of lightning to achieve the effect of a long-range attack, but the distance was limited. Furthermore, that was only the power of lightning. If the damage was 1, but if he released the Heavenly Thunder Flash, the damage would be 3. This was a completely different concept. A martial skill was a martial skill after all. If it was not strong, why would people worship it? Miao Zhenghao laughed heartily and said, "Compared to little Miao and everyone's lives, this is nothing, so just accept it." "Then, I won't be pretentious." Lin Xian chuckled and put away the Heavenly Thunder Flash martial skill. "Ha ha ha." Miao Zhenghao laughed, then said to Lin Xian, "From now on, you are a member of the Blast Mercenary Group. Everyone is a family, so don't hide anything. Tell everyone. If I can help, I will do my best." Thank you, Elder Miao. I heard that you and little Miao are going to PK? Miao Zhenghao asked. Lin Xian nodded. There is such a thing? Just in time. I have already made arrangements for the battle stage over there. I can watch the 2 of you fight. You can also educate little Miao. Grandpa, what do you mean by educating me? I should be the one educating him. Miao Xiaomiao said indignantly. Ha ha ha. Then Lin Xian, you can try it with little Miao. Okay. Lin Xian then stood up and finished his coffee in one gulp. Miao Xiaomiao followed suit and took a big gulp. She could not lose to him. Let's go. Miao Zhenghao then led them out of the coffee shop. He wanted to see how Lin Xian was doing. Miao Zhenghao had an idea of his own. The battle stage was actually inside the Bounty Hunter Guild. It was located on the 23rd floor. The entire floor was the battle stage, and the surrounding area was filled with spectators. Because of this, the 23rd floor was empty. There was no one there. Some people were just passing by to go to the higher floors. However, the higher floors were not accessible to ordinary people. I heard that the Bounty Hunter Guild requires special personnel to enter the 15th floor and above? Lin Xian said in surprise. This Miao Zhenghao did not seem to be ordinary. No, perhaps the Miao family was not ordinary. Lin Xian knew too little. He would have to ask the Miao family later. Miao Zhenghao smiled. Yes, I'm friends with the people here. So, it's not a problem for me to temporarily borrow the battle stage. So that's how it is. In any case, Lin Xian maintained his skeptical attitude. They opened the door and saw the battle stage. It was a huge battle stage that was about 1,000 square meters in size. The battle stage was only so big. There should be enough space for a few thousand people to watch. This was the first floor of the Bounty Hunter Guild. The entire place was a battle stage. Although it was many times smaller than a real battle stage, it was quite exaggerated for an indoor battle stage. Wang Qianqian had also arrived. The coffee shop was temporarily closed. Miao Zhenghao looked at Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao and said, "Don't go too far. Remember, don't use spiritual weapons. It's too easy to hurt your opponent. Also, you're at the same level. Control your strength well. It's easy to hurt your opponent." Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao nodded. Miao Zhenghao then said, "The battle stage is divided into 2 areas. You two will fight in the inner area. Whoever is kicked out of the inner area loses. How does that sound?" "Okay, then let's PK," Miao Xiaomiao said excitedly. She could not wait to beat up Lin Xian. Chapter 89. Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao walked into the arena and stood in the inner area. The inner area was not big, only about 300 square meters. After all, if the entire arena was their battle area, it would be too big and they would have to fight at a higher level. Let me make this clear. Don't cry when I beat you up. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao and said, "Tisk, I'll make this clear too. Don't cry when I beat you up." Miao Xiaomiao did not back down. "Come on then." Both of their auras exploded at the same time. Lin Xian was currently at the Arcane Body Stage 1 star, but it was naturally unfair to fight Miao Xiaomiao with the strength of the Arcane Body Stage. Therefore, even if he lost, Lin Xian would at most display the strength of 10 stars of the Spirit Focus Stage. Both of their auras surged. Their hair and clothes danced wildly under their auras. The arena was filled with sand. Just their auras alone were enough to sweep up the sand around them. Swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, both of them moved at the same time and rushed towards each other. They did not use any martial arts techniques or elemental powers. They were purely using close combat to test each other's combat abilities. Miao Xiaomiao may be short, but her attacks were surprisingly sharp. Lin Xian had seen Miao Xiaomiao fight in the Deep Han Valley before, but she was limited to martial arts techniques and elemental powers. Wang Ba and the others were the ones fighting the beasts. Miao Xiaomiao was only responsible for watching and protecting everyone. So, this was the first time Lin Xian saw Miao Xiaomiao's true combat ability. She was very strong. So strong that it was beyond Lin Xian's imagination. Lin Xian did not even know that this little girl had lived for more than 10 years. She knew everything, her level was high, and her combat ability was so strong. Moreover, the sharpness of her attacks was like that of a real martial artist who roamed the beasts every day. It was not an exaggeration to say that Lin Xian felt that the sharpness of Miao Xiaomiao's attacks was not much worse than Ling Ying's. Was this possible? It was too shocking. Miao Zhenghao and Wang Qianqian stood on high ground and watched the battle. Both of their attacks were extremely fast, and neither of them gave the other a chance to breathe. It was as if whoever took a second to catch their breath would be defeated. "Grandpa Miao, who do you think will win?" Wang Qianqian asked curiously. Watching the battle, Miao Zhenghao chuckled. If he doesn't use his martial arts techniques, Lin Xian is still better than Little Miao. Little Miao accepted his inheritance, but she still can't beat Lin Xian? Wang Qianqian revealed a surprised expression. Miao Zhenghao nodded. After all, Little Miao hasn't fought as many times as Wang Ba and the others, but I'm already very satisfied with this level. As for Lin Xian, Miao Zhenghao looked at the battle on the field and muttered, "Very unusual. This is definitely not a young man who can be trained in the academy. Furthermore, His fist techniques and body movements are all things that I have never seen before. This young man is very unique. When the time comes and we see how he develops, perhaps he can. Miao Zhenghao did not finish his sentence. Grandpa Miao, are you saying that Lin Xian often trains himself in the demonic beast domain? Miao Zhenghao nodded. Perhaps. His combat ability is very strong, and it's not some mediocre martial arts. This must be the result of years of battle training. That's why I have high hopes for this young man. Then Lin Xian will definitely win this round. Miao Zhenghao shook his head. Not necessarily. If little Miao doesn't use her martial arts techniques, she probably won't be Lin Xian's opponent. But if she uses her martial arts techniques, little Miao has a higher chance of winning. Let's continue watching. Miao Zhenghao was very clear about his granddaughter's abilities. Miao Xiaomiao did not boast. She was able to easily defeat a spirit focus realm cultivator when she was only a 9-star. That was not a boast, but a fact. Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao had been exchanging punches and kicks, but until now, neither of them had actually managed to land a hit on the other. Both Miao Xiaomiao and Lin Xian were very surprised. However, Lin Xian was still a level higher. He took advantage of Miao Xiaomiao's leap and kick to twist his body. The two of them brushed past each other, and at the same time, Lin Xian reached out his hand. Slap. The crisp sound traveled quite far. This Lin Xian. Little Miao is still a child, and he actually. Wang Qianqian's pretty face was filled with shame and anger. He actually hit Miao Xiaomiao's butt. Miao Zhenghao did not get angry because of this. Instead, he revealed a hearty smile, as if he was watching a good show. Ha ha ha, they're from the younger generation after all. Let them play however they want. However, little Miao has lost completely in this move. If Lin Xian had been willing just now, little Miao would have died in a real battle. Miao Zhenghao's face became serious again as he said, in a battle, one of the biggest taboos is to be in the air. Sometimes it can be very effective, but most of the time, when the body is in the air, it has the most flaws. Lin Xian did this very well. Little Miao's battle experience is still not as good as his. At this moment, Miao Xiaomiao landed on the ground and felt a burning pain in her butt. Her little face was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. She was embarrassed and angry. Miao Xiaomiao pointed at Lin Xian. You. After a few seconds, she could only say you. I what? Lin Xian felt that he had used too much strength just now. Even his palm was a bit sore. So what about Miao Xiaomiao's butt? Ding. Successfully hit Miao Xiaomiao's butt. Scumbag man value plus 500000. Ding. Felt Miao Xiaomiao's embarrassment. Scumbag man value plus 20,000. Ding. Felt Miao Xiaomiao's anger. Scumbag man value plus 10,000. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you minus 10. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you plus 10. Lin Xian. In an instant, his scumbag man value increased by more than 500,000. But to Lin Xian right now, 500,000 was really not enough. Even 5 million was a small number. But, what the hell was this? How did her favorability increase back after decreasing by 10? This was why it was said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Who would know what they were thinking? Just you wait. Just you wait. Wind exploded around Miao Xiaomiao's delicate body. Hey. Don't blow so hard. This is a sand arena. There's a lot of dust. Lin Xian looked at the dust in front of him, and his mouth was wide open. Why did they have to fight in a dusty arena? Once the wind element was released, it was like a sandstorm. That's right, at this moment, Lin Xian could not see Miao Xiaomiao's figure clearly. The wind element exploded, and dust filled the air. But the visual effect of this scene made Lin Xian feel that Miao Xiaomiao was very powerful. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Miao Xiaomiao's delicate shout came from the front. Then, Lin Xian felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Every gust of wind was as sharp as a sword's aura. It was very strong. In terms of killing power, it was much stronger than Ling Ying's move. This is probably close to the power of an Earth rank skill. An Earth rank skill was very strong. It could also be seen that Miao Xiaomiao was a little angry after being hit by Lin Xian. Chapter 90. Exchange Attribute, Defense. Lin Xian did not hesitate to use 50,000 scumbag points to exchange for a double defense attribute. Previously, Lin Xian might not have been willing to use 50,000 scumbag points, but now, after hitting this girl's butt, he had 500,000 scumbag points. So, it was actually relatively easy to obtain scumbag points. Lin Xian did not cherish it too much. Then, Lin Xian released his aura to block Miao Xiaomiao's attack. Although his defensive aura seemed to be at the spirit condensation realm, it was still at the spirit condensation realm. However, with the double defense from the system, his defensive power also doubled. Not only did Lin Xian's physical strength temporarily double, but his physical strength also doubled. Oh, Xiaomiao's Whirlwind is an Earth Rank 1-star skill. This kid. Miao Zhenghao saw that Lin Xian did not choose to fight with his skill. Logically speaking, if they used a Thunder attribute skill, Lin Xian would definitely win. However, he did not choose to do so. Instead, he chose to defend. He was passively taking a beating. An Earth Rank 1-star skill could be defended against at the same level, but he would definitely be injured. Lin Xian could feel the power surging toward him. The destructive power of the wind element was not weak at all. However, Lin Xian could still block it with his double defense. Why did he not choose to use the 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon? Simple, it consumed too much spiritual energy. For example, Miao Xiaomiao's skill would consume a lot of spiritual energy. When a lot of spiritual energy was consumed, it would be very dangerous. After the dust settled, Lin Xian stood there unscathed. He calmly patted the dust off his body and even blew on it. Miao Xiaomiao frowned when she saw this. How did he block it? She did not feel Lin Xian using any skill. Miao Zhenghao's eyes flashed. What a strong defense. What skill did he use to increase his defense? Humph, you're pissing me off. Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful face froze. Then, she turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Lin Xian. That's right, she did not want to lose. He wanted to face Lin Xian head-on, but this time, Miao Xiaomiao's speed was so fast that even Lin Xian was dazzled. It should be a wind attribute movement technique, and its grade isn't low. Lin Xian felt Miao Xiaomiao's speed and quickly made a judgment. Miao Xiaomiao's speed had more than doubled under the enhancement of the movement technique. Even if it had not reached the level of an Earth-grade martial technique, it was still a high-grade profound-grade martial technique. This Miao family is indeed not simple. All sorts of high-level martial skills. Speed Shadow. That could increase Lin Xian's movement speed by 20%. It didn't seem like much, but on this basis, Lin Xian once again used the scum points to exchange for agility, increasing it by 100%. Lin Xian's speed increase wasn't any slower than Miao Xiaomiao's. So fast. Miao Xiaomiao was also shocked. She was of the wind element. She was so fast because of her martial arts and wind element, so she was very fast. But Lin Xian was of the lightning element. How could he be so fast? Was it also a movement technique? But weren't movement techniques usually only wind element martial artists able to use? Didn't they usually rely on the wind element to activate it? What an interesting young man. Miao Zhenghao was also getting more and more interested in Lin Xian. On the stage, the figures of the two were like 2 rays of light. Every time they collided, it looked like 2 rays of light colliding with each other. Then, there would be another collision. In 1 second, they might even collide several times. One could imagine how fast the two of them were. But the wind element was still the wind element. In addition to the upgrade of her martial arts, Miao Xiaomiao's speed was naturally much faster than Lin Xian's. Even her afterimages could be seen. But Lin Xian's advantage had not been used yet. Zzz, purple lightning surrounded his body as he exchanged punches with Miao Xiaomiao again. She quickly retreated. This was the effect of the element once it was used. Purple lightning. It's indeed purple lightning. I haven't seen it in so many years. Miao Zhenghao's eyes flashed. Huff huff. Miao Xiaomiao blew on her fist. It was numbing. Hee hee, how is it? Didn't you say that the wind element counters me? What about now? Lin Xian grinned. Miao Xiaomiao pouted angrily. God knows how this Lin Xian could be so fast. Even if she was faster than Lin Xian, this advantage was not enough to turn into a victory. As for martial arts, she knew that Lin Xian still had Earth-grade martial arts. She would not be able to win in terms of strength. The lightning element was top-notch in terms of attack power and could crush the wind element. With her speed under Lin Xian's, if she did not have an absolute advantage, it would be difficult for her to win. Who the hell knew how Lin Xian was able to move so quickly? When Feng Zhenghao saw Lin Xian's speed, he knew the result of this battle. Naturally, he had heard from Miao Xiaomiao that Lin Xian had Earth-grade lightning element martial arts. Since he knew this and his speed was so fast because of some martial arts, Miao Xiaomiao would not be able to win. Indeed, Lin Xian's performance surprised Miao Zhenghao. All right, Xiaomiao, you lost. Come up. Miao Zhenghao said to the people below. I haven't lost yet. How could Miao Xiaomiao, this proud girl, admit defeat, even if she felt that her chances of winning were not high? Take this. Tempest storm. Lin Xian opened his mouth. The wind in front of him was so strong that Lin Xian could even feel the humidity. To be able to reach this level of martial arts, it was definitely Earth-grade. It was not ordinary. The Miao family seemed to be quite powerful. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. This move was a little difficult to defend against. It was much stronger than the previous whirlwind. Then, Lin Xian's body flashed with lightning, and he rushed forward. Miao Xiaomiao also rushed towards Lin Xian. Then, the two terrifying forces collided and exploded. On the stage, Feng Zhenghao and Wang Qianqian's clothes were blown by the force. If it were a normal person, they might have staggered back. They could no longer see the situation below. Grandpa Miao, will something happen? Wang Qianqian asked worriedly. Don't worry, both of them know what they're doing. Look, Lin Xian has stopped. Originally, the lightning had exploded in an overwhelming manner. Then, as if the fire had been extinguished, the lightning became much smaller. Tempest Storm is an Earth-grade 6-star martial art. Lin Xian's martial art seems to be higher than that. Wang Qianqian's mouth was agape, and her face was full of surprise. Yes, in terms of strength, because it's a lightning-type martial art, its advantage lies in its overwhelming attack power. Even if Lin Xian's martial art is a 4-star martial art, with his purple lightning, he should be able to defeat Xiaomiao's 6-star martial art. But he started to crush her directly. So, this martial art must be above 6-star. I'm very curious. What kind of identity does this Lin Xian have to have such a powerful martial art? Miao Zhenghao exclaimed. Earth-grade martial arts were extremely rare, and 6-star martial arts were even more difficult to find. If a person had an Earth-grade martial art, then they had to be looked up to. The dust in the entire martial arts arena slowly dissipated as their powers dissipated. The two figures stood there. Chapter 91. 5 Lightning Celestial Phenomenon consumed 300 spiritual energy points. With Lin Xian's 2,000 spiritual energy points, it didn't seem like it would take much to release it once. However, in a prolonged battle like this, if he kept releasing it, his spiritual energy points would continue to be consumed. It wasn't as simple as 300 spiritual energy points. 300 spiritual energy points was just the foundation for releasing it. Phew. Miao Xiaomiao took a deep breath. All right, Xiaomiao, Lin Xian, come on up. Miao Zhenghao could see that this match was going to be won. Wang Qianqian said, Grandpa Miao, Xiaomiao might not lose. Doesn't she still have the fire attribute? Miao Zhenghao smiled and said, it's useless. Xiaomiao's advantage against Lin Xian is her wind attribute. When her speed can't crush Lin Xian, she won't be able to win. That's because the lightning attribute is too strong, and it's purple lightning. At the same time, Lin Xian's martial arts skills are strong too. However, there's one thing I don't understand. How did Lin Xian possess such incredible speed? Is it martial arts? Maybe it's a martial arts skill that doesn't require the wind attribute. Dual attributes were naturally stronger, but Lin Xian's dexterity made up for his speed disadvantage. Lightning had the advantage, but no one expected Lin Xian to be so fast. Miao Xiaomiao's advantage was gone. Although Miao Xiaomiao was unwilling, she knew the current situation. She just didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to double his speed. Her wind attribute combined with martial arts skills doubled, but it wasn't enough to double Lin Xian's speed. You admit defeat? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Miao Xiao Miao. Oomph. Miao Xiao Miao shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying as she walked up. Hey, 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 don't forget our bet, Lin Xian shouted. Miao Xiao Miao stumbled. She wanted to cry when she thought about calling Lin Xian big brother. This person was too infuriating. He must have predicted that she would win. That's why he bet with her. How did she fall for it? Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Xian's laughter from behind, Miao Xiao Miao sniffled. She could feel the thick malice from this world. Lin Xian followed behind. Little Miao, do you admit defeat? Lin Xian heard Miao Zhenghao lecturing Miao Xiao Miao as soon as he arrived. I'm not convinced. If Lin Xian didn't have such speed, he would have lost even if his lightning powers were strong. Miao Xiao Miao pouted. Miao Zhenghao ruffled her hair and said, Then Grandpa wants to ask you, what will you do if you encounter a warrior with other attributes who is also very fast? Even if you die in his hands, are you still not convinced? Miao Zhenghao continued, no matter what a person does, a win is a win. There must be a reason for that. Do you think that it's impossible to be fast just because you have the thunder attribute? What if it's a lightning and wind dual attribute? What will you do if you encounter it? Miao Xiao Miao lowered her head and didn't say anything. No matter what attribute it is, there are advantages and disadvantages. For example, in your battle with Lin Xian, even if he was fast and had the thunder attribute, you could still win. Do you know how to win? Miao Xiao Miao shook her head. Use your speed to attack Lin Xian endlessly with the least amount of spiritual power. At this moment, Lin Xian only has two options: defend or release the power of lightning to stop you from continuing to attack. However, the advantage of the wind element lies in its speed and low spiritual power consumption. Regardless of whether it is Lin Xian's defense or releasing martial arts techniques, the amount of spiritual power consumed is higher than yours. If he releases a lightning attack, retreat as fast as you can. Lin Xian will definitely consume more spiritual power in a battle of the same level. At that time, Lin Xian will start to panic, not you. Hearing Miao Zhenghao's words, Lin Xian was impressed. As expected of a veteran of the older generation, he hit the nail on the head. That's right, Lin Xian really wasn't easy to deal with. Of course, this was under the premise that they were fighting barehanded. Compared to you, Lin Xian is doing too well. You should ask him for advice on these things. He can help you a lot, Miao Zhenghao said. No way. Miao Xiao Miao mumbled. You little girl. Miao Zhenghao smiled helplessly, then looked at Lin Xian and said to Miao Xiao Miao, if it was a real battle just now, you would have died before you could even release your martial arts. Do you know that? How is that possible? Miao Xiao Miao refused to admit it. Lin Xian, tell me when. Lin Xian said, when little Miao Miao kicked me. Who are you calling little Miao Miao? Miao Xiao Miao glared at him, her eyes filled with resentment. She didn't feel good about losing. Listen carefully. Do you know what you did just now? Miao Zhenghao raised his voice. Miao Xiao Miao lowered her head weakly. I know. I shouldn't have let my body hang in the air. That's right. This timing was very important, but you exposed this flaw at the worst possible time. If Lin Xian had attacked directly, you would have fallen. Although she was unhappy, Miao Xiao Miao recalled that it was indeed the case. But that hooligan had actually slapped her butt. Okay, that's all. Miao Zhenghao then looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, then I'll have to trouble you to come here and spar with little Miao more in the future. What do you think? Of course. Lin Xian smiled and agreed. What? Miao Xiao Miao asked. What's wrong? You don't want to? Miao Zhenghao looked at Miao Xiao Miao. No. Miao Xiao Miao pouted. Wouldn't she be slapped by Lin Xian every day in the future? Let's go back. We're all tired. Lin Xian, it's almost dinner time. I'll go back and cook. You stay with the Gale mercenaries for dinner before you go back. Lin Xian nodded. That's fine too. Humph. Miao Xiao Miao snorted, and the few of them went back. After they went back, Miao Zhenghao went to the cafe's kitchen to cook. Wang Qianqian went to help him, leaving only Lin Xian and Miao Xiao Miao. After they came back, Meow Xiao Meow went to the corner to continue coding. Lin Xian drank his coffee and chatted with Linya, telling her that he wouldn't be home for dinner. Linya was still busy with the company's matters. Lin Xian planned to help her take a look tomorrow. Little Meow Meow. Lin Xian then sat beside Meow Xiao Meow with a cup of coffee. What do you want? Ever since Lin Xian spanked her, Meow Xiao Meow had developed a fear of Lin Xian. It was small, but she felt that Lin Xian was up to no good. Of course I want you to fulfill your promise. Meow Xiao Meow blushed. She was such a tsundere. It was torture for her to call Lin Xian brother. Can you not call me that? Meow Xiao Meow pouted. You want to go back on your word? Chapter 92. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Meow Xiao Meow refused to admit it and put on a proud expression. How is that possible? I'm not someone who would go back on my words. Then that's fine. Hurry up and call me that. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Meow Xiao Meow wanted to die whenever she thought of that scene. Imagine a proud and arrogant girl. Even the 17 or 18-year-old Chu Ming and the others had to call her sister Meow. But one day, she had to call a boy Big Brother. Naturally, she couldn't take it. How about, I treat you to a meal? I know a new restaurant not far away. It's really good. Meow Xiao Meow said with a smile. It was rare to see such a happy expression on her face. This was an eye-opener for Lin Xian. Sure, I'll finish it. Meow Xiao Meow. Ding. Detected Meow Xiao Meow's resentment. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian obviously knew what she meant, but Lin Xian wanted to teach this girl a lesson. A duel was fine, but she had to fulfill her promise. Hurry up and call me that. Meow Xiao Meow also knew that she couldn't escape this. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. This was probably the best news. She let out a long sigh of relief, lowered her head, and whispered softly, Big Brother, Big Brother. Lin Xian was holding back his laughter. He couldn't laugh. It wouldn't be good if he broke. Ding. Detected Meow Xiao Meow's shyness. Scumbag value plus 10,000. 2 more calls. Also, louder. Lin Xian looked at Meow Xiao Meow and said. At this moment, Meow Xiao Meow's little face was flushed red. Coupled with her exquisite twin ponytails, it was simply too lethal for any man. Meow Xiao Meow would rather call Lin Xian Big Brother than act shamelessly. After all, if a girl like her acted shamelessly, Lin Xian would laugh to death. Compared to this, it was even more laughable. If it was a normal girl acting shamelessly, it wouldn't be a problem. Who? Meow Xiao Meow took a deep breath. Okay, brother. One more. Louder. Good brother. Meow Xiao Meow glared at Lin Xian. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Although the one in front of her was just a 14-year-old girl, she was still a little special. Making Meow Xiao Meow admit defeat was still very satisfying. Lin Xian felt even better than beating up Jiang Tianhao. Ding. Meow Xiao Meow's favorability towards you plus 5. There was one thing that Lin Xian could not understand. He had clearly forced Meow Xiao Meow to call him Big Brother, and Meow Xiao Meow was definitely unwilling to do so. Under such circumstances, she had still called him Big Brother 3 times. Logically speaking, doing something against her should have lowered her favorability towards him, but it had actually increased. This was why Lin Xian could not understand a girl's thoughts. I really don't understand. Oh, by the way, I want to let you hear something. Meow Xiao Meow's voice rang out beside Lin Xian. Good brother. You. Meow Xiao Meow's face was red with anger. He had actually recorded it. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed again. Delete it. Meow Xiao Meow jumped over to snatch it away, but Lin Xian ran away. How could he let her snatch it away? Ah. Meow Xiao Meow was starting to go crazy. Lin Xian waved the phone from afar and laughed. Set it as my phone's alarm. Ringtone for incoming calls, ringtone for messages. Aya, how nice. Meow Xiao Meow was speechless. Ding. Strong resentment from Meow Xiao Meow has been detected. Scumbag value plus 100,000. Bastard. Meow Xiao Meow stomped her foot cutely, then went into the kitchen in embarrassment and anger. She was probably going to complain to Meow Zhenghao. Soon, Wang Qianqian and Meow Xiao Meow came out one after another with plates of food. Lin Xian could smell the aroma. To be honest, he was a little hungry after fighting for the whole day. Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian as soon as she came out. It seemed like she had quite a bit of resentment towards Lin Xian. She probably complained to Lin Xian and was reprimanded by Miao Zhenghao. It's the last soup. Lin Xian, wash your hands and come eat. Wang Qianqian said to Lin Xian. Coming. Lin Xian washed his hands and went over. Xiaomiao, pour a bowl of soup for Lin Xian. Miao Zhenghao said to Miao Xiaomiao. He doesn't have hands. Do it yourself. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian cutely. You little girl, Lin Xian will often teach you how to fight in the future. At the same time, he's a guest. Don't you have a duty to serve him soup? Miao Xiaomiao angrily poured a bowl of soup for Lin Xian. Your soup, Miao Xiaomiao said as she placed the bowl in front of Lin Xian. Thank you, Xiaomiao. Every time she heard Lin Xian call her Xiaomiao, Miao Xiaomiao shivered and wanted to throw a stool at him. Miao Zhenghao looked at Lin Xian and laughed. Lin Xian, don't mind her too much. Xiaomiao has been spoiled since she was young. Her parents only see her once a year and don't have time to discipline her. As her grandfather, I'm not good at disciplining her, so... Lin Xian smiled and said, Actually, I think she's pretty good the way she is now. Lin Xian wasn't saying this as a compliment. Lin Xian felt that Miao Xiaomiao's current personality was her most outstanding. It was also what Lin Xian felt was the most special and favorite part of her. On the other hand, the little girl who whined and asked for hugs didn't have any special characteristics. I don't need you to tell me that. Miao Xiaomiao pouted, but she was actually quite happy inside. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +0.5. Lin Xian was speechless. Women. This was what women were like. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to tell whether she was happy or not. However, with this favorability, he could naturally tell. On the surface, Miao Xiaomiao seemed to be expressing all sorts of opinions towards Lin Xian. However, her favorability towards him was increasing, proving that she liked what Lin Xian had said. Naturally, her favorability towards him increased as well. Hence, the saying that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea was not just a saying. Ha ha ha. Xiaomiao, you should go to the Sky Martial Court to learn more when you're free. All right, grandfather. Miao Xiaomiao agreed readily. Lin Xian asked curiously, Can I go even if I'm not a student of the Sky Martial Court? Miao Zhenghao smiled and said, Actually, Xiaomiao is also a student of the Sky Martial Court. However, she's just a student in name. She hasn't gone to school there and is taught at home. However, although I feel that the things taught in the Sky Martial Court are not as good as the outside world, some things are still very important. Since you're in the Sky Martial Court, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiaomiao when you're free, Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and said, Of course, no problem. Whether it was because of the mission, Lin Xian's admiration for Miao Xiaomiao, or because Miao Zhenghao had given Lin Xian an Earth-rank martial arts technique, Lin Xian would definitely help. The Earth-rank martial arts technique, Heavenly Thunder Flash, was a long-range attack. Lin Xian couldn't wait to learn it. After finishing their meal, Lin Xian chatted with them for a while before returning home. By the time he reached home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. If Lin Xian wasn't at home, Lin Yu would be too lazy to cook. What was the point of cooking when she was eating alone? Most of the time, she would finish her meal in the company's cafeteria. However, if Lin Xian was home, even if Lin Yu could eat a simple meal, she would still buy groceries to cook at home. Even if it wasn't for herself, it was for Lin Xian's sake. Even more simply, she would bring the food from the company's cafeteria to eat with Lin Xian. However, she wouldn't do that. She would cook for Lin Xian unless there were special circumstances. When Lin Xian returned home, Lin Yu was on the phone in the living room. Lin Xian was listening to the conversation on the phone about the company's goods. Seeing that Lin Xian had returned home, Lin Yu hurriedly explained the matter and hung up the phone. Little fairy, I want a hug. Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. Lin Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian before pouring him a glass of water and said, Drink some water first. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.